Alrighty. Are we alive? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, very wild day on our hands to start off the week. You remember on Friday, everybody was freaking out about the war, Iran and Israel. What's going to happen? Well, there was a barrage of attacks over the weekend, and believe it or not now, you are trading higher. Oil is trading lower, gold is break even, and the whole idea is that now there might be Middle Eastern de-escalation now that the attacks have gotten out of the way. So we're going to deal with that all week. There's a little bit of back and forth. It may start to cool down, but generally the market is already cooled down on that idea. We did have hot retail sales in the morning today. The markets didn't get affected by it, but the bonds, they got killed again in 2-year, 10-year to wake up. We're kind of doing this again, that delay. It's looking like bonds are opening up the week a little bit more weaker there. And then you got a lot of individual news. MPW, we're going to talk about that one a lot, but all in all, it's the start of earnings. You even had Goldman too. Goldman came out. They weren't that bad. So our work is cut out for us. A lot of data here, a lot of earnings. You are going to get a little bit more Empire Manufacturing and a couple of more things later today, but our work is cut out for us. We definitely dealt with a lot last week. Let's see how we started off. Welcome to the middle of April and earnings and chat. Good morning. How are you, baby? Oh, happy Monday. I was about to say Friday. It's Monday, baby. Oh, I hope you had a good weekend. What up, Gus, Candy, Malcolm, Mr. Market, baby? Winning loser, Ram the Bull, Foofer, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Nazi Wolf? S-Dub, El Chapato, baby. Eric, Sons of Average and Clown, baby. Randy Donardi, Christina, Rigo, Yosef, baby. Humble Business in the house. Mitch Matsuno ready to go. Mark J, Carissa Hines, Kelvin, Jake Bird, Josh Jacobs, Dale Fire, baby, Jerry Williams. Good morning. What up, Rodney? What up, CX? What up, Wandon? How you living, Saros? Oh, you just got work, baby. Good morning, Datilly, Amir, Goofy, Ray. Oh, the chat's ready to go. Y'all turn it up on Monday, huh? 10% Alex, baby. William, Gary, Sungrown, Richie, baby. David Dangerfield. Hey, Sos Moreno, baby. Good morning. Ali, Lucky Soldier, Goofy. Oh, FM Live, Ian, baby. Big Daniel, and shout out to the Twitch in spirit, baby. Shout out to the Twitch in spirit. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're feeling good, man. I hope you liked the video. I hope you're ready to start off. You guys know it's earnings too, right? Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started, but I hope your morning is great. We are going to have 7 hours here, so let's make the most of it. But now, let me get into the news with your friend, Josh AI. It should be a little simple today, I think. Oil steadies, treasuries dip as Iran stresses ease. Treasury yields spiked after retail sales data came in much stronger than expected, signaling Federal Reserve policymakers will be in no rush to cut interest rates. U.S. 10-year yields climbed 9 basis points to 4.62%. S&P 500 contracts remained higher. Oil shrugged off Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel, with prices easing on speculation that the conflict would remain contained. Asterisk U.S. retail sales increased 0.7% in March, est 0.4%. Corporate highlights: Goldman Sachs Group Inc. recorded a 28% jump in net income in the first quarter, even as analysts braced for a drop from a year ago. That surprise surge was led by its traders, who eluded the slowdown at chief rival J.P. Morgan Chase & Company, and bankers who cashed in on a resurgence in deal-making activity. And Tesla Inc. will slash global headcount by more than 10%, Elon Musk wrote in an email to staff, as the car maker grapples with a slowdown in electric vehicle demand. Clear Lake Capital Group LP has made a sweetened bid to acquire Blackbaud Inc., offering $80 a share about a year after its last approach was rebuffed by the cloud software provider. Charles Schwab Corp's first quarter net revenue topped estimates as the retail brokerage tries to put last year's turbulence behind it. Apple Inc.'s iPhone shipments slid a worse than projected nearly 10% in the quarter, ended in March, reflecting flagging sales in China despite a broader smartphone industry rebound. CVC Capital Partners revive plans for an initial public offering in Amsterdam, seeking to raise at least 1.25 billion euros, $1.3 billion with its investors in a listing that potentially paves the way for other private equity firms to go public. Key events this week: China property prices, retail sales, industrial production, GDP Tuesday, Germany ZEW survey expectations Tuesday, U.S. housing starts, industrial production Tuesday, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America earnings Tuesday, Fed Vice Chair Philip Jefferson speaks Tuesday, BOE Governor Andrew Bailey speaks Tuesday, IMF publishes its latest World Economic Outlook Tuesday, Eurozone CPI Wednesday, Fed issues its Beige Book Wednesday, Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester speaks Wednesday, Fed Governor Michelle Bowman speaks Wednesday, BOE Governor Andrew Bailey speaks Wednesday, Taiwan Semiconductor earnings Thursday, U.S. Confer Board Leading Index existing home sales, initial jobless claims Thursday, Fed Governor Michelle Bowman speaks Thursday. New York Fed President John Williams speaks Thursday. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic speaks Thursday. BOE Deputy Governor Dave Ramsden and ECB Governing Council member Joachim Nagel speak Friday. Chicago Fed President Austan Goolsbee speaks Friday. Diplomatic efforts and the major international development over the weekend was, of course, Iran's missile and drone barrage against Israel. Fears of continued escalation have been tentatively quelled for now. President Biden reportedly told Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu the U.S. won't support a counterattack, while European nations are also calling on Israel not to react with aggression. Iran has said the matter can be deemed concluded. That's ushered in a sense of relative calm for markets on Monday. Oil drops as nerves ease. U.S. equities are poised to post a rebound after Friday's sell-off and follow European stocks higher. Oil prices slid, with Brent crude dropping below $90 per barrel, while European gas prices also fell. Treasuries and the dollar slipped as nerves eased. Gold is holding below a record despite bullish calls on the precious metal from Wall Street banks, including Goldman Sachs. Russian metal sanctions. Elsewhere in commodities markets, metal prices rose after the U.S. and U.K. imposed new sanctions banning deliveries of Russian supplies in an effort to curb President Putin's war funding ability. The restrictions, which come into effect after midnight on Friday, have caused prices to spike, particularly aluminum, which surged by a record 9.4%. Russia supplies 6% of the world's nickel, 5% of its aluminum, and 4% of its copper. Apple's iPhone slump. Apple saw the steepest decline in iPhone shipments since COVID lockdowns as Chinese sales flagged amid a resurgence from rivals such as Huawei and a ban on foreign devices in the workplace. The 10% drop in the first 3 months of the year was worse than projected and is at odds with a broader rebound in the smartphone industry. Coming up, several financial firms post earnings today, including Goldman Sachs, which reports pre-market, while the economic calendar includes retail sales for March and Empire manufacturing data. Monday also sees the start of President Donald Trump's New York trial over the alleged falsification of business records to conceal a sex scandal during his 2016 campaign. Top overnight news: global markets calmed after Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel. Oil slipped amid speculation the conflict will remain contained, while gold paired its advance. Iran said there would be no further attacks as long as Israel didn't respond aggressively, but Benjamin Netanyahu warned, "Whoever strikes Israel, we will strike him." The Senate is looking to potentially make the House TikTok ban bill the basis of its own legislation and might attach it to FAA reauthorization, which needs to pass by May 10th WSJ. Apple slipped pre-market after iPhone shipments slid a worse than projected 10% in the first quarter as sales flagged in China. The company shipped 50.1 million handsets, IDC said, its worst year-on-year drop since COVID lockdowns in 2022. BBG, Ukraine's top commander, warned that his outmanned and outgunned army is struggling to halt a multi-pronged and intensifying Russian offensive as Kiev pleads with Western partners for more air defenses, and a critical military aid package remains stalled in the U.S. Congress. FTP ECB Governing Council member Gediminas Simkus said borrowing costs will decline this year, predicting at least 3 such moves. I see a higher than 50% chance there will be more than 3 cuts this year, Simkus told reporters in Vilnius. I see a higher than 0 chance that an interest rate cut may follow also in July. The July decision will be important in setting the trajectory. BBG aluminum surged by a record before erasing most of its gains on the London Metal Exchange as traders responded to new U.S. and U.K. sanctions that ban deliveries of Russian supplies produced since Friday. The restrictions on aluminum, nickel, and copper are aimed at curbing President Vladimir Putin's ability to fund his war machine. Announced late on Friday, they are designed to choke off Russian producers' access to Western exchanges while still allowing metal to flow to manufacturers in allied nations that depend on them. BBG. Tesla plans to cut more than 10% of its global workforce, Electrek reported. More than 14,000 employees if applied company-wide. It said an email from Elon Musk cited duplication of roles and job functions. BBG. Salesforce is in advanced talks to acquire data management software provider Informatica. According to people familiar with the matter, Informatica has a market capitalization of more than $11 billion after a 43% run up in its shares this year as traders bet on a deal. One potential complicating factor, the price that was being discussed is below Informatica's Friday closing stock price of $38.48 as a result of the recent jump. Wedge. Biden cuts Trump's lead to just 1 point in the latest NYT poll versus Trump's 5-point advantage in late Feb. This is just the latest in a string of polling numbers over the last several weeks, pointing to a healthy Biden bounce coming out of the State of the Union. NYT. Treasuries are getting harder to sell as U.S. economic data surprises to the upside. The Fed stays on hold for an extended period, and American fiscal deficits remain enormous. Wall Street doesn't expect the Treasury to raise auction sizes of longer-term notes and bonds until next year, but the government must also contend with refinancing a chunk of its bonds. A record $8.9 trillion of Treasuries, roughly a third of outstanding U.S. debt, is set to mature just in 2024. USJ. All righty. And yeah, bro, the high-low ticker's not working this morning. I just noticed that. I tried to open up another one, so we may have to play around a little bit with that one, but we're still trading higher. A little bit of a drop in pop off of retail sales. That was most of the headlines there, but I still got more. S&P futures are up by 0.8 in Monday morning trading, near the best pre-market levels. Comes after U.S. equities sold off on Friday, with all over the major indexes down over 1%. S&P ended down for a second straight week, and NASDAQ fell for a third straight week, while small cap Russell turned negative year to date. Treasuries weaker across the curve, dollar off by 0.1, gold is flat, Bitcoin futures down by 1.2, WTI down by 0.9, market bouncing on hopes of some de-escalation of Middle East tensions after Israel and allies largely thwarted the direct attack from Iran over the weekend. Also trading with a good news is good news tilt, similar to non-farm payrolls following the better retail sales print amid a pickup in some concerns about cracks in consumer resilience. In addition, some discussion about short-term oversold conditions and better second-half April seasonality. However, bearish talking points have had more traction as of late, with the hawkish repricing of Fed pivot expectations on a sticky core service inflation, dampening buyback support with corporates in their blackout periods, stretched systematic long positioning, and somewhat disappointing start to Q1 earnings. No NII guidance raises from the banks. March retail sales beat while ex-autos and fuel and control sales also ahead. April Empire Manufacturing missed as employment remained negative while prices paid picked up. NAHB housing out later this morning. Fed Williams said that inflation coming down slower than expected but still expects rate cuts this year. Some focus on surge in metal prices following LME's move to ban deliveries of Russian supplies produced after midnight on Friday. China left MLR and change and drained cash for a second straight month. Weekend press touched on the Treasury supply pressures, central bank policy divergence, dollar strength, and still rising rents. Apple iPhone sales down 10% year over year in Core 1, according to the latest report from IDC. Tesla slashing prices of FSD by half, while reports said the company preparing to cut headcount by more than 10,000 or 10% or 14,000 employees. Goldman had a big earnings beat with FICC a standout. MTB, EPS, and NIM light, but NII guide ahead and said CRE exposure shrinking. Several M&A focus. CRM in advanced talks to acquire Infa. ACAM said to be in advanced talks to acquire No Name Security for $500. Wire to be acquired by Pry in a deal worth $4.2 billion. MPW selling majority interest in Utah hospitals. NVAC shareholder pushing for active shakeup of board and strategy revamp. Not bad. Not bad. There's more. U.S. officials and allies now focusing efforts to minimize Israeli retaliation or Iran. U.S. Secretary Yellen says won't rule out measures in response to China's manufacturing overcapacity. Japan PM Kishida may call a general election as early as June. Stubborn inflation, tight monetary supply in U.S. is posing new risk for global soft landing hopes. Global high-rate chokehold posed to loosen, but not that much and slowly. Japan machinery orders rise sharply in February. Bond traders seeking more concrete evidence the Fed cuts are coming soon before making bullish bets. JP Morgan strategist says don't count on upheat in Q1 earnings season to drive stocks higher. Dollar rally to be supercharged by doubts over how aggressively Fed can cut rates this year. Oil lower as markets dial back risk premiums on hope of Israeli refrain against Iran. Commodities rally, complicating central banks' inflation tackling measures, jeopardizing near-term rate cut hopes. Base metals rally on U.S. and U.K. sanction banning deliveries of Russian supply. China Q1 GDP growth seems slow, keeping up pressure from stimulus. China drains cash from banking system for second consecutive month amid yuan concern. Bank of Japan new policy approach takes shine off inflation forecast as it takes a more discretionary approach. ECB Simca says central bank would cut 3 times this year with a chance of a fourth. Apple iPhone shipments down 10. Samsung regains market share lead. Tesla laying off more than 10% of employees. And Nippon Steel faces hurdles of U.S. labor union and regulatory review in bid to acquire U.S. Steel. Wow. That's the headlines. That's the news now. Now we got plays. A lot going on, man. A lot going on, but the market taking it good. And if bond yields are high, maybe tomorrow market goes down. We'll see. We'll see, baby. We'll see. A little bit more, too, on the way throughout the day, but you got some pre-market movers. And honestly, bro, I think it's a double whammy for MPW. Remember, I told you guys this last week, but CNC, they're up 5.7. They were re-awarded a Florida Medicaid contract, and I'm going to go down. And then Molina Health, they're down 4.7 because they didn't get that contract. But why I bring that up, because MPW, literally Centene, is their second biggest tenant. A lot of people ignore that because of Steward. But they're up 5.7. Goldman up 4 off of earnings. MTB 3.1 off of earnings. LSXMA up 1.9. Siri up 1.9. LMT 1.6. JP Morgan upgrade. Reaction to Iranian strikes on Israel. Coupang up 1.5. Citi upgrade. MPW up 18.5. Sales of majority interest in 5 Utah hospitals. Wire up 9.2. Acquired Prismian for $2.90 a share in cash. ST&E up 5.4. TGI up 5.2. JP Morgan upgrade. SGML up 3.3. EXTR 3.3. B. Riley upgrade. BOKB up 3.1. Holder Clear Lake confirms proposal to acquire for $80 a share. KOS up 3.1. LQDA up 2.9. SMR up 2.7. SHLS up 2.6. PVH up 2.4. Wedbush upgrade. IBRX up 2.3. LAC up 2.3. SNPO up 30 to be acquired by Residio for $10.75 a share. PLL up 19. Receive sale State mining permit of Carolina Lithium Project. RNAC up 17.0. USEG up 9.3. BROG up 8.1. IPHA up 7.5. First patient dosed in phase 2 expansion of SAR 443579 trial. HIDI up 6.2. RZLT up 4.8. FNGR up 4.2. MindMed up 4.1. LeRink initiates outperform. Iran-based companies or Israel-based companies trading higher. Metals trading higher and gold stocks trading higher. The miners, not necessarily the commodity. Again, that Russia stuff was a big part of it. Trading lower, Molina, they're down 4.7, not awarded Florida Medicare contract. Logi down 3.2, Morgan Stanley downgrade. CRM down 2.8, reportedly in advanced talks to acquire Infa. Tesla down 1.3, reportedly lay off 10% of staff. Schwab down 1.2 off earnings. MSTR up down 1. INFA down 1.0 in advanced talks to be acquired by CRM, reportedly at price below Friday's close. NMRA down 16. FDA clinical hold phase 1 study of NMR 266. Rare 11.7 down. Reports interim data phase 2 trial GTX 102 and Angelman syndrome. AVDX Goldman Sachs downgrade down 5.4. CLSK down 1.5. MRNS down 73. Phase 3 RAISE trial does not meet strong criteria of interim analysis. NXPL down 18. Cooler down 9.8 off earnings. Lyle down 5.5. And then ENTX down 4.7. Not bad, Chatadonia. Not bad. I think we got through time on. I don't know how. There was a lot of headlines there, too. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I think we're ahead. When I come back, I'm going to want some plays. I have a lot of plays today, too. There's a lot going on from earnings all the way to news. So we will see. Tesla Senior VP Drew Baglio said to leave the company. Hot dog. Tesla Senior VP. I've heard this. You've heard this guy on the conference call. Drew Baglioni. Or Baglino, he's leaving the company. That's coming in now.
You will likely have very different
outcomes
in such an environment if we do have a supply constraint in certain commodities, for example. On the supply chains, is your supply chain resilient, or do you rely on kind of global transport across international waters for your goods to make it to their end destination? Those things will matter more. They matter more in certain environments when geopolitical risks are heightened, and that is something that we are watching in addition to kind of the overall risk premium that could be priced in.
Again, it's about doing the homework in terms of which credits have more exposure to the story and the narrative. I think the number is between $20 and $33 billion worth of investment-grade credit will come down the pike this week, mainly from the financials. The 10-year and 30-year sovereigns took a bit of a jolt last week. I know there was a lot going on. It took a little bit more to get rid of those sovereigns of 10 and 30-year paper. When you see 20 to 30 billion of financials coming down, how do you think the market will take those on the investment grade side?
Sure. I mean, I think in general, the narrative so far this year has been there is a significant demand for new issue paper in the market, largely because in many of these instances, this paper is used for refinancing. So there's not a ton of incremental new money coming to these markets. That's particularly true in the leveraged finance side. I think relative to just a few weeks ago, we've had a third consecutive month of hotter than expected inflation. We've got some heightened geopolitical risks. It would be reasonable to think that the market would need to reprice a little bit to entice folks to come in if we have significant supply coming to the markets. But in general, I think the demand for investors is still there. It's still quite resilient. Again, much of the supply that we've seen in the Live Fin market in particular has been for debt repayment and refinancing. And so
debt repayment and refinancing. Chatadonia. So you're getting into here. They talking bonds and yields and earnings. You just had Tesla. One of 4 executives is stepping down. But Chatadonia, you're here right now. I have a couple plays. I'm going to be watching Bank of America, Goldman, Netflix, TSM, ASML. All of those are related to earnings. Then MPW, CNC, and Molina. That's related to both the Medicare stuff and paying debt. Then keep an eye on LMT. And then CRM, they report a little later. They want to buy somebody, and they are getting clapped on that today. So we'll see how it plays out. But a couple of ones there. Oh, we need to do the random play too. Yes, I will do that after. But you're here right now. So Chatadonia, tell me, what is your play of the day? Post it in the chat right now. What do you got for me, baby? Let's go. just falls off my desk when I do that. SPY puts, Palantir, TLT, Beto calls, restart, eat trade, HYMC, MNQ both ways, selling off SPY call, Tesla, SPY put, Tesla had a good run, puts on puts, GM, watching in, Tesla, LMT calls, Tesla hood, SPY puts, SLV, JP Morgan, Tesla, DDD, SPY both ways, Hub C, MSTR, CLSK long, closing QQQ put spread, Barrett Gold, SoFi calls, VXX, MPW, 21% pre-market, buying for the long term, Tesla put spreads, TJT because F it, Tesla calls, Sava, Tesla, high low, QQQ, ACB, Putty, Medical, JP Morgan 416, JPM 196, current MNQ short, aluminum, TSM calls through earnings, GLD, we dip by silver both ways, ASML, coin, MPW, UUU, and the final plays. Intel, RTX calls, MSTR, Colt calls, and finger to the sky with SQQ. Let's go, baby. Wow, that was beautiful. That was artistic, Chad. The way everybody just came in. Brah. Oh, that was beautiful. So, yeah, let's get the random account generator real quick here. We got a little bit of time, baby. We got a little bit of time. So, okay, we're going to take it. Shout out everybody on the watch list. You still had a little bit of time. We'll put the link in there. Okay. 4 plus 2 is 6. Get YouTube comments. Okay, baby. 53. Brah. Lord bless it. Let's go. What do we got? Oh, hailstone, finger to the sky. God bless you, baby. I think I saw him in the morning, too. Let's go. Google 130 puts, 524. Wow. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. Google puts. Wow. Okay, we got it. Random play has been locked and loaded. But Chad Adonia, welcome to the Colt, and you know what's up. Here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service, dedication, and sacrifice. Whether you've agreed with the orders or not, you made a commitment bigger than yourselves and stuck to it. And the least we could do is say thank you. And as a country, we have definitely failed in showing our love and appreciation. So veterans, the least we could do is say thank you. God bless you, and shout out to all of you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making the country and community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, Chad Adonia. We got the random play. The Jets. I need to restart my E-Trade real quick. Hold on. I need to restart my E-Trade. You guys are going to have to bear with me while I restart my E-Trade. Hold on, sir. I need my high-low ticker. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the bunkcast, baby. Welcome. So, Chad, we got about 1 minute until the bell, I think, or about, 1 minute, 51 seconds. What I need from you is a thumbs up on the video. We need those 1,000 likes. If we need any plays other than that, let's have a good day. Call out anything. You have any questions, you let me know. I will be here. You have a news wire in front of you. You got a little bit more data coming out, but not anything too crazy. And then a little bit of earnings, but not anything nuts. We will have some earnings previews, though. Done and done, baby. We good to go, baby. We good to go. Sending the Jets. And I'm surprised, though. I thought I'd get like 15 MPW questions already. I already have it typed out.
The news on MPW.
So I have it, but y'all only ask when it goes down. Y'all don't care if it go up 20%. You know what I'm saying? I feel you, dog. I feel you. So at that, but I'm ready, though. I got y'all if need be. All right, high-low ticker is back in business, baby. All right, great. 1 minute. Exactly 1 minute till the bell. Oh, we need 300 likes. Ooh, Chad, that's a big one on Monday. Oh, I've seen you guys do it. I don't know if I'm ready for an emotional roller coaster just yet. Actually, let me turn off extended hours. But yeah, should be very simple. Post any plays in the chat. If you have any questions, let me know. And this should be a fun one. Remember, bank earnings, Goldman, they already had it. And then Bank of America is tomorrow morning. And then we'll see where MPW goes after all that. Dang, 8:50, 30 seconds. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if we're going to do it, Chad. 850 likes. You have 20 seconds remaining. Happy Monday. Oh, no. Now you need 80 likes in 20 seconds. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Why do you do this to me? Why do you put me through this in the morning? It's 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, we did it, baby. Let's go. Are you kidding? Let's have a good time. All right, man. There's going to be a lot of them. A lot of them. Round 1. Fight. MPW did probably the best thing ever. They sold off those properties, and then they sold off a lot more than people were kind of expected, and they're almost near their, what's it called? They're almost near their goal of $2 billion. So it was really good news. Honestly, I was a little hesitant to average down on it on Friday. I ended up not doing it just because MPW always comes out with bad news afterwards, but assuming nothing gets followed up negatively, this is probably the best news for MPW in 2 years. I'd say hands down. Yeah, and they announced the dividend as well, too. Bro, they just got $1.1 billion in cash. They have $1.6 billion out of the $2 billion that they owe. All around, it's good news. Uber dying or Uber trying. MPW, so we'll see. If they get above 5, though, that'll be the price point. Again, LMT, they got a bid there. There was RTX, again, or who was the other one? There's another one, and then CRM. CRM's down 3.8. Again, they wanted to buy someone. Goldman's up 5. That's your first bank that's actually going up. So Goldman, where are they? Oof. GE running up. That's not going to fill. Marvel's running. Oh, I forgot. And then Intel, too. I'm looking at one play now. MPW above 5. So that's big. Again, if MPW doesn't sell off at 5, $6 is the squeeze level. So don't forget, 30% are sold. And then, I mean, who was it? SL Green? Last REIT that was struggling and sold off half of their portfolio. I mean, they went up 50%. But $6 I would call squeeze level. Visa, MasterCard rejected by Supreme Court on ATM fee lawsuit. NVIDIA. Intel is climbing up here a little bit. So Intel's even up. But remember, they got murdered on Friday. Oh, I didn't get the random play. Random play was a Google 130 put. I forgot to buy it. I'm looking at one play right now. But let me go grab this real quick. DJT up 2.7. Rivian ripping. Watch if JP Morgan goes up because, again, your boy Goldman, that's actually ripping out. And then Goldman could be a good post-earnings depending on how this thing moves. MPW's killing it right now. Like I said, above $5 there. It just has to hold. So how many times have you watched MPW makes a crazy move and then just dumps? So as long as you could hold above 5, but then $6 is your squeeze level. All right, what was the random play? It was a May 24th, 130 put. Okay, I got it for 56 cents. All right, that one is in the books. And then Goldman's still running up. I like Goldman a lot, but those options are all juiced up there. You can't really get anything cheap. Yeah, Citi, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. Again, Bank of America tomorrow morning. And then just Goldman is the first one to wake everybody up with, like, good news. So that's it. Trump in court calls trial an attack on a political opponent. Amazon, I forgot. Amazon was on fire last week. SPY coming down a little bit, though. So you still have the green. Let me open up another thing. It was Goog L. Let me load up another one. VKTX on the high ticker. It's kind of even. SOX L on the low. Coupang. So remember on Friday, Coupang was an outperformer for the China names. That one's still going up right now. Goog and Google, just one has voting rights, one doesn't. That's literally it. Okay, where are we at, too? 5-1 stand. We're at 560, so 5160. Remember, this was its own little baby level in and of itself. You actually have, 40 points to fill the gap? Damn, so you gapped up decent. MPW down 5% off the high. Just straight down since open. Happy Monday. And then Tesla's a little bit lower there. Who was the other one? Not UNH. Oh, Molina. Molina's still down, and then where's Centene? Centene gave it up. They had the Medicare contract. JP Morgan on the high. I would like Goldman, but those just are not getting any cheaper. Alcoa, they have earnings this week. And then again, I just saw chips sell off a little bit. Yeah, Intel's still going up there. Again, SoxL, they're coming down, but still up too. NVIDIA flush, AMD. Yeah, Roots on the high, Tesla on the low. SPY coming a little lower. Again, I just had Intel up. They're going up. And even the high-low ticker, it's about 50-50 right now. NASDAQ up 0.4, SPY up 0.75, Dow up 0.9, and Russell up by 0.5. So not too bad. NVIDIA, Walmart. Expedia. There's still a lot of things up. Meta, Netflix. Yeah, Netflix 0.68. Again, they report on Thursday. Who's the other one? ASML. Goldman Sachs shares extend jump to 6% after revenue beat. Yeah, they're the first bank to do anything. Ugh. Goldman, yeah, running same headline. Shorted XOM. Yeah, Goldman just brought up NII. That's what the other ones weren't doing. So ASML's kind of running. Again, they report on Wednesday. They're up a lot, man. 2% on the day. And then Starbucks on the high. And then Citi, they're up 1. They came back down a little bit. And I'm going to keep up Goldman. Hot Retail and War were green. On the War one, I kind of expected. That's why we were just, again, we had a lot of talk on Friday about just don't get too lost in the sauce. But the retail sales, it's interesting that markets went up. But I do think if bonds and yields are higher today, we come down tomorrow. Again, we're just doing that 1-day delay. So we'll put it to the test. Rent suspended. Tesla's going lower. MPW came back down to 5. Wave on the high. Intel breaking out. But again, Intel dropped 5% on Friday. That was the crazy part about all that. Amazon's just holding up good. They've been doing good, and they're going to report here in 2 or 3 weeks. Amazon has stood out. Remember, Amazon has both cloud, AI, they have exposure to a lot of the tech stuff and growth, and then not to mention just being one of the bigger dogs who didn't hit all-time highs as soon as everyone else. So, but they do report soon. 10 days? Well, there you have it. Eli Lilly pop in, Amazon candle, SPY back up to VWAP again. NVIDIA and AMD, they've actually rebounded there. So they were underperforming. At least NVIDIA did. AMD's still down. And then Intel's leading it. Apple, yeah. Apple got back. Again, Apple's another thing on just China shipments slowing down drastically. There's Marvel. And then I want to keep Goldman up. Delta on the low. Goldman's a slow mover, but like if those contracts get cheap on Goldman, that's probably my favorite play. Because like I said, once we find a bank earnings that actually moves, thank goodness. And then TSM, LMT, CRM could be good too, but they're getting clapped off that deal shit today. MU bouncing, Longevron up. CRM's down 3.7, SPY back above VWAP, NVIDIA literally went red and then just bounced up and went green again. Manchester United on the high as well. Yeah, MTB had earnings, and they said commercial real estate isn't really exposing them too much. They said they've wound that down, so they did good. Gold is chilling today. I don't know if it's a big indicator, but I think gold had a crazy Friday. And now with the war dynamic, and then the data doesn't help gold out today, but gold still held up pretty well. So I think gold is just still going to be in this crazy scenario. And speaking of crazy, green shoot, what just happened there? So SPY, we hit that bottom of the day, 4 candles, and now the 5th one, NVIDIA rocketing up. But now you are now at a high of the day, 51.67. So here's the thing. Are you guys ready? Friday was kind of a mess. 5 minutes here to start off the morning, 10 minutes. You're back up to the first 5 minutes of Friday, right before we started selling off. So you're right back here to like a lower equilibrium, I would call it. I don't know, but you're still just pretty much where you opened at Friday. And Friday we had that sell-off related to the war and then bad bank earnings. And then think about it. Today you had war, wasn't that dramatic, and then you had bank earnings that actually did good. Well, the war thing, it was everything we talked about on Friday. Like I was even explaining it to my mom over the weekend because my mom didn't know. She's like, "What?" She was like, "Israel attacked the consulate?" And I was like, "Yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago." I was like, "We knew about this on Friday." My mom was like, "How did you know?" I'm like, "Mom, do you not?" She just watches the foreign news too much, you know? But essentially, I mean, like we said, it was just a matter of how hard Iran attacked. And then remember, we made jokes about it. We were just saying, even after Iran attacks, Israel's going to be like, okay, we have to retaliate to the retaliation. And that's where we are now. But essentially, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be big. We knew that Iran wanted to get their licks in, but if it was too big, it would have caused the problem. That's why they waited a week and they settled on the bombardment, and literally there was no casualties reported. And then bond yields, bro, still getting murked. So again, I think we're going to watch the bond effect tomorrow. So I think SPY will be in its own little world today. And then tomorrow, if the yields bounce, the market will come down. And then maybe if the yields go even higher, then I think the SPY will hold up until it eventually comes back. Yeah, Longeveron, I don't know if it's from the last week. So they like issued a bunch of shares, and then they came out here. Was it here? I think it was last week. They came out with an update on their like drug pipeline. Excuse me, but they're running right now. Longeveron James. My average on MPW is like mid-7s, I think. I'm down a decent amount still. Even I have flip shares too. I'm only down 20 on those now, but my goodness. But yeah, MP, it's good. It's very good news. So I really hope the Lord takes a burden off our back. But And that would be great. If not, I mean, we still ride it out, but it's still, I mean, it really does seem like that. As long as management doesn't drop the ball from here, that was the news we wanted. Buy for Tesla. Yeah, it's like $50 or $20. No, that's serious. I'm not really a Tesla buyer. Chevron still going up. Goldman slipped a little bit, still up 5. Bond yields going a little higher. Clearmind randomized phase 2 clinical trial in Lomacel accepted. Oh, so they had an update? Nice, Coyote. So Chevron is up off data. Yeah, MPW. Oh, thank God you asked, Gatsby. You're the first one. You know that if MPW is down 2%, I would have had 15 questions. Why is MPW down today? Why? But I'm glad you asked. Here you go, sir.
The news on MPW today was that they sold off a majority of their Utah properties and received over $1.1 billion in total cash. This is big because they have been trying to raise $2 billion to pay off debt, and now this deal puts them on track to meet that goal. They also announced ex-dividend as well, and their second biggest tenant, Centene, also got re-awarded the Florida Medicaid contract.
There you go. There, I'm glad. Yeah. So it's good. Yeah, it's very, very good. Very good news. I thought they only got 190. Read it all. Read it all, my brother. So they got I think they kept the remaining 190. They received $800 million in cash on one deal, and then they sold another property that netted them another 200 or 300. But pretty much off of the announcement on Friday, they received $1.1 billion in total cash off of 2 deals. And then they still own a JV. They own a portion of the Utah property still, but generally they just received the cash, and now they've gotten 1.6 out of $2 billion that they were supposed to have at the end of the year. So their goal was to raise $2 billion by the end of this year to pay off the debt for 25 and 26. And then they have already pretty much, they're like 80, 90% there. So not bad. And then, bro, bonds are getting murdered on all this. Again, hot data here again. The fiasco on Friday. That's it. I mean, stocks, you're not feeling it, but this is what we kind of talked about on the watch list yesterday. Bro, bonds are down 1.4. Ugh. Yeah, your 10-year's well above 4.6 right now. Yeah, you're at 4.62. So, again, last time you were here, bro, this was November 13th on the way down, but even on the way up, this is, I think, where we started to die. September 29th, October 1st. I guess you're already dead after that, and then you kind of bounced up. Oh, J-Rock. If you were option trading long-term, would you recommend cost averaging to your play? Would you hold their stop loss? I have no idea what you're saying. What do you mean option trading long-term? I mean, like a leap or what? Otherwise, it's just a matter of averaging, but I don't average on options. I try to get a better option. So I don't know if, and again, I wouldn't trade options in your long term, but the general idea, like if I buy like an Apple 100 call and that goes down in value, instead of averaging on it, I would buy a cheaper one. So, or I would get, instead of buy, like I would get it one closer to the money. Sons of averaging. Amazon on the high. MPW chilled out though. Oh, I thought MP, which one was the other one? I want Goldman. Goldman. Is it HUMC? MNDR? What the hell is that? Mobile Eye Health Network up 18. CCJ coming back up. Amazon again. MPW. Oh, open face? I thought you never asked open face.
The news on MPW today was that they sold off a majority of their Utah properties and received over $1.1 billion in total cash. This is big because they have been trying to raise $2 billion to pay off debt, and now this deal puts them on track to meet that goal. They also announced ex-dividend as well, and their second biggest tenant, Centene, also got re-awarded the Florida Medicaid contract.
There you go. Amazon, big pop. Here at the high, Humana's going up, and then SPY right back to VWAP. Fears have been quelled. I mean, the only bad thing about today is the bond yields. That's about it. So, your war pressure, oil's down. You're not getting all that. The only thing, strong retail data. People could feel good in terms of equity, but only bad news, again, is just affecting the bonds. Thought you needed the shares to sell? Wow, what you don't know will hurt you? What do you mean? What I meant is that before contracts expire, I buy 2 weeks out long-term to me and cost average into the play and add success. Is this too risky? It's eventually not going to work because just options, 90% of them go to zero. So I don't have a problem with the short-term contracts, assuming you want to play in that duration. I play the short terms for earnings, and that's pretty much about it. But other than that, it just depends on what's it called? It just depends on how the stock actually moves and what the catalyst is for that. Well, yen's been getting hammered since Friday. Again, I think we wanted the dust to settle a little bit, but we'll see here with bonds. But maybe this week, if no data and it's quiet on the U.S. front, that's a possibility. You just sold MPW shares. You didn't own them. You didn't know I could do that. Yeah, that's called shorting. So you just shorted MPW. Yeah, so if you press sell and you don't own it, it'll let you sell it. And then you're now short. Tesla's still going lower. It's crazy because layoff news just did not give them any sort of up. No, Walgreens, I would wait. I like Walgreens, but not enough to average after the divvy cut. We need, again, after you cut your dividend, you're either going to get a lot worse or a lot better. And for now, until they start doing good and get better with that money saved, I'm not down to average on that one. AMD green, wow. Oh yeah, right there, break even. Intel recovered half of Friday's losses, still ugly. Ulta's always worth looking at. Ulta's just expensive. I wish we played that little dip buy. Actually, it bounced a little bit. So I could be down for a swing on Ulta. But even then, even when you pull out the chart, Ulta is not cheap. Thank you. I'm always playing against the clock. Our long-term play is buying the whole share. Yeah, long-term, 10 years. And, the way I tell people, man, trade options, just make 2 separate accounts. So, you're going to have one account you're going to trade on, and, that's the stuff you move daily and move around on, and then have a separate account where, think about it. I don't know how old you are, but if you know options today and you know about the stock market, if you make an account and put shares in it and hold for 10 years, whatever happens with the trading, that one account that you're actually owning companies in and you don't sell and own the equity, it goes a long, long way. It's a trip. I've been listening to you for 4.5 years, baby. Amen, man. God is good, bro. God is good. Zoom. I'm not the biggest fan of it for the long term, but I think it trades good off headlines. That's about it. Yeah, you got business inventories and then housing market and then retail inventories excluding auto. And then NVIDIA keeps ramping up. SPY near the high. Again, we're going to get data in a little bit. SOXL on the high. Yeah, chips are going vertical. Literally, NVIDIA back to 904. What's the other one? SMCI's up 3. ASML. Lufthansa sees adjusted EBITDA 2.2 billion. Estimate was 2.5. Send on the judge. 4 years of the coal, baby. Mr. Avocado. Or Osavado, depending on where you're at. God bless you, baby. Amen. What kind of data are we getting? You're getting, it says retail sales month over month, excluding autos. We already had one set, but housing data and then business inventories. Not too big. It's not the most important, but then again, just with rates and everything, I would like to see data and just how things end up moving. And then NVIDIA, again, they went red to green. Tesla's just red. Intel held up. Again, SMCI, the other ones are doing good. Netflix not moving. They report on Thursday. Amazon in 10 days, and they're up 1.2. I think they're the leader today. And I'll get you the breakdown after the data. Tesla Q on the high, and then Ford on the low. Deckers. Citi came back down. JP Morgan up 1.6. XLF's in the green. XLV, Molina, they're still down. MPW slipping a little bit below 5. Oh, Pfizer. I forgot about young Pfizer. He got flushed on Friday. Uranium. It's doing very good today. But it has held up very well. And then again, it does not help that your boy oil is on a tear too. And speaking of which, where is oil right? Oil's down 1% on the day, 84. And again, futures are doing good. Tesla, I mean, it's just been a bad year for Tesla. Again, Tesla, I think, is the worst name on the S&P 500. So, like, it shouldn't be uncommon that in 2024, like, your Tesla underperforming. Unfortunately, that's kind of just been a theme of the year, sadly. SMCI running. Had those up earlier. Again, even NVIDIA. I got the Google random play. CRM trying to come back up. Again, they got a haircut. Oh, that's way too far out. I'll look on O. You think they won't be worth their dividend? No, O is a very solid company. Do you know O has been around since like 1970? So like O owns a majority of like retail real estate that you've seen in America. So I like O. I haven't bought it since that first purchase. You have to realize like all REITs have gone under pressure. Anything that owns real estate, commercial real estate, has debt and has interest rates, they all went under pressure here with everything going on. So, I think they've had the pressure from that. We bought them while they had a big discount, and then they still kind of stayed around there. But I like the company. There is nothing like crazy about O where I'm like, nah, I don't want it. I haven't bought it in a while. I have good exposure with all the other REITs, but I'm not really fearful of it. How long the criteria for S&P to get removed? It'll take a while. Tesla still has a lot of the other categories. Again, the profitability, the size, all of that. But for the most part, I do think they deserve to be on the S&P. Just doing bad this year. And remember, they've always had a high valuation. Tapestry says approved Capri transaction April 15th. CPR and TPR. Oh, CPRI. And then PLL, they had news in the morning. They're up 35. They're running up. SPY right at VWAP, and then data in 10 seconds, 20 seconds. So get ready. Again, business inventories, and then housing index. Lufthansa, U.S. defense stocks up as Middle East tensions intensify. And we're off. All right. Business inventories, 0.4. Estimate was 0.4. So those came in line. And then I don't have the housing index numbers. Housing 51 versus estimate of 51. And then retail inventories excluding auto 0.4. So literally all three data sets smack dab in line with expectations. So again, retail sales inventories in line, housing market in line, and then other inventories in line. And then again, Lufthansa, SOXL on the high, and then Microsoft. And then bonds catching a little candle lower, but a couple of tech names are moving. I mean, the low ticker is moving too. I see XMO, XLP, ADM on the low, and then I see chips and tech on the high. Polkadot, Tesla, NVIDIA is really running now. NVIDIA's up too. Again, they were red just a little bit ago. KRE, XLF off the data. Yeah, KRE still in the green. Again, XLF got the bounce from Goldman. Where is the dollar? Dollar slightly green again today. And then SPY trying to go up. Bonds moved a little bit, but data shouldn't do too much. And then I don't think you have anything else. You'll get like 3 6-month bond auctions on the day. And then that's it. And then you'll get Fed Dolly tonight. And now nothing else on the calendar. Chips look to rip all day. Bonds coming down a little lower though, so they wanted to hold on, but watch if those give up. Because again, that story is not stopping from the morning. And then Intel down 3.2, or Tesla, Intel's up 2.2. 99 cents only stores announces bankruptcy sale of portfolio. Tesla policy executive Rohan Patel has also left the company. Bro, what? Another departure? What did Elon... I think Elon... He probably left ketamine in the company fridge, you know? You know, like people leave their yogurt and shit for like lunch. Elon probably left ketamine, and then somebody ate his yogurt filled with ketamine, and then they probably got drugged. Seriously, because like, why are they all leaving, bro? No, it don't make any sense. That's the only way I'd leave if I was like, man, I was just trying to steal homeboy's yogurt, and then I got put into a K-hole. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's 2 executives in the morning. 2 of 4? EGIO on the high. SPY a little bit of a red. Again, another set of Tesla news, another departure. Because, again, they had price cut stuff in the morning. And then another piece of news, and then that other guy left, and then they started going down. Again, the layoffs. Humana on the high. How much lower TLT before the market reacts? I mean, the market is already reacting, but not really. But, I mean, anywhere. I mean, we don't really know. That's kind of been the difficulty here. But, I mean, just in general, there's like a slight reaction. I think it's happening at a delay, but in general, it could go as low or as high as it wants, but probably around the 5s. So again, and then that's where the other market fear arrives if the yields start going above 4.7, 5, 5.2, 5.5, and then before we know it, I mean, we're talking a whole new rate regime. And then SPY coming down there again, bonds lower off the dip. Bonds are reacting to data, and bonds are just sensitive as hell. The market is doing good, though. Like I said, on these days, I mean, I said it yesterday on the watch list, even this morning. Take a look. We're up. Bond yields go higher here. I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow now if we close up doing good. Bond yields get a little bit of a bounce, and then we come down here. But you're doing the same thing. Yields hit a new high. Market's still in this middle, and then depending on how they move from there, we make the next step. Where is it? Yeah, you're at 4.637. So I think this is a new high of the week. Yeah, so we're just doing it again. Bonds hit the high, the market goes up, then market goes down, then the bond yields go lower, and then the next day the yields go high, market holds up, and then we're doing it again. But this is nutty now. Like, look at how big even that move is on the day. You are getting a very aggressive march towards the highs again. RTY, YM dumping, Google on the high, Wave 2, they're buying someone. Gold slipped a little bit. I don't know, IWM futures, are they red? But I see IWM in the green. Yeah, Russell futures are red, but I see the index actually up. Interesting. Gold starting to plummet now. Gold is lower than yesterday. $5 off the low from Friday. And then Google's running straight up here. So you're still getting counter movement. This isn't just the one. Again, even NVIDIA is going straight up. This is not just one direction, my friend. NU, MRK, DraftKings on the high. Google once again. Bond yields lower. I mean, dude, we might be hitting 4.7 by the end of this week at this pace. So if bonds keep doing it, and then again, last time we broke above 4.65, I do think you were at, 4.75 by the end of the week. Citron, Microsoft switched from ACAM to EGIO, claiming that EGIO is better tools and support. Why is this stock not $60? Taken from Copilot. Citron with the bullish pump. So Citron pumping EGIO. They were just at $9 not too long ago. Oh, gold flushed right now. I'm about to go break even on my gold play finally. But yeah, gold just took a $10 drop. What time is it? 7:30? 7:07? Where's young silver? And then SPY is going lower there. Silver's in the green? No shit. So silver bugs, you're closing up that gap. EGIO, Citron pump, bonds lower, SPY a pretty big candle down now. And then Jack Cooper Transport formally withdrew latest offer to revive bankrupt trucker Yellow. So again, you are getting a little bit more of a dump here. 5153. Technically, you had a candle at 5150, and then you fill the gap 30 points lower from here. Oh, there it is. No news. No news. We just had data 5 minutes ago. It all came in line. But then bonds, let me tell you what your only news is. Your news is the 10-year is just getting violent. I just showed you guys the weekly chart. It just pulled it. It's pulling even higher. But, this is violent. That's a little odd. And then, like I said, the closer we get to 46 or 4.7, there it is. I think the market will hold up till tomorrow a little bit. Or, again, I think market will come down when when the rates come back down. But for the most part, you are getting that on the background. But no real headline driver on any of this.
Copper. Well, that's the thing, though. I don't know, and I don't know if gold and silver has to do with it. But did you guys hear about the little Russia thing this morning? Because, like, it's pretty big. So, like, they put another sanction on Russia, and they are banning commodities that are made after the weekend, pretty much. So anything that was not manufactured before Friday, and it's a commodity, you can no longer, like, buy it from Russia. So it's like pretty much is like 2 to 3% of the world's commodities in general. And then I am green on my gold play, believe it or not. Who would have thought? How do you enforce it? Just like the oil stuff. And then SPY is just dumping, bro. So again, SPY is dumping. And then I do think I'm more concerned with bonds. So, like, again, we could drop another 20 points, still be green, and then your 10-year could be at 4.7 by the time you bounce. So let's see here, but I do think it's 4.65 now. I think the 10-year is kind of cracking. How much was I down? I was down $10,000 2 days ago. Now I'm up 300. Gold's still tanking. I'll take it for now. I think it goes down to 23.20. That would be the next. That's where I was going to close, and then I didn't. I was like, oh, it'll come back there, and then it bounced, and I never had opportunity. The bonds, I mean, it's all from the last couple of weeks, all the inflation worries and everything, but they, again, even dated strong retail sales did not help out. The market is once again resilient, but here it is. I mean, now we're coming down, but the bonds are getting very concerning. I mean, like I'm saying, maybe by the end of this week, we might be at 4.7, but even whatever just happened today, it may feel like a quiet start, but your bonds are getting absolutely destroyed. This is E-Trade. The fear play pumped the bonds. Yeah, it did. I think maybe we just unwound that. But no, they got murdered, though. 4.7, the door is knocking, man. The door is knocking. I have a Fidelity account as well. I like E-Trade's platform for trading. Like, I just like this platform. I've used it most of my life. But I have a Fidelity account and Schwab. Not too bad. Damn, Tesla's still low. And then bonds, bro, 88.57. Most aggressive play on the 10-year. I mean, you could buy the levered ETFs, but the most aggressive idea is thinking that there's going to be a rate cut in June or maybe even sooner. At this point now, the only way people buy bonds is if data comes down and is really supportive, or there's a fucking vol like Black Swan. That's it. At this point, hot take is that you have an economic failure that leads people to want to buy bonds. Other than that, until the data or the rate cuts actually get confirmed, I mean, bonds are just getting single-handedly slaughtered now. When it banks, well, that's the thing. I mean, banks little by little, every time the bond, like even right now today, that 10-year move, banks are getting destroyed off of it. Some more than others. It just depends how they're set up. And then SPY or bonds going lower. SPY trying to bounce a little bit. So is gold. Apple, a couple of big tech staying pinned, and then again, Amazon came back to open. They were the leader, bro. Bonds are still getting murdered. So again, 10-year, 30-year, that is it's huge today. I'm telling you, it reminds me of the day after the Fed where the bonds got killed. Like, I could only imagine, I think by the end of today, the MOVE index
is probably going to launch. Yeah, literally. So bond volatility back to February, a little bit by September, and then where VIX is at 17. And then 51.41, you're about halfway to fill the gap, halfway to back to your high. So in a weird way, this is like equilibrium between the last 2 days. Same distance to the high as you are to the low, or to fill in the gap. SMCI puts. Remember, there's ASML2. They have earnings. SMCI. Again, some of them report later, though, in chip land, so you got to be careful with that. What was it? That's a new all-time. Is it a new low on TLT for the cycle? Yeah. Wow. No. Just here. We were at 83 in October. But now you're getting back to November levels. You scared me there. And then there's NIVDA, SPY a little bit off the bottom. Why were futures not down when the 10-year? Because the market has been resilient against the bonds. I mean, that's kind of been the theme. Because, again, this whole year, yields up, stocks up. But that's why I said it may just be a delay. So if the yields close up high today, and I think they will, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we go down. But I'm not, after last week, if the rates go up, I'm not expecting the market to drop instantly. But I am expecting one of them to move and then the next one moves, because that's the only way the rates have gone up. Do you see what I'm saying? So on the this little stair stepper over the last couple of weeks, that's how it's played out. We're rallying up on yields. Market doesn't react, then slight reaction, then bonds pull back, and then it just does it again, over and over and over and over again. So I do think here we hit a high on yields. That's bad. Market doesn't take it immediately. Then throughout the next couple of days, if yields stay up, I think market will have more pressure. And once the market has pressure, the yields will come down. And then once the yields come down again, market will be able to kind of come back up, and then it'll set its, because otherwise it's very hard to read where it is. This is just a theory of mine, but that's what I have been noticing. But that's why I'm like, okay, bonds are getting destroyed and stocks are still in the green. We saw something like that last week, and it was this type of setup. So that's the only thing I could chalk it up to. I think gold can bounce. Again, the reason I'm not covering the short is because I know I'm going to trade it again. Does that make sense? So it's like I know there's going to be action in gold. But just realistically, I think gold is going to be probably one of the bigger movers for the next couple of weeks. So that's why I'm going to close it at a price once I'm willing to pretty much go long at that price. TLT can revisit the lows if everything we're going through continues. You know what I'm saying? Like just this little story of inflation and the data and the back and forth. Definitely. You know, once the data comes in good or we have a real concrete evidence of it pulling back, then it'll change. But other than that, it is quite difficult. DBI on the high, SMTC, EDU, Microsoft came down, SPY below VWAP, bonds still low. I'll look at TSM. Remember, we had a good TSM earnings play last quarter. So TSM actually just doesn't really move too much, but I like them. Open by to make sure everyone liked the video. Young Buffett, baby. How's Romeo? How is it, man? Everything good? I hope you guys good. We praying for y'all. I hope it's been a good transition. I hope little Romeo safe and healthy. I know he got long-term already too, huh? He's been doing good. First 3 months of his life, killing it. Killing it on the long term. Howell on the high. Itos on the high. And where's Intelia? TSM's not a big earnings mover. So last quarter we hit the 1,000% on it just because they weren't priced in a lot. So if that's the same situation, I'm down. BWXT. Oh, why does that's the one you brought up last time with Axon, right? I might be down. That was a surpriser. Welcome to the bear market. It sucks because there's one thing I don't like. How we look right now. I'm reaching right now. I'm definitely reaching. But how we look right here, it's starting to remind me of the end of October or the end of September. Because that's what happened with rates. So just the last time we climbed up near 4.7 now, after breaking 4.5, we were already a little weaker. And then as we hit towards the end of the month, it started to crack a little bit. So I'm paranoid with rates. I do respect the market because I've seen it hold up very well. That's why I'm giving you some of these theories about the delay. But that's the only thing I could be reaching for is if we just go through another rate blowout and then everyone just starts freaking out again. But this time we have earnings. Danger zone, anything below 5,100. So that was, remember last week, we never broke below 5,100. So even still to this day, like even Friday we were freaking out, Thursday there was all of that, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like you still haven't broken below 5,100. 5,200 was kind of a level 2 because we never broke below from the moment we went above it, but 5,100 is kind of a nice little line in the sand. CMAX, GL on the low, SPY coming back down, TSM, Tesla's already low, and then bonds got a little bounce too, but again, bonds are the leader to the downside. Russell's already red. You guys called that one out earlier. Russell futures are down even more. The dump, you can't really attribute it, like we had data and started moving. If anything, I think the data in the morning was more negative, but I think just normal movement, and then if anything, a little bit of reaction to the bond yields climbing, but not anything like, oh my gosh, because markets are still solidly green. Oil, I think it's just the war stuff, man. I really think we had a good discussion about it on Friday, but like this little attack, a lot of it was theater. And I say that cautiously because I know it is an armed conflict and it's there, but like there's a lot of politics behind those two countries, and just like, how it was televised and the plan and the idea. It's like we were saying, it's just going to be an attack, get their response back in, and as long as they don't attack too aggressive, the situation should blow over. Like every time. This isn't the first time you have had a situation kind of similar to this. No offense, I think people saying it's theater are coping heavily. Well, what do you think I'm coping with? Because like for me personally, it's just it's the history of the situation. So that's why I wasn't really worried about it. My hearts go for both countries, and I don't really believe in war, but I don't know what I'm coping with, and if that's the case, though. But the headlines, this is my take. The headlines don't really say that. If anything, people are just saying
hoping for war de-escalation, because now everybody's focusing on Iran saying they're done if Israel doesn't retaliate. But like I'm saying, why is oil down and all of this? I told you all of this on Friday. So before any of this stuff happened, we talked exactly about retaliating to the retaliation. They're going to negotiate. It'll be this big theater attack, and then as long as nothing big happens, everyone moves on. YYAI? It have AI in ticker, huh? Connexa Sports Technologies. CNN Live, and now we wait for the... Dude, they were taking, like, photo ops. Literally, Israel's Twitter posted, like, a TikTok-looking clip of bombs being intercepted over the temple. I was like, you got, like, this is a photo op? So, I mean, I really didn't think, like, I was... The only thing dramatic, like, in context is that this really hasn't happened. So, like, for Iran to, like, go in, like, and make that direct of an attack on Israel, that you haven't really seen. It's usually Hezbollah or something else more indirect attacking Israeli soil. So that was the new element of all of it, but it still wasn't, like, anything crazy. CLSK, that's going up on the high, where's coin. And then SPY near the low. Israeli army confirms troops wounded inside Lebanese territory. As a yen, well, here's the thing: if oil goes up a lot, the yen will get clapped even more. I wouldn't think, like, politically with the yen, more so just impact of dollar and energy and all of that. And then if there's a war going on, it makes it like the higher the tensions, the harder to intervene. So, like, last week, the yen was getting clobbered, and you guys were like, is the government going to intervene? And I was like, they should have. But the problem was you had so many U.S. events, it's getting in the way. It could make a lot of your efforts futile. So essentially, like, imagine trying to, like, support the yen, and then there's an issue, and then there's another attack, and oil goes up $10. You just spent billions of dollars to support it, and now all these other effects will pretty much wipe it out. So I do think the more conflict, the more tension, the less likelihood of intervention, because it makes your intervention be less potent, essentially. So 5-man, it just wants to go down, and then it just catches an air brake bid. Waiting for 505. Well, for now, I mean, I'm just waiting for 5,100. I want to see if we break that. I mean, we still got a gap fill on the table for today. We do have a lot of earnings, too. That's the thing. There's no buybacks right now. And then those earnings are going to call, the pretty much the theme here for the next couple of weeks till we get the next sets. I do not look at RSI, no. Futu going up, and then Tizza. BTAI low ticker is very active, bro. Hold on. It looks like the SPY's trying to fight, but the low ticker just went crazy. 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute. You might go a little lower here. Sark on the high. Again, Macy's, a couple of others selling off. Russell at lows, GS call. I like them, but let me check the price. I just like that they're the first bank to do good, and then they got a little bit of meat on the bone to the upside. They have came down in pricing, so there's some cheap one. You're pretty much gonna buy the pre-earnings price. Oh, these are for next week too. Dollar popping. Silver. I thought silver was up. Dollar pop in 0.2. Yeah, these ones are tough. All right. Okay, now, ladies. Yeah. So gold's bouncing off the bottom right there. I think a lot of things are. And then not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made a play. I went with the Goldman play. So that was the one I was looking at there. Chad just brought it up to me. The contracts did come down. I think this one's kind of pushing it, though. So I'm not as confident. I only put down $14. Don't trade it. You will lose money. I grabbed an April 26th 450 call for 14 cents. So that's like a 10% move. I mean, they were up another, 2 or 3% at the high. So we'll see. Random play was a Google put. Yeah, but they haven't broken all-time highs yet like the other banks, and they're up there. So maybe we get lucky, but it can be a slow mover. But I went $15 or $14. Keep it cheap. Cavill on the high. Didn't we see this all day last week? I don't know if it got on hold. I feel like we have. And then Bond's trying to come back up here. VWAP came a little lower. SPY was just at that low there. I mean, still did not fill the gap or anything in between. On Goldman, yeah, that was the play I just made. GS. Zach Morris. Didn't he go to jail? They let him out? That's good. Free the dogs. That's it. You know what? I saw the story. You know that song? Have you ever heard that song where he's like, and mama, don't worry. Your son a gangster. Something like that. You ever hear that song? It's a new song. It was like, it's fairly recent. He said, mama, don't worry. Your son a gangster. I don't even know the lyrics. Yeah. You know that dude is in jail? Because he killed his barber? Yeah. I thought that was a joke. Yeah, apparently. Apparently his barber didn't want to be in a music video with him. So he killed his barber. And now he's in jail. Yeah, his haircut is very bad too. That's why it's like there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. No plays on TSM yet.
Are we talking about the guy who makes that one song? Mama, don't worry. Your son to something. I don't know what he says. Gangster, survivor. I don't know. And then Goldman. That's the one I just played. TGS on the low. Transportation de gas. Bonds trying to fight back, but this could be the low of the day, or they'll base here for a couple hours, then hit one more fresh low at the end of the day, and then that's it. Israel's defense minister Gallant told Austin Israel had no choice but to respond to an Iran attack. I don't know. Maybe watch oil. Because if Israel attacks again, then this starts to get drawn out. Hopefully, because oil is going up right now. But like that, and again, this was the joke we made on Friday, because it's just like you start the fight, and then it's like punching someone, then they punch you, and you're like, how dare you punch me? But they're like, you just punched me. And they're like, well, I have to punch you again. And then it's just going to keep going over and over again. Iran's foreign minister tells British counterpart Tehran does not favor increased tension, but will respond instantly and stronger than before if Israel retaliates. Have I seen that? Airbnb is next to Disney World, up 431, more than the last 2 years. I mean, it's the same inventory as 2017. I haven't seen that, though. But I don't believe in Airbnb price sell-off. The only way Airbnb hurts prices is if Airbnb gets banned. That's the only thing I've ever seen. So, like, everybody was, like, dramatic on the Palm Springs ones. So, like, I could even show that one. It's crazy. So, like, Palm Springs, they banned Airbnbs, and, like, it was the same thing. Twitter, TikTok, they were like, these houses, the inventory, and it's causing a crash. But then, like, literally prices dropped $100K after being raised $700K. So, if anything, I mean, I did not hear about that, but I'm more a believer of the bans, because like I said, the one where my Airbnb is, the city limited how many Airbnbs could be allowed, and that house dropped 50% in value. So, but like inventory selling, like that's, I think people just still need houses. Let me show you the Rancho. Was it Rancho Mirage? I think. I think this is one of them. Yeah, so here's a good one. So, Palm Springs. This is where, like, again, I use Rancho Mirage applies as well. It's the same, like, state or the same, like, local council or whatever. And again, go look up everyone, the TikToks, all of them. They same exact thing, but Airbnb banned like the Airbnbs in this area, and the people are like, the prices, the inventory went up. But like, go look at all the houses. I think this was the one this is the exact house I saw when it was all going down, because they listed it like a year ago. But like, they bought it for $700,000. They listed it for 1.7. Then Airbnb gets banned. They lower it $100K, and now they're down to like $200K lower. But like I'm saying, it's still the same. They bought it for $700K. And like, you go through all of them, any of the ones, if you even sort by like days on the market, it's the same thing. They took price drops, but they're all elevated. So like, the only thing I've seen with Airbnb hurt prices so far, maybe
we need to just get out of this weird post-pandemic. But the only thing I've seen get affected on real estate is when regulation like effectively bans them, but the inventory hasn't gone nuts. How much reno in LT and PHILO? I don't know. You got to look into that. It just depends. Sometimes you could spend a lot, or you could do the Josh Answer special. I don't know what the condition of that property was, but at the very least, though, Palm Springs is not, I'm telling you, the other areas where I've seen them ban Airbnb, I wanted to buy this one house. I'm telling you, 6 months ago, this house would have sold for $1 million, 1.2. Now that they banned the Airbnbs, this thing, maybe you'll get 500 grand for it. Yeah, oil's been running. So again, I've been giving you guys those headlines on the attack stuff, even gold. So I'm back negative on gold again. Yeah, oil and bonds too. So Sunak will speak to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on how to prevent escalation. I think it's side-eye Iran comments that are hitting. That's why bonds, gold, and dollar. Can you see which houses are sold by the holder versus investors? Yeah, you could just tell if the house was bought recently. So like that one I just showed you, like the guy just bought it. And like you could see that on public record. But usually if it's just like the first time on market, that person has never sold the house. Cavill again. Kaivel Brands. And then bonds are coming up there. I mean, again, you recovered half of that bond sell-off. Very interesting. SPY's a little lower. And again, oil and gold just woke up. Yeah, oil's at 85 now. Oil recovered like half of the loss on the day. EDBL. Edible Garden. Is this a weed stock? Yeah, dollar's still up there. SPY hit a new low 2 minutes ago, but not flushing too insane. And then again, oil's up $1.30 from the comments from both Iran and Israel. There's something going on in Europe or the UK. Again, Sunak is talking right now.
Peace, dignity, and security. And so do people across the entire region. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Saturday's attack was the act not of a people, but of a despotic regime. And it is emblematic of the dangers that we face today. The links between such regimes are growing. Tel Aviv was not the only target of Iranian drones on Saturday. Putin was also launching them at Kyiv and Kharkiv. And who was the sole voice speaking up for Iran yesterday, seeking to justify their actions? Russia. The threats to stability are growing, not just in the Middle East, but everywhere. And we are meeting those threats time after time, with British forces at the forefront. It's why our pilots were in action this weekend. It's why they have been policing the skies above Iraq and Syria for a decade. It's why our sailors are defending the freedom of navigation in the Red Sea against the reckless attacks of the Iran-backed Houthi militia. It's why our soldiers are on the ground in Kosovo, Estonia, Poland, and more. And it's why we have led the way in backing Ukraine and will continue to back them for as long as it takes. When adversaries like Russia or Iran threaten peace and prosperity, we will always stand in their way, ready to defend our values and our interests, shoulder to shoulder with our friends and our allies. And I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Oh, shit. I was muted? You didn't hear me? Oh, I was saying what's it called? Sunak, they made a couple of comments there. That was the only thing, but I don't think it's anything crazy. And then we went a little bit lower. But generally, I mean, this is still the same little bit of pressure / relief, and oil just popped up off those headlines. That was it. All right. Okay, and then on that note, if it's possible, I think it is, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning, Chattadonia. Happy Monday. Russia's Petrovov held telephone talks with chairman of National Security Council of Israel.
Particular rare earth materials, critical minerals that are used in global technology products. And then you're also going to see actually a supply chain impact on oil and gas industries, because a lot of methanol actually ships through those ports. And so you're going to see a global impact, but it's going to be really felt in Asia right now, because those are the places that are still dependent on this major thoroughfare, this major shipping route.
Well, Brandon, you touched on what I've been wondering about, which is where we should be looking for the ripple effects here, what industries we should be keeping an eye on. It sounds like oil, definitely, but also rare minerals and things along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. So oil and gas during any Middle East conflict obviously sees an oil price spike. And so depending on the Israeli response and depending on the extent of this conflict, which, you know, a lot of our customers that are in the federal government are saying that they're anticipating, you know, maybe targeted strikes, maybe something measured, just depending on the diplomatic negotiations over the next 48 hours. But a Gulf War like engagement here, kinetic warfare, you know, it could lead to oil prices doubling. And considering that we're sort of we're moving towards $100 a barrel right now, that could impact our global inflation rates significantly, which leads the Fed into a very difficult position in terms of rate cuts, right? We might actually not see rate cuts for months and months and months if this conflict starts to escalate, and maybe not at all in 2024 if this escalates significantly. But you're also going to see some of the technology and electronics areas start to get impacted, even some of the areas like semiconductors, which is an area of high demand right now because of the boom in AI. And usually in a situation like this, where you have a major port shutdown, you see anywhere between 5 to 10% reduction in output of raw materials, because this is a major shipping lane between Asia and the United States, or Asia and Europe, where a lot of the semiconductor manufacturing or finishing of those goods occurs. The other area that you're going to see another impact is the same area that we saw when the Houthi rebels were attacking ships, is the automotive space, especially in Europe and especially EVs. You're going to see potentially 1 to 2 month delays as people continue to route around this major canal, like the Suez Canal, or around these major ports. And so those are going to have downstream impacts. One of the interesting areas where I think we will also see an impact, if there is kinetic or continued kinetic warfare between these two countries, or in the Middle East generally, is in cybersecurity. You know, Israel's cyber industry, Israel's technology industry, is one of the most robust in the world. And if everyone sort of focused on a conflict and managing cyber infrastructure, you actually might see an impact in the global cyber industry growth.
So, Brandon, briefly here at the end, let me go back to what Katie was talking about, that Israeli-linked ship that was seized in the Strait of Hormuz. Has that had a specific effect? And particularly, for example, I think about insurance rates.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of infrastructure that is already moved to routing around that specific region. And what the Houthis were doing has already been priced into insurance. But if there is a larger scale conflict, I think insurance rates, I think insurance premiums, and I think even the idea of supply chain risk underwriting starts to get a big boost. It starts to become a focus, just like you saw cyber insurance start to spike over the last 5 years. I know for us, our cyber insurance has increased, and I think most Fortune 500 companies, their cyber insurance has increased significantly. I think what has happened in Baltimore.
Cyber insurance. But yeah, man. The war headlines, literally from Friday till today, even though the reaction, I would say you had a way bigger reaction on Friday on the fear, but like, I mean, you guys, it's dominating headlines, discussion today. Literally, we just had another comment, a little bit of reaction there, but my goodness. CRM's down 5. The good news is the market still thinks there's rate cuts. I mean, even today, John Williams this morning, he was kind of bearish, but he stood by the whole rate cut thing. MNDR, what is this? Mobile Health. We saw this one in the morning. MNDR, Mobile Health Network. Now it's up 24%. Rates are going up, but there'll be rate cuts. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of, but it's suspicious. It's suspicious. Greetings from Taipei. You said you were going on Friday, man. How is it? You thought I was muted? Your volume now? That's good. I don't know if I've been loud today. I've been excited. It's a Monday, man. It's good to be back. Well, I don't know, man. We call it the Ponzi, but I think it's just the path, man. Patience, patience, patience. I think the shift in ideas took a while, and it's still going to take a while, but I don't think we're not following the things. You know, sometimes we react to things immediately, but when it's all said and done, I mean, I do think we are chasing an idea. We are not that we can't see, but we haven't really we're not following anything else. I don't know. It is weird, but this is faith. I mean, I don't know. This could be a PHILO, but like God is good, man. And I know some of y'all don't believe in God, which is cool, but it's just like you're chasing, like this is faith. Like this is without seeing it. Sometimes even the evidence goes against your belief. You know what I'm saying? But like you are for real, just like this is just faith in an idea. This is a broader ideology. The idea is rate cuts and that financial conditions and rates will be eased and that economic activity will not slow down sharply. The idea is a soft landing, borderline no landing. Actually, let me see if I have the chart for you. Otherwise, I'll go hunt it down for you. I had it. Yes, I have it for you. So I showed this on the watch list last night. Maybe I could show you guys a lot of these. I could show you all of these. I knew these would come up, so I got some good screenshots for you. But like this is the first one that I brought up on the watch list yesterday. And like, do you guys realize like even with what you're dealing with now, this is why bond yields are high. And this is what I mean by you have faith right now. You are following an idea. You are not following what is in front of you. You know what I'm saying? When they tell me you don't see God, how do you believe? Well, you don't see soft landing. How do you believe? But like what I'm saying is that like if you follow, you see these two red lines, this is what you've done in the past 3 months, in the past 6 months in terms of data, right? But that is saying you will literally, if we just do what we've been doing, you will approach, SPY's going lower. You will hit 3.9 if you follow the same 6-month average. We will be at 3.9 by the election on inflation. If you follow the same 3 months, we're going to be at 4.8. Right? That's one set of data I want to show you. Now, here's the other one, though. This is what I'm saying, like faith in following an idea. So if you polled like Bank of America clients and fund managers, right now, the odds of a no landing stand the highest in the last year. They're about 23% of no landing. And then 62% are at soft landing, which has pretty much been the same for a year. And then you have 11%, almost the lowest, who believe in a hard landing. And then SPY again, you're at the low there. MNDR going crazy. Low ticker just pumping. High ticker, not much. Again, we are into a low. I think gold and oil are up, though. Gold came back up. No rate cuts would be better for soft landing. Yeah, or even no landing if you could pull it off. But this is the whole idea where it's like right now, though, in the last year, you have more people than ever, even on like a big money scale, who believe in a no landing scenario as a probability the most. And why? This is the idea that no matter what you have seen in the last 3 to 6 months, regardless, people believe this idea that both the economy and rate policy are going to converge and allow us to have favorable policy without too slow of a decline in the economy, and that, yeah, the economy could essentially handle it. So this is the prevailing notion. That's why when, again, I could bring up a lot of things and you could look at specifics, but so I'm saying I don't think the market's following as much as we like to think, and although we see it sometimes, it's not following data, because if you go off the data, you would think people's ideas would change, but no. It's a very sticky idea that the economy is going to hold up, that the rates will either come down or they won't, but no matter what happens, the economy is going to hold up. And that is what people believe, and that you will get not too big of a rise in inflation without paying for it with too much of growth. And then let me give you the last one. Are you ready? Because we talk about this all the time. And then this is something I've been trying to explain because it just gets weird. But like, here is a nice little T-chart or a quadrant, and it's just showing you all the times in history, and it's highlighting the notable ones, but where you've had these weird bond relationships. Because again, sometimes the bond. This is why you guys are like, why is TLT this? It's like, dude, for the last like 100 years, sometimes the bonds, they flow in line, sometimes they don't, and they do their own. It just all depends on what's happening. But there's only a couple scenarios. This is where we're in right now, where yields have gone up and the NASDAQ have gone up. It's not saying that it doesn't happen, but like 1999, 2013, 1980, and then 2020. And then this is the biggest, where you've had the biggest gain with the biggest rise in yields. So that's why this is literally the standout of any time in history of yields up, stocks up. Because again, it is its own little factor. And then you could go see the other time where yields down, NASDAQ up. That's normal. That's usually what happens. And then yields down, NASDAQ down only happened a handful of times. And then yields up, NASDAQ down. Again, same exact situation as well. Well, yeah, I mean, the economy holding up, that's everyone just betting that it will hold up. You're saying like, oh, it makes me think how long, but people are generally subscribing to the idea that it will hold up almost regardless of anything. And even if it doesn't, quote unquote, hold up, whatever said pullback wouldn't be that aggressive. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be a shock factor. Israeli media intense airstrikes on southern Lebanon. So that's coming in now. Getting a report. Oil's already came down a little, though. Are you saying election will have little effect? No. If anything, like if anything I just showed you, if it has any like claim by election, all it claims is that pretty much coming into the election, our inflation will be at 3.9 or 4.8, maybe at 5%. So I don't know if that sounds crazy to you. But what I am saying is that I think there is a real statistical probability that you could be at 5% CPI by November election. Why? Because that would just be following slightly higher than the 6-month average. But even if we follow the 3-month average, which is, that's the 3-month average. If we follow the 6-month average, we will be at 3.9. So that's the only thing I could claim. In SPY, about to go lower. Israeli bombing targets the outskirts of towns in Alma, al-Shahib, Majdal, Hanin, Hula in southern Lebanon. So is Israel bombing people? I don't know. Either Israel, there's warnings going off. Either they're getting attacked or Israel is bombing somebody else right now. Or something related to Iran. And oil's still down 1% on the day. And then VIX is starting to climb. VIX is now in the green. I want to say that was red on the day, no? Wasn't VIX red to open up? Yeah. So VIX is back and 17 is not a cheap price. But you are about to fill the gap now. How many points? About 3 more points to the gap fill? Oh, we're one headline from man. You got the peach. One peach away, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Peach Nation. Get your ass up. Or not. Oh, Bradley Frizzle, baby. What up? Good morning. Happy Monday. Oh, I hope everyone had a great weekend. Like the video, baby. Okay, well, the peach is coming in on all these headlines. Right as you fill the gap, the VIX has gone green again and is running through Peach Nation. Oh, my goodness. Peach can't save. Well, if anything can, it will be the peach. So, again, new low of the day just about a minute ago, 30 seconds ago. It's pretty wild. Tesla trying to move up. Again, this MNDR. Where are the chip names? Again, Soxel was doing good, but they are actually hitting a low. Intel came up. Well, shit, you sold off 5 on Friday, so. You know what I'm saying? MP Dub's going lower, so short squeeze did not hold up after the 5s. Apple's just not doing it. I mean, Apple's going up, stayed pinned, and Apple even had bad news today. If MPW keeps selling their assets, aren't they supposed to be less valuable? Yes, but the market has already discounted them. Ta-da! That's why it's very good. So right now, the price of MPW is like a third of the asset value. So even if they sold off a half of their assets, the current market price values them below that. So why? Because people were worried about their debt and their tenants. So now, if they could pay back their debt and there's not a worry, they've already lowered the dividend. And, you know, again, they've kind of priced into that lower valuation. I mean, the market is effectively discounting them. So although the news, their value and assets are going lower, the market has valued them lower. Yeah, MP just got a flush there, though, so still up 15. It's a good gain, but again, I mean, shit was up almost $1 in the morning. Hub C. Again, CRM had bad news. They're getting clobbered. Where's the other one? I think only play today was Goldman, and that ended up going lower, and then oil's coming lower. Even gold a little bit. Oil traders bet Iran will want to keep its exports flowing. Financial Times. So oil traders are saying Iran isn't going to escalate. And then bonds came back down. You had, again, with some of those other headlines, you had that little pop there, but bonds have already faded it. My goodness. Dude, everything, every single segment is Iran attack on Israel. The bond auction, there might be some this week, but I think there's like 3 and 6 months already. Did we get 30-year last week, or was that 20-year? I think you might still have a 20-year and 15 auction upcoming, and then you'll wait a couple weeks, and then that's it. Yeah, cocoa, I mean, it's as commodities, man. All these commodities, but I think cocoa on a food scale, that's the number one performer. And then again, what they said today, this little sanction on Russian copper, aluminum, all of that. I didn't even know they were doing that. Apple popping. It was holding up. Again, Apple literally looks like a barcode. So, yeah, it is breaking out there. Apple just went up 0.25%. SPY off the bottom. I mean, a little love there would be good. Actually, fun fact, NASDAQ is right at break even right now. So, SPY's up by 0.14. Dow Jones is up by 0.25, just under that. And then Russell down by 0.5%. But it's there. And then market checkup. You got 25 minutes till Euro close. UNH running. Yeah, that's on the high ticker right now. Hi, good morning. So, Dow Jones, 7 names in the red, 22 in the green. Salesforce is the worst. So, Dow's the best on the day. That's not too bad. Majority green. NASDAQ 100, 43 in the red, 58 in the green. So, they're 50-50, and literally NASDAQ's at break even. And then S&P 500, 274 in the green, 229 in the red. So not bad. Apple on the high. So Apple's just went green almost. I mean, it's literally 0.1%. Again, UNH is running. They're printing on the high ticker. They're already green too. But yeah, Apple, bro. I have no idea what that was. The market tomorrow, I'm not too sure. I think a lot of it will be driven. We'll see what war headlines we get, but really bank earnings, Bank of America will be the first cent of it, and then it depends. If rates close higher, if we do close up high yields, though, I think markets will pull back a little bit, or maybe they'll wait 2 more days. It just depends. Bond yields and then those earnings sentiments from the morning. Tesla tanking. Interesting. And then SPY's still a little lower. Yeah, so Apple run up, Tesla tank. I was going to watch Fallout. I watched it. We ended up watching another one, but I am going to watch it. I saw the preview for it. It looked good. JP dumping. We'll see if it goes below like 182. I mean, Goldman was up, and then they gave it off. They gave it up. It looks good. I saw it on Amazon. We wanted to watch another movie, me and my girl, but we said we're going to watch that. It looked good. Bro, UNH still again? And then bonds right near the low of the day. Where's dollar? Still near high of the day. UNH up 2 now, or 1.9. Have you seen the markup on the new Lexus GX? Haskin 20. Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth it. It just came out. They're still trying to charge 10 and 20K premiums on Range Rovers. And that car has been out for a year. I was like, y'all are crazy. But, yeah, I mean, the Lexus, I think 20K over asking until the first sets of deliveries come in. Because I think that it just came out, the new body style. And then they haven't changed the style on that in like 15 years or something. So I think you could justify the premium for a little bit. But, yeah, but people trying to get premiums on all sorts of cars still. What was it? I saw a GX, a Range Rover. There's one more car that has a premium still. And I was like, you guys are insane. Range Rover is just crazy because they depreciate like nuts. But the GX actually holds its value. But until there's like 4 or 5 shipments, I could see that going for a little bit more than what it's asking for. UNH still going, and then SPY going a little lower, even though you had a little bit of Apple support. NASDAQ back to red. Russell and NASDAQ, only thing red. SPY is just right there. Disney plans to create channels within Disney Plus. Huh? No idea what that means. So Disney Channel on Disney Plus. Hubs or Hibs. And then UNH still climbing up there. I mean, Euro closed in 20 minutes. Again, oil lower, gold like slightly lower, but it was a lot lower. $3M on the low. Airbavot. The new CTS. Oh, those look dope. The CTS-V. Oh, that's what it was. And then the Corvette, the Z06, and the Escalade V, those still have market adjustments on them. So if you want the Escalade V, they charge you like 25 or 50 above on that one. Surprisingly, the Z06 is only a 20K premium. I say only, but yeah, but there's still cars that go with the premium right now. It's stupid. I'm surprised, but they're, you know, it makes sense. They're just greedy. I mean, it's all you got to think about it. If you get like 4 or 5 of these cars and then you offer 10, 20K above, I mean, that's another 100K and just pure profit above. Like they're making money on that doing nothing. Raptor R 40K. There was a little blip where they were selling some cars like that for the sticker, but it just depends on the market, though. Once they panic a little more, they'll dump them. Well, GT3s, they've had premium before COVID. So before COVID, the only 2 cars that had like a market adjustment and it was normal was the G-Wagon and the Porsche, the GT3 or the GT2. That totally normal. Like 2018, 2016, you would be paying above asking for those vehicles. That has always been the case, but not a fucking Toyota or a Range Rover. NVIDIA going lower, and then is that Apple in the green? No, that's just the old high ticker print. And then bonds holding up. Oh, yeah, DJ, damn, down to 26. Yeah, it's getting murdered. Yeah, I think Baidu has an AI event. Yeah. We'll see. Hopefully they confirm that Apple thing. Microsoft next on the high, and then AVDL. SPY at the bottom. I mean, the Tesla layoffs, I'm surprised they didn't get a positive boost, but then again, maybe people are worried with Elon. But then the weird thing is the layoff, or the 2 executives who left. That one's kind of random. I don't know if Elon fired them or if they wanted to leave. I think that's what makes it kind of hard to tell. Of Rivian getting murdered. I mean, you have what? Cheap self-driving too from Tesla? Damn, Rivian's at 8 after the R3. So remember, wasn't that like in the 11s and 12s? So they had the bad earning, lowered guidance, then they reaffirmed a number and then came out and they're at 8. They are getting slaughtered. This could be a good pre-earnings. I don't know when it'll stop dying, but leading into it, because it'll trade around that 10 to 14 from last earnings event. It might tap it once. Well, they dropped after earnings. I remember we were talking like 11 to 14 after the event. That's crazy. $8. I've seen a lot of Rivians lately. I don't know because I've just been seeing the stock and we've been paying attention to it. I've seen so many more Rivians in Cali. It's insane. I think I saw like 10 over the weekend, minimum. 10 of them. Yeah, I saw him in Cali. I've seen him everywhere. But I saw a lot in Cali. They say apparently they did a survey. Apparently Rivians are the most loyal car brand owners. Goldman, is that real? Is that real? Goldman might have just had a $5 pop. Okay, no, that was fake. Okay. I was like, dude, what? Fake candle, false alarm. Yeah, Rivian, the most loyal owners. It's like the loyal car. Like, because think about it. If you are buying a Rivian, you love that company. I feel like you don't buy a Rivian without, like, being in love. Does that make sense? Like, nobody, like, there's, like, the Lord and lukewarm. You know, like, you don't buy a Rivian if you're not in love. If you're not hot for the Lord and the Rivian, you know, you ain't buying. Like, why would you? Like, I think you have to be like, oh, I love this car. And I love the barbecue. And this is my lifestyle now. Like, that's, like, you have to be in love with that car to get it. Nike on the high. Damn, Nike had 93. So they did good. Those upgrades, they gave back a little bit. Ever since the upgrades, they've been up. How do you stay loyal? I think it's like based off a survey of it's like, what's your favorite car? Or why did you buy it? Do you see yourself buying a different car? And like, you know, stuff like that. It has like a cult follow. It's like a weird, if like Subaru owners like had sex with Tesla owners, you would have Rivian babies. I feel like. That's what I think it is. I feel like it's just it's a cult following, and it's like a weird mix of Subaru and Tesla. Is that no? Is that, I don't know. I feel like that's exactly what a Rivian is. It's a Subaru and a Tesla. Oh yeah, it's like asking the chat if they would watch stocks anywhere else. Yeah, that'd be like a loyal, but that's not like for the chat. That wouldn't be a loyalty question. That would just be an intelligence test. But thank you. I'll be here all night, actually until 1 p.m. Pacific time. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Thank you. I mean, I don't know. My sister owns a Subaru. That's the only thing that I think will get in the way of me trying to hook up one of you guys with my sister, is she drives a Subaru. So I probably need to that's the only issue we have. You know the news with MPW. You just want to hear the AI. Is she cute? No. Because it's funny because my sister just looks like me with hair, and then I guess if I was a girl, and it's hilarious actually. So like it looks like me wearing a wig. So like that's the other weird part, is that like if any of you are attracted to my sister, like I know you would hit on me. Like I don't want to make it weird, but like you like me, you know what I'm saying? Like I just know what it's like, because it's just like a wig. And like, it's so funny
Because, like, it's really funny how much we look alike. So I just be like, damn. I do have long hair, but, like, she has longer. She just doesn't have a receding hairline. That's it. That's all. She just have, like, girl hair. You know what I'm saying? You made it weird. I'm being honest. That's just, it is the reality of it. Like, I hate to break it to you. You're not fooling anybody. That's it. Roasting her for what reason? I'm not I'm just saying she looks like me. That's all. Like, I know how it is. Does she love the Lord? No. She'll say, no, I do. I believe. No, she believes in God, but I don't think she's not a big fan of the Bible. Yeah. I do look like her. I guess, if you guys want to play that game. Can she make shawarma? I don't think she could cook. No, I don't think so. She's older than me. Yeah. Does she sell lava lamps? I told you, man, that joke, that guy, he hustled me, man. He hustled me. You're just roasting her so we won't hit on her? No, I don't know. I don't think she'll go out with the Chad. I've told her, though, but I think a Chad, I think you guys, I think there's a couple Chads. I'd let you marry my sister. I'd be like, hell yeah. I'd be honored. I'm like, that's a good man right there. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. That's the standard. That's the quality. You got a high quality man right there. But is it, unless she likes women? I've asked her. She said no, but I'm like, are you sure? I told her I don't care. I said I wouldn't judge. Like, I don't mind. I said, you let me know. You let me know, sister. You let me know. I got you. I said we got a couple cute ladies in the chat, so I mean, just let me know. But I don't know. I don't know if she could like tell me though. I feel like she'd be too embarrassed to tell me. I'll be like, you drive a Subaru though. Come on, like you're not throwing me off. The Subaru Baja is a good-looking car. I'm not. That's an objective answer. It doesn't matter any connotations or anything. Yeah, Subaru Baja go hard. And then Nvidia came back down, man. That's a wild swing. 0.5% down, or I guess break even, then 2% up, and then red. Banks would consider funding buyout bid for Probian in any debt that it needs. Reuters. Probian, and then SPY going lower. Bonds stop dying. Goldman on the low. So even some of the good bank earnings have already gave up. Dollar not climbing the same way, so we are at the lows. I mean, euro closed in what? 7 minutes? Two points from the gap. And yeah, to keep viewers, Disney plans on a new streaming concept, old-style TV channels. Look at that. It hasn't been more than a week since y'all gave Bob the vote. Yeah, we gonna bring back the channels on the streaming. Our new idea is another old idea that we think will be of innovation. Bob. Biggest NFT lending protocol on Solana, Sharky, announces token generate. It's a press release. I don't know if that's like a real. I think the company could have put that out. And then we're at 5127. Again, a couple points from filling the gap. Cavill still on the high. Humana's now on the high too. Everything dumping. It's calmer than earlier. These dumps earlier, we got a couple of those war headlines and we're tweaking, but we have calmed down. Oil still low, back down 1.3. Actual cooking shows on Food Network. See, okay, but so here's the thing though. Are you ready? I finally had an experience with Hulu. So my girlfriend bought Hulu because she wanted to watch the Kardashians, and I said, I'll pray for you. I'm like, you need help, baby girl. But she bought Hulu so she could watch the Kardashians. And I saw Hulu, and bro, Hulu has a lot of shit on there. I think Hulu reminds me of cable TV because it has all the like sitcoms, the TV shows, they have movies, but I was pretty impressed. Yeah, no, Hulu. So Disney owns Hulu. Like, I see why Hulu fucking saved them because Hulu is actually like Hulu has everything. It really like TV, movies. No, she has the one with ads. That's the thing. I've never seen that many ads in my life. I learned about the iPhone storage. What other ad did I see, bro? I saw like 15 of the same ads over and over again. Oh, it was weird. I learned a lot, though. I learned a lot. But yeah, Hulu is actually, like, it goes hard. It goes hard. So I don't know. Disney. That's one thing Disney has going for them. But then again, I don't know what they're gonna do with Disney Plus. They should just make Disney Plus a channel on Hulu and call it a day. That's it. Just put all 200 million people to Hulu, and that's it. But I don't think they own the full stake. That's why. Tin, we go back to cable one day because there'll be less ads. I think the tinfoil is we just stream our cable now. That's it. Even after seeing like Hulu is just a TV station, like it's cable. Like that's all it is. They just tricked us into paying monthly prices again, and now you just don't have a cable box and a cable guy. It's just streaming. You're just paying X amount per month to get whatever channels that you like or whatever show offerings that you like. That's it. Price of cable? No, I haven't had cable in so long. Like, I've never had the need to buy cable in a long time. I think I have cable just because it was cheaper if I bundled it up with my internet. But even then, I don't even think, from the beginning of time of, like, living anywhere, I never buy cable. I would just always have Netflix or Amazon. I like TV on in the background, but, like, I just stream it. But I've never had, like cable in a long time. But then, like, you have, like, that's the crazy part. Like, they just do, it's all through apps. Like, I have a Spectrum TV app or something like that. Or, like, and then you could watch through there. It's crazy. Stellantis renames SUV model as Alfa Romeo Jr. I like how Intel stayed up. Gave up half of Friday's loss. That was harsh. Charter? I don't know about these communication companies. I'd maybe like American Tower I'd be down with. They struggled though, but I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Stellantis owns Alfa Romeo. Yeah, I think so. Stellantis owns a lot. I'm thinking about closing the gold. I was up on it earlier today, but like I'm going to close it when at the price that I kind of want to play it. But then again, I don't really like my price. So maybe next time it goes green, I could close and then reposition. But I didn't close it today and even just like Friday, because I knew I'd want to trade it again. So I'm still holding it for now.
RCI Toronto Blue Jays exposure. NVS on the high. Kind of popping. Comcast. Nah, I don't really like any of these like cable companies. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, even I think they should do better than what they are. Like you would think like HBO and Paramount and all, like you would think they would be doing a lot better. I think Comcast isn't that bad, but honestly, they don't do as good as they should be with how much market they own and all of that. So I don't know. I don't really like them for the long term. And they all have a lot of debt. That's why it's crazy that Netflix is kind of what it is. Because Netflix used to spend a lot, but they're not getting killed by their debt. And they still have that growth. But the other ones, they're just old and like there's a lot going on. You got your whole family to cancel Netflix yesterday. What do you guys watch then? Yeah, they have decades of back, pretty much. Spy, a little bit off the bottom. And Netflix blocks me from the family thing for 2 weeks. Then it works. Wait, what? I want to say what happens, but I don't want to say it out loud. And then they hear me, and then they stop doing it. I could risk it, but how many likes we have? Because I know Netflix be listening, bro. All right, give me 70 likes. 70 likes. I'll tell you. I'll just tell you the Netflix trick. Their aunt put her building up for sale in Chicago. Yeah, send it over. I'm down. $10 months Netflix list. I found out my guest room was still connected to my brother's. I sneak in there at night. Oh, wow. We hit the likes. So mine, what happens anytime, because, like, dude, I just have so many TVs. Like, I have different TVs in my house, and, like, it's annoying. But, like, even then, I still have a couple of people on my Netflix account. And all it does is just email me. So, like, if too many people are on, it'll be like, you're not authorized on this TV. Would you like to authorize? And then I just say authorize, and then it sends me an email, and then I confirm it, and then it works. And then whenever somebody else adds, it just does the same, and then I just do the email over and over again. That's it. As long as you just approve it on the email, it's like it takes extra minute. It's annoying, but like it still works, and like anybody could use it. Ta-da! My email, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Yes, my brother, it's push-up time on a Monday. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, Chattadonia. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Well, we've been live here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, baby. Yes, now chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, good posture in Chattadonia. It's the morning, man. Nobody's attacking you. Drop the shoulders, bro. Why are you scrunching up your shoulders like that? No one's hurting you. Fix that nerd neck, man. Just do me a favor and clear your mind right now. Just breathe in, go. Breathe out. But clear your mind and don't think about anything except for dropping your shoulders and letting your shoulders be relaxed. That's all you got to do. I like it. I like it. There you go. Just drop the shoulders, man. You good. You good. That's it. There you go. Legs in front of you. already know, man. And relax the jaw.
Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Ah, there it is. Oh. Oh, there it is. I'm getting my resistances in. That's all you gotta do, man. Just drop the shoulders. Relax a little bit. Get a couple sets in. You know, that's it. Just gotta move, bro. Oh, man. Nike, I mean, they've been getting a bunch of upgrades. They had that Paris thing and getting ready for the Paris Olympics on Friday. So, really, it was upgrades, Olympic stuff. That got people hyped since their earnings wasn't the best. All right. One more set, and then we do the wall stretch, and we're good to go. Alta, yeah. I like that bounce after. I can't believe it went lower from their little guidance sell-off. All right, let me hit the wall stretch. I could give you this in the background.
Institutions out there, governments, corporations, and others are invested in cryptocurrencies. So we want to keep track of whether it could impact their credit risk because they have that asset in their portfolio, for instance. And we also want to keep track of things like market contagion risk that could affect one way or the other from the crypto world into traditional finance, or even the other way around from traditional finance into cryptocurrency. So it is an asset class that is that's been very resilient. It has no credit risk per se, but indirectly others could see their credit risk profile affected by the movements in the Bitcoin market.
But there is a connection for secondary markets and the underlying technology, which is blockchain. That's something you look at very quickly. Explain your work there.
Correct. So the financial markets are likely being reshaped by technologies that look like Bitcoin, technologies that look like blockchain. Sorry, and the reason is that those technologies make processes a lot more efficient. So I'm going to give you an example to illustrate asset tokenization. Caroline mentioned that a minute ago. It's really the process of turning real-world assets into a digital stamp on a blockchain platform. And because it's become a digital stamp, it's very easy to manage, to track, to trade. And those assets that are being tokenized could be anything from a bond or stock or real estate or art. And so you transfer all the legal rights, in particular the ownership rights that come with the assets. You push that into that digital token that you can trade and manage efficiently. So it makes it a lot more efficient to manage and trade. In particular, you can settle super quickly. It could be even just immediate or a fraction of a second to settle payments on that blockchain. You can track and control everything that's happening, so it makes it better from a risk and compliance perspective. And also, it really creates extra liquidity and new opportunities to find funding and to invest overall. So think about a building, for instance. It can be very hard to buy that building alone, but if you can tokenize and cut these tokens into small chunks that many people can invest in, suddenly that makes that asset easier to access.
Fabian Astic, Deep Analysis, Managing Director and Global Head of Digital Economy at
play the music.
Ratings.
Get him out of here.
Your time. Coming up on the show, we're going to be joined by Google
PLNT
Cloud's Lee
and
Moore, the
Cavill.
company's new training initiative in generative AI, cybersecurity.
My goodness. Planet on the high. And Cavill was going up there too. Because address not found. Just tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Should work, man. And then PLNT, I didn't know... they kind of had a little bit of a recovery. Remember, they had all of that drama there with the whole bathroom thing. The retail sell-off. Well, today, I mean, a lot of bond pressure.
There was even pressure from overseas headlines, but we got a little bit of relief, and then we gave up some of it. But I don't think it's too telling. If anything, the bonds are the one who really moved today, and then we'll see how that plays out depending on what stocks do tomorrow. And then we got a little bit more data on the way, and then again more earnings. Forever, it was a tax loss. Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds familiar. Now it's going nuts. Cavill. Oh, you mean like Walmart? I could be some of the earnings. I mean, retail sales were good, but who else was it? I think there's just some European slowdown stuff in terms of retail. Peep that camera work on Bloomberg. That was your boy? No way. Like, do you do you move the cameras around? So you got one, do you control the teleprompter? I did it the other day. Do you guys want me to do it? Do you guys want to see it? I tried it. I was on TikTok, and there was like a news thing, and they were like, this is a teleprompter test. And I did the teleprompter test in the car. My girlfriend was like, what the fuck are you doing? But it was fun. It was fun. U.S. adds pre-drilled wells first time in more than a year. Yeah, sometimes we all do everything. That's crazy, bro. That's pretty dope. Yo, that was good, baby. Good morning. Happy Monday, man. Bonds coming back down. So watch out. Again, it was just Euro close. You guys realize Euro close, you were down, popped up into it. Bonds going a little lower now. I mean, I've only seen like some random small caps. Today is 50-50 though, and believe it or not, everything is green except the damn Russell. And then oil's down by 1.3. I was up on gold earlier. Now I'm back down, but gold did come back down. I think silver. Is silver in the green? Because silver was up. Yeah, silver's not doing that bad. Chinese construction is facing bankruptcy. Is that different than the cement company? Because if so, that's 2 in the last week. And then bonds coming down. Again, Intel hit that high. They're actually holding up pretty good. AMD not doing much. Junko Solar on the high. I'll take in. Then SPY came down here. Again, we are in Euro close, but bonds are at the low. And like I'm saying, you're right. You're right next to 4.7, 4.75. Again, in the morning, we did it so fast, it was a lot more concerning. Euro close 8:30 Pacific, 11:30 Eastern. So it was just about 13 minutes ago. Myrna on the high. They had something earlier. Again, remember on Friday they ripped, or was that sometime last week? Murney. INFA. That's the one that this is the one that CRM wanted to buy, right? So they're down because apparently CRM wants to buy them, but then pay less than where they closed on Friday. A 10-year won't break 4.7. Large resistance. Selling seems reflexive. Hopefully. I mean, that's just, if it doesn't break, I think the market would like that. It would add less pressure, but if it does, I mean, that's a whole new world filled with rates and inflation. No one to tell us cuts or where it goes. Now I'm in a whole new world with pal. MPW, no dividend? Can you phrase that another way? Do you have a question about why MPW is up today? Is that what you meant to ask me? Dahanjaya? Did I say it? Mr. Samana? Were you asking why MPW? Are you asking why it went up today? I could answer that question if that's what you're asking. The news on MPW today was that they sold off a majority of their Utah properties and received over $1.1 billion in total cash. This is big because they have been trying to raise $2 billion to pay off debt, and now this deal puts them on track to meet that goal. They also announced ex-dividend as well, and their second biggest tenant, Centene, also got re-awarded the Florida Medicaid contract. Yeah, so they did. They announced... They declared their dividend alongside the news on Friday. So you have very good news on MPW, and your next dividend gets paid out in a month. Yeah, I think the dividend gets paid out in a month, I believe. Why the people in MPW liquidate some assets? What do you mean? Like, why did the company sell? Because they have a lot of debt. So they still are. I mean, they own the most amount of hospitals in the United States of America. So they are the number one owner of medical properties in the U.S. And it's billions of dollars of property. But unfortunately, when they had troubles with their tenants, they got into a lot of issues, and then their rent started falling, and then people started to discount it, and then they started not making as much, and then they pay the loans. So, you saying the song about why the people? Oh, I feel you. But yeah, so it's in this case, it's just paying back. They owe $2 billion, and everybody was really worried. I was worried that they weren't going to be able to pay it back. Because I've been saying this for how long? Remember, I've been telling you, all they have to do is just sell property. That's it. If you say you own billions of dollars of real estate and you need money, easy. Sell your fucking houses. It's not a difficulty if their balance sheet is really worth $8 billion, it's very simple. And I believed in that. But, now that they are doing it and they've already, monetized them at high prices, because they still own several thousand properties, and now that they're going to pay back all the money, they won't have any debt due until 2027, I think, or maybe a little longer, if they complete the $2 billion goal. So that's it. That's it. Cutting the fat, selling off everything that, bring everything back into balance, and then this thing should just go back to normal. You just sit and own real estate and collect the fucking check. It shouldn't be that difficult. You know what I'm saying? And just deal with the property itself. So now they could de-lever, lower their debt, keep their assets up, set a range, and then that's hopefully autopilot from there. But still a little bit more. You're going to get more updates in the meantime. We're definitely not out of the clear just yet, but it's the first sign of objectively good progress I've been able to say in about a year. The UNH stuff was exciting too, but this is this is real money, and now they actually have it. The dividend's 15 cents a share. Donald J. DJ, I don't really think much about it. It's been a SPAC. I mean, I thought it was cool that it de-SPAC'd. It's wild that it took so long, but I don't really pay too much attention to it. Bain to sell 1.25 billion UK payroll tech firm Zealous to APAC. He needs to sell more Bibles and shoes. Sadly, I don't think that's part of the company. Isn't that funny? Because I think you made that as a joke. But it kind of highlights the lack of value in DJT and also where a profitable DJT company could emerge from. But like, this is just Truth Social. So the company is the social media. So like, if it did have the revenue of like merch and shoes and all that, I think it would be, I think it'd do a lot better. I think it would actually be worth money, more so. CVS on the high. Interesting. And then NASDAQ back to break even, or back to negative. Them and Russell, and then SPY and Dow, only ones holding on. VIX is back to negative. And then bonds are about to go even lower. TLS high. SPY little baby green again. Bonds at the low of the day. Back below 27? You mean 26? MLab. Abavisus. I like CRM just has earnings in a month. Like a month and a half. And then SPY, see if we could break up here. You're still holding up since Euro close. So, I mean, that's not too bad if we could hold up here. 9 more minutes till the top of the hour. What's the volume like on the day? RGNX and Lope on the high. Ooh, 29 million? What? Dude, it's only 2 hours and we're already at 30 million? So volume's actually kind of high today. You're doing a little bit. This is kind of like Friday. We did have a little, it did slow down by the end of the day, but you're doing like 15 million an hour. It's only 2 hours in, and like you're actually trading a decent amount. So you're working your way back up. SPY right below VWAP. Again, you hit the low there. You've been bouncing since right before Euro close and after. And then we're still working our way up. Again, bonds are the only casualty. I mean, again, everything's green. NASDAQ to SPY. And then dollar's even coming down a little bit. Dollar might even go red. Odds of Trump going to jail are low. Vegas has him as president, not prisoner. Well, that's a bar. All right. That's wild, though, that you have that the odds of one person is either prison or president. That's insane. That's actually like, if for a political candidate, if that doesn't that doesn't say a lot right there, that's insanity. That's wild. You are living through a wild time, my brother. Prisoner or president. My goodness. MNDR still going up? Then ClearSpark. Where's Coinbase? I feel like, again, crypto got murked over the weekend, but we didn't hear too much. They like got murked and then rebounded. That's actually pretty common. Yeah, in places not called the United States of America, for sure. Yeah, Napoleon, Caesar, Alexander. Great. Yeah. Hell yeah. Why Fisker up? Is Fisker up 40? What was it? Is it FSR N? For not. Fisker. Not. Just kidding. Bankrupt. And then SPY, this is the highest you've been in like an hour. 10:30, about an hour and a half. They signed another dealer in Florida. XLY. Where is the military companies? Again, we had a little bit of action here, and this is kind of what we're making up. You had some of those headlines. Washington Post, according to informed source. What is this? Qatari, the Prime Minister, Foreign Affairs calls on all parties to calm down and exercise maximum restraint. Options include possible strike on facility at Tehran or aside. What is this? I'm seeing there's something on Al Jazeera, and then Qatar is saying, "Don't fight, brothers." Yeah, UK. That's when. That's why we started dropping. It was during the UK Parliament. RTX 125. It's crazy. RTX was just at like $60. Again, we had a nice flip on it end of last year, but that has recovered. Yeah, but they're killing it. They're doing better than LMT. But yeah, that back and forth with those headlines, they are going to be a driver. I mean, at least this week until they're not. But then again, oil, commodities, the Russia stuff affected commodities more than the war stuff today. And then oil's still down 1.3, 84.15. SPY below VWAP, bonds, it's like what, 467 or something? Or 465? 63? $464.60. So yeah, maybe this week is about 4.7, 4.75. Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Apple calmed down a little bit. It was about to go green earlier, but that was a standout. And then most of the market is green, or it's 50-50 today. But that's the weird part about all of this. Like, bonds did get murdered, but today was generally an attitude of relief, considering how bad things were over the weekend. You didn't have that negativity. Netanyahu has asked the Israeli Defense Forces to provide target options. Options include a potential strike in Tehran or a cyber attack, according to official familiar with high-level discussions. Washington Post. So that's that headline. So literally, Netanyahu is already looking to retaliate to the retaliation of what they were retaliating to his initial attack. I mean, I don't know if it's the fakest war. It's now, maybe it starts looking like the 70s. Because this might be the first time where we might start, because I don't know, America might start pulling back support if Israel does start, indiscriminately just start escalating things. Again, they attacked the consulate. They are the ones who provoked this in the beginning of the last little 2 weeks here. So obviously they had their other goals and intentions, but they blew up and killed people in Syria, and they went after Iran. So now, but again, I think Biden said he wouldn't support if they did retaliate. So I don't know about fake war as much as maybe we start bumbling down the path of the 70s, and then we finally get a contentious moment where the U.S. does kind of draw a red line for Israeli provocations. AVDL on the high still. We have in the 70s, we did limit support for a brief period. So again, there's beef with Kissinger in Israel. So it's not like, again, we have given like generally unconditional support to Israel, but there has been times where we have pulled it back, or we have made it very clear that we cannot support them if they are an aggressor. So it's one thing, we have unconditionally defended Israel as a country, but if they are the aggressor, it does take a different role. I don't know what the expected. I don't think the expected move really matters. We could check, but this week don't really have anything. But honestly, it's a good question. Let's take a look, my brother. So when does the week end? 19th? Oh, dude, the 19th, dude. Oh, dude, a little 419, dude. Oh, dude, you're gonna wake up at midnight, dude, and spark one up, dude. Oh, dude, a little 419, 420, dude. Oh, Friday, dude. Oh, dude, I wonder if the market's gonna go higher, dude. You get it, dude? Because 420, dude. So if the market, dude, if the market go high, dude. Oh, dude. So let's see here. 419 by Friday, 512 feet right in the middle. That's 770, 773. That's 830. We'll go with $8. So $8 divided by 512. You're pricing in 1.5%. So I don't know. Maybe ever since we moved below the level. But believe it or not, you're pricing in. I didn't think this week would actually be that crazy. You're pricing in by Friday to move just as much as we did last week. So either 1.5 higher or lower. So let's see. We'll use this by 512.15. 015. So $7.60, $8. We'll just do $8 either way. So either end of the week, SPY will be at 520.80, or it'll be at 504.50, give or take. That's what the option market is saying, or anywhere in between there. But max 520.80. Back up to here, or a low of 504, which would be right back to the low of here. Or it stays in the middle. Anywhere in between that range is fair game. It's not saying that. Do you get what? That's the paradox of pricing in, right? Is that it's letting you know where the direction is priced, but you don't know. It could either stay in that range or 1.5 at the max or not. I haven't even finished Young Sheldon. No way. It's a good show though, right? It's a good time. Good time. Yeah, dude, you can wake up at midnight, dude. Even then, dude, if you're really dedicated, dude, 9 p.m. Pacific time is 12 a.m. Eastern, dude. So it's technically 4:20, dude. You know what I'm saying, dude? So, you could, if you're really committed to the cause, dude, you want to spark one up real quick, dude? Huh, dude? A little Fibonacci, dude, on the side? Oh, dude, totally at 9 p.m., dude. I've seen a little bit of the Big Bang Theory, but surprisingly, even though I like Young Sheldon, I didn't like the Big Bang Theory. My girlfriend loves it, but I said, haram, Big Bang, haram. But I tried to watch it. It was too sitcom-y. I tried to watch it from the beginning, but I like Young Sheldon better. Yeah, the laugh track sitcoms, I feel you. But Young Sheldon, I love it. It's actually one of my favorite shows. Haram, habibi, haram. Big Bang. Come on, Big Bang. What do Big Bang? Yalla. I don't like a Big Bang. U.S. condemns murder of 14-year-old Israeli in the West Bank. So is that the casualty from the attack? So U.S. is putting out a statement condemning the murder of a 14-year-old Israeli. I don't know. I think the only like sitcom show I could watch with like laughs in the background is Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's it. And then high ticker's kind of gassing. I don't know. I mean, we have gone up. We're holding euro close. Bonds did not hit a new low. My Apple's up. Microsoft down. High ticker. It's holding on, but it doesn't. It just feels so much slower now. But volume was active in the morning. MSOS, if it dies again, we buy it. But like, I think remember I bought it at 870, and remember I was down $1,000 before we made like $2,000, I think, right, or 1,600. So I like below 850. I really think though, like 848, like below this candle, buy the dips below. I think it's gonna hit, but it doesn't. It's not always guaranteed. But I haven't gotten back into it though. Where'd you dump 17K for long term? I would space it out. That's all I would do with it though. So like I would dump the 17K, but I would space it out maybe like $2,000, $3,000 at a time. You know, maybe $3,000 a month. You know, it'll take you a quarter to outlay all of it and still have some, but I'll go for value. I'd get a little bit of growth. I mean, there's only value plays now, but there's a couple growth names that are cheap. And BBK. And then again, weed stocks just started pumping as we talked about that. Dollar break even. That's the interesting part. Is dollar, because dollar was up almost, just under a quarter, I'd say. Or like under 0.2 today. Green. So dollar calmed down. Otherwise, again, it was going to be another stair step. I think maybe that's why gold gave it up a little, and then oil. Yeah, you could hold it in bill for now. And I don't know. I mean, how old are you? Where do you live? Real estate, baby. And I talked about it on Friday. Some of y'all, if you have like a job, a W-2, and you can access like some loan programs and you want to just get a house or even a duplex to buy and rent out a little bit. I mean, some of these loan programs, I mean, $17,000 is more than enough to get your hands on a house. I mean, especially if you're using like a FHA. If you're a veteran, I mean, you could get a house zero at that point, a 0% down. Memo. So dollar still a little bit up. It's SPY right below VWAP. Again, bonds gave up that little green there. Still hovering near the lows, but off of them. On the Nvidia, Intel, they still held up. On new construction offering $20K towards closing costs. It's a good deal. I mean, are you using an agent? So sometimes new builds won't let you use an agent, but that's another way. But if you're not using an agent, that's like them kind of giving you a little kickback. But new builds are known to give incentives, whether it's closing costs. They could they could always lower the price too. So believe it or not, like in 2020, it was like 2021, 2020 when I bought a bunch of new builds. the houses didn't appraise. So, like, I offered to buy these houses, and believe it or not, the houses didn't appraise. I was willing to pay more than that they appraised for, and then the builder was willing to lower the price on all of the lots for me. And he lowered the price on the lots, so I got them down to appraisal. And then he gave them to me. So, but yeah, new builds, they'll buy down interest rate, they'll offer you closing costs, they could discount the lot itself, because, like, they charge you for the structure and the lot. So, or they could give you free solar, that's $30,000-$40,000. There's a lot of different things that they could do, but they're known to. They have the margin, so they could offer you way better deals with that. There's no catch. You're just buying it you're buying it wholesale. So the catch is usually you don't get representation, so they're not paying a commission, but they could give you those, and then usually the houses are higher priced. A new build is a premium product. It has changed in the last couple of years. It's becoming more of the norm. But like if you're buying a new build property, that's a luxury good. Nobody buys, like we've had this talk before, like buying a brand new home that no one's ever lived in, that is a luxury. That's not a starter home. That's not buying an existing property. So usually the catch is you're paying a premium and a higher price to live in a brand new home. But usually if there's no agents involved and all of that, and then they're the builder, they make, they have the best margin, they're able to give you more kickbacks to close that deal and make sure everything works good for both parties. Wouldn't it be cheaper to buy the land and be your own GC? Well, you couldn't do it within that community, but yeah. You can't make changes to the structure since they have warranty. Yeah, unless you want to void the warranty. But the warranty is only for like 12 months usually. Well, it's expensive. It just depends where. So depending too even on the labor cost. I mean, right now, material cost isn't really the worry as much as labor. But then again, the last couple months, materials just popped up. Y'all remember when it was like $1,000 for a plank of wood? Y'all remember that? We don't look at those anymore. Damn, they don't even show it anymore? You have to get a better price chart. They don't even show it on Google. See, Google is going to make sure you guys forget. If you look at lumber futures, right, it shows you the high is 700. Never forget, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget. 1,500. You remember that? So lumber is still expensive. I mean, that's the funny part. It was at this price in 2018, but this was... So the irony, you're paying as much for lumber as if Donald Trump just started a trade war. Because that was when my homie would stop building. I remember during the Trump shit, and then all the prices for commodities shot up. And during the whole like trade war stuff, he would just sit on the properties because the building prices. Ain't that crazy? So 1,500. You go on Google. It says, "Oh, did not show you." It only shows you if you click max. It only goes to 700. But that was part of real estate prices going up again, building all of that. But it's kind of nuts though that lumber is still at 500. So besides 2018 in the trade war, lumber has never really been this expensive. So you're still paying a lot for it. Is it going to repeat itself today or what? I mean, now at this point, we still haven't filled the gap. I think there's a little bit of downside on the day, or maybe you've kind of built up. If you could string together another good hour, I mean, that'll be the difference between either closing right at open or closing a little higher. But anything's in the cards for now. And like, I'm kind of just expecting if bond yields go higher, bonds do bad today, tomorrow the market will do bad because the market's green today while they're doing bad. But we'll see. I don't think that wick was real, no. It was a ghost wick. John Wick. Oh, Hershey's. I forgot about that. Hershey's and Starbucks. A bad earnings on Hershey's would be great, though. Hershey's takes a dump, and we get... This is still a high price, but I would like Hershey's there. Or bad earnings on Starbucks into the 70s. Just want to say I love you guys. We love you, too. Way to bring the positivity. I ain't mad. How do you recommend getting into real estate? Price is high, so I want a reno, but I don't know prices and how to. Like, you want to flip houses? I mean, I would talk to Lending Tips or go find someone near you doing the house flips. It's not that hard. I really, if you're willing to put in the time for it, and if you are cautious, you will. I don't think it's a lot more scarier than what it is, but it's once you find a good deal, that's the hard part. I would spend more of my time just finding a good deal. Once you find a good deal with a good margin, that's it. Everything after that is easy, even if the prices are high or whatever. Like, again, like Lending Tips, he spends a lot on his renos. He'll still make money if he gets them at a good enough price, and even then, his experience allows him a better margin because he does it tighter. But, I mean, I really think, and again, I love Daniel Garcia, baby. I think he's a great Chad example. You know, he got into flipping some, but I remember he was nervous at first and very scared, but it's intimidating. But once you get through the hurdle, you'll figure it out. And if the price is right on the property, that's where the money is. And that's where everything will happen. Mm-hmm. Get one that's livable and live there while you renovate it. That's if you're going to do it yourself. But even then, though, don't fall too much in love with it, though. Like, it'd be nice to live in it, but at the same time, like you better get that thing done in 30 days, you know? Just buy your second property, closing on Wednesday. Congratulations, baby. It's a good accomplishment. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, if I didn't flip that San Francisco house, I was going to move into it. If it took me longer than like 2 months to sell, I would have fucking I would have even had nothing to do. I would have just lived in it. I would have been like, I ain't spending no fucking $40,000 a month and not fucking, hold up. So, but you got to flip it, though. That's the only problem. You're going to run into an issue. That's the only thing is, like, if you live in it and you try to do that, but then don't let it slow you down. That's all. But the idea is you have cost if there is any loans or anything else associated with it. SPY is leaking out a little bit. Microsoft a little lower. U.S. Permian oil output due to rise to May to its highest since December. Eagle Ford output due to rise to the highest since November 23. Yeah, Tesla's even coming back down. NVIDIA's in the green. Even Intel, they were holding up better. Steve stocks, options, realistic. I love it, baby. Go work. What time? 10 more minutes till 9:30. It's only been 3 hours, bro. It's kind of crazy.
Ball. MNDR, that one's still going. What was the other one? Cavill. Still got that. Tesla. Are you the one who just emailed me one? I just took a look at that. That one's decent. Mobile, Alabama is kind of rough. But besides that, Section 8 rents out at $1,300. It doesn't look that bad of condition. They bought it for $28,000. Ask them if they could, if they would take like 50 or 70,000 for it. But even then, assuming there was no problems with the property, that seems like a really good property right there. I mean, literally, you'll be making $15,000 a year off 98,000 cost. That's 15%. Even if you spend 7.5%. So, like, literally, if you spent 30% of the money on maintenance, $5,000 a year, let's do 10,600. That's still a 10 cap. Yeah, you're still getting a 10% yield. So I just think the area and depending on the maintenance, but if it's already rented Section 8 and the property doesn't look that bad of condition, those are just cash flow deals. Those are what I'm doing in Indiana. So, but I don't like the Section 8 ones. I'm buying ones that are like 100 to 200 and just like that, already rented out. They don't need any work, and I just buy them, and they yield better than bonds, and you get to own the property with appreciation or some better value. That's why if you could snake that at $70K, that'd be a good one. If I want to live myself and live in it, is 6 months. Yeah, I want to do it. Honestly, I think whoever mentioned the idea of living it, it's creative, and it would be very good, but I would try to avoid it. Like, if you want to flip a house and you're thinking about living in it, you're already making a very big mistake of time. House flips should be fast. That's why it's called a flip. Because real estate is already slow. Real estate is already very illiquid. So you have to think about that. You're going to put in the money for the down payment. You're going to have a monthly payment with interest. You're going to have to put up cash for repairs. And then you're going to have to pay the fees at the end of it and still have taxes. So if you want to spend 6 months, that can add up a lot. Even if you could do the work yourself, right? So because if you spend 6 months and the interest on, how much are you going to spend on interest? Just the loan on there and then sell, and then 6 months to repair. How many months to sell it and market it and get it out there? It's like, all of that, you may save money on the repairs, but if you could just sell it in 30 days, that is ideal. That is, and even then, selling in 30 days is tough. So, like, I closed one of my transactions in 30 days. That's insanity because that means it closed on the 31st day, but that was doing everything from repair to being in escrow and all that. But remember, every month that goes by, if you're on a hard money loan or you're doing a house for flip, I mean, you're going to be spending a lot on it. So, but like what I'm saying here, you may have the skill and ability, but if someone's like, oh, like is 6 months too long? Like if you've never flipped a house or even if you've never done a house flip and your initial plan is I want to live in it, I think that is making a very grave mistake because you're probably going to get burned by interest. Theta. There is theta on a house flip to a degree. And there's the flush. Hi. You have your cousin and brother living and 2 other buddies. So you want to flip the house and have other people live in there with you? You're my brother. You're ambitious. I don't think that's going to work. It might, but you would need a lot of coordination. You're going to need everybody on board, and you might get sued if anybody really wanted to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how much you like these friends, but I don't know if they step on a nail, technically, you would have liability, a lot of liability, or they would all have to wear hard hats while in the house, or they could sue you if they're paying rent. And then, bro, SPY just dumped right. I mean, you are getting Biden, Iraq, U.S. are working side by side to defeat ISIS. Iraqi prime minister, Iraqi relationship, important juncture. I don't know, is Biden and Iraq's prime minister speaking? Low ticker. What you should do, your first flip, you want to try to flip it as fast as possible. And then in the second house flip, it's not going to be a house flip. It's going to be a swing trade. Just go find a house that you would want to live in and then go buy it, live in it for a year, and then just sell it and make $100K. If you really want to live in it and get that value. Or like if you have roommates and stuff like that, that's what I would do. I would just find in a property that can appreciate, buy it, live in it, and then sell it for the gain. But I wouldn't try to flip with that many people, let alone just try not to do a long house flip. Long house flips cost a lot of money. You can do 2 years for tax-free, or again, if you find another place to move it into. But even if you pay the taxes, if you want to make gains like living in the house, that's it. But just don't fall for the trap of trying to live in something while flipping it. It's easy to blur the lines, and then you spend a lot of time and money, and then the break-evens rise, and then it's harder to profit. What do you think the downsides are for veteran living, renting out to them? What do you mean? And then SPY going lower. NASDAQ turns negative. Now, and SPY. So gap has now been filled. Dow is the only thing in the green. You have more Iraq Biden comments. I don't think that's what's bringing us down, but we're lower than Euro close, and then this was some of the war comments earlier. The landlord for your buddies. I mean, I've rented out to friends, but I have chosen not to do it anymore. It is a little bit more of a headache. All the songs and everybody who says don't do it, it's true. But at the same time, if you are going to try to renovate a house and try to charge rent to somebody and they live with you, they can sue you to oblivion. Because the house is not up to code, it's not standard, and then if they do get injured, you're fucked. So, I don't know, if you have ever been on, any sort of property, if it is up, maybe it's just California, but if you are walking any sort of property and it's undergoing construction, you have to have a hard hat. And if not, it's because of the liability shit. The liability and the Cal OSHA and all of that stuff, bro. It's very, very, it's there for a reason. But if you're going to try to live with someone and have someone, living normal while working on a property, I mean, I don't, it's borderline, I think, against the law, or you're just going to have so much liability. I mean, just good luck, unless that's, your real homie. Yeah, my email's tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But Adam, I didn't get your email. You said you emailed me earlier. An indemnification clause? I don't think so. I don't think you could sign away those rights. Have you had squatters? I've had early stage squatters. Like I've caught people trying to squat, and we caught them early, So it's like popping a pimple before, but I actually saw it coming and popped it, and nothing happened. But then my craziest story
it was a couple years ago. This was in 2018, 2019. Oh, I guess the NFL player, maybe that guy counts. But like again, I got him out of it. That's it. Once we found out what was going on, I mean, that motherfucker, I had him gone in a week, 2 weeks. I said, I will call the Los Angeles Rams right now. But what's it called? That one property, I bought the property from this guy, and he wanted to rent the property back. So sometimes when people sell their property, they need more time to stay in the property, and then you rent it back to them. So it was a normal deal, and I rented the property back to this guy, and then like we're getting towards the close of escrow. It's like the final day of closing, and he has to move out. He hasn't signed a rent back lease. He didn't sign it, and then it's because we were negotiating, and we told him we were going to let him rent the property back cheaper than what it rents for. So I was going to give him a 6-month lease for cheaper than market rate so that he could stay in the house and have 6 months to move out. And like I just would own the property. That's all. I just wanted to buy the property. And so we agreed on the price, and we agreed on the term, and then SPY's going lower. And then all we asked him was, listen, we're like, hey, since you're going to be renting it, when you leave, all we ask is you repair anything if you break it, and just like if you scuff up the walls or anything, just paint, just like touch up paint. That's all. Pretty much if you break anything, you're responsible. And then if you damage anything, mess anything up, just fix it before you leave. Right? So he sells us the house. We rent it back to him, give him a discount on rent. And when he leaves, as long as he repairs everything and doesn't damage anything, that's all. That's all we ask. Normal renting terms. And then you know what this guy says? He says no. He says no. We're like, what do you mean no? He says, no, I'm not going to paint, or I'm not going to pay for anything. And I'm like, even if you break it? And he said, no. I'm like, okay, then we can't rent you back the property. But that's where it turned into a weird situation, because by the next day, the property became mine, but now he doesn't have a rental agreement to stay in there, and then he's still in the house. So I've never dealt with this situation, and I called one of my mentors, and he even let me know. He said, be very careful. And he said, if he does not sign a rental agreement, he said, you need to get him out of the house today, because he said, don't even text him anything. If you even imply anything that he could stay, he immediately gets renter's rights, and he could stay in that house, take all of the money we paid for the house, and live in the house until we evict him then, just by implying that he could stay. So in that case, I had to tell him, I had to say, listen, and if you don't sign the lease, the sheriff is coming. We're not making any agreement that you could stay here. So, and then eventually he agreed to he was like, okay, fine. And then he didn't do it and then left. And we were like, okay, that was the bullet dodged. Makes no law. Well, it was his house, but like if you just imply that he could stay there and he's already been there for that long, I mean, he's still under the law. But then, like, that's it. It was weird in that case because it's California, and, like, the language. If I made any sort of communication with him that implied that we had a deal where he could stay after I buy the house, oh, fuck. He would have had a lot of rights. But the fact that we were negotiating a lease, and then he said no, and then I said no, and then I didn't say anything else, then he has no claim to it because he just sold the house and should leave. It's weird, but that was my closest to having a squatter. He would have been a squatter, and he would have took $500,000 from me. Well, yeah, I had no idea what to do in that scenario. This was only a couple years ago, but I've never dealt with this. I was like, most people sign the lease agreement. I've had that, or they just back out. But like, I've never been in a situation a couple hours or the next day. The keys, I already have the keys, the property's in my name, and now I don't have this guy's agreement settled yet. I've never had that happen. Tesla cuts Tesla cuts said to reach closer to 20% in some divisions. Maybe that's why the two. I don't know if they cut before getting cut or if they were leaving for another interest or like another reason. You just bought 140K in TLT. Let's go. All right. Hear me out. All I'm asking for is $14. Okay? So 14 divided by 140,000. Let me do that again. And like I'm saying, man, that's about 0.0001% of your initial investment right now. So what I'm asking for good karma, you could donate it to Josh, you know, and all the people that we support here on the channel. So, and like I'm saying, though, that'll go a long way. A 0.00001% of your investment of 140,000 that you just outlaid for a small, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just can I add that? Like if it was a car and we were like shipping and delivery fee, you would pay it. So like whoa, Tim Whitman didn't even, you didn't even spend 140 on TLT, Tim Whitman. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Man. I should get 10%? No. 10% is for him. He must pay himself 10%. So I don't know. I'm just saying. Just good karma for 0.0001% of your investment. Shout out to Tim. All righty. Then I need to go to the bathroom. God bless Tim. Liz McCormick.
Well, their short rate, they do their, balance
Two-year
sheet
yields
stuff.
at 4.9.
The long end is
for all the help, he did it, baby.
Rising fiscal deficits.
Oh, Fosin, let's go.
Higher term premium
TLT is gonna moon now.
I don't know.
He did it. You're the only person who's ever done that.
It's pretty crazy. It's
you know
like
what
the
I'm
IPO
saying, bro?
market here going
I love
smoother
you,
than.
bro. I love you. You're the only person who's ever done that. You know how many years I've streamed and mother effers or be like, I just dropped 150,000 into this, and I'm just like, give me $10, and they never do it, bro. Oh, Zosin's my dog, bro. He did it. He actually did it. He might have actually done it. I don't know. No one's ever. That's wow. God bless you, my brother. God bless you. Oh, wow. That went to commercial. So it's good that I was just shouting you out. Amen. You made 40K off Rita, so I owe you. Shit, that sounds about right. I'll take it. Hey, finger to the sky, baby. You know what I'm saying? Finger to the sky. Money's running low. Well, listen, I didn't want to talk about it, Jose, but since you're a real good friend, you brought it up for me. It is running low. So if you could do me a favor, just drop me, I don't know if you got any investments like Fosin, you know what I'm saying? But if like $1 or something, what you got, Jose? What you got? Shit, I'm glad you brought it up for me. It helps lower the shame. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, you got an awful chat history. Your chat history is just pressure too. I mean, you be telling me to sell you better close it quick. You better close it quick. Oh man. So Jose, help me out, bro. Help me out, man. Help me out. I don't know. You don't really got a nice chat history, and and then my money getting tight. So let me get some, Jose. You just as broke? Then why are we hurting each other? Why are we fighting each other? What the fuck? We should be going after Bill Gates. What? Oh. Let's go, baby. Zolson, Jesse, and Martin Skrelly. All right, baby. Horn. Amen.
Got you. Thank you. Y'all, I'm just like, listen, man, I just vibe, bro. I vibed. Thank you. I want some shekels. Hey, man, is that the real one? In my mind. Josh be taxing? Oh, and now I'm the bad guy? So they say I'm broke. I agree. I'm the bad guy now? Oh, okay. Oh, guy says I just dropped 140K. I'm like, let me get .00101. I'm the bad guy? That's it, man. Am I broke? I mean, I don't think I am, but, I've learned in life, if you just, agree with people, you actually end up getting a lot more. So I just got $100 off of just saying that by playing into that, I made $100. So I don't know. That's a real life example. So I just don't do it with things that really matter in life, like my spiritual stuff and you know what I'm saying? And my morality. But everything else, bro, if you just agree to what people say, even if they don't like you, you usually end up better. I don't know. It's kind of weird to explain, but yeah. So I just vibe. I just go with, I agree. I agree, bro. I agree. You know what I'm saying? I agree, bro. That's it, man. That's it. Joe Biden got a presidency off it. Let me get $100. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Oh, let's go, baby. Josh and TTF, even when money was low, save 10% and let it grow before you blow, and then you owe, baby. Tell them. Oh, Wayne, for blowing my account. I didn't blow up your account. I'm banning you now. That's it. Don't put that devil on. Oh, at least you just blew up your own TTF account there. So God bless you. God bless you. Don't put that devil on me, man. None of this is a recommendation. You will lose money. Get a long term. No long terms are blowing up. I ain't hear nothing about that. Bam, 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 bam. I don't know, man. I can't. We'll have some PHILO. But I don't know. We have a weird, I don't know. I feel like this is a weird, every year I get different, but this is a new Josh. I don't know. It's a mix between tight Josh and not quantitative tightening. And I don't know how to describe it. So I don't know. I like it though. I like it. And then it's already 9:40, bro. It's crazy. Past 20 minutes. I mean, it was crazy because we were a little up before that. Oh, Jimmy Fontana. Let's go, baby. Arna. Oh, man. Well, God bless you, man. Thank you all for supporting. You don't have to, man. That's it. Chad, you see how they be on the day-to-day, man. But literally, man, we love y'all. We love y'all. And even if I was broke, I would ask y'all for a house or a couch to sleep on. Okay? So don't donate now and you just save it up for me, okay? That's it. The yen keep getting smacked. I'm just saying though, I need to go pee. I need water too. I'm just chugging water now. Yeah, gold pop. Why? Go back to green on the day. All right, I'll be right back.
Pace up in the high teens in the first quarter relative to a year ago. And that's revenue that they haven't banked yet and won't until those deals close. But that certainly bodes well for better revenue in the third and fourth quarters of this year.
It's interesting. When I look at your ratings, I believe you have a hold on Goldman, a buy on Morgan Stanley. When you look at the results this quarter, do you prefer one or the other at this point?
Well, the current rating on Goldman is a hold. They are, of course, much more of a pure play in the investment banking and capital markets generally. So they will do well, when we have this type of resurgence. Morgan Stanley is a little bit more all-weather. This certainly bodes well for them when they report tomorrow. And, of course, the massive wealth management franchise that Morgan Stanley has is a little bit more all-weather, I would say, and, still provides fantastic returns, 25% plus ROEs, and should do well, again, with how well market valuations have done. So they can be shades of gray, and when you have these, terrific up movements in capital markets areas, And I think Morgan Stanley is a little bit better positioned in the longer term. But look, this could be a multi-year rebound in capital formation, and that does bode well for Goldman, I will admit.
How do you think through also the regionals at this point? You look at the S&P 500 right now. M&T Bank, the biggest gainer, more than 6% gain. It's doing better than Goldman on the day, really bouncing back. Can we glean anything about M&T, about how the rest of the regional banking system might do this earnings season?
Well, as a pure play regional bank, that's certainly good news, I think, for the rest of the companies that will report later this week. You know, the news we got last week on some of the big banks, particularly on the lending businesses, was not that stellar. Net interest margins and net interest income kind of languishing here. I mean, they did beat modestly, but they did not guide higher on the year. And I think we're at the kind of the point of diminishing returns here from higher rates. You know, as bank analysts, you kind of always cheer for higher rates, and that's because banks are inherently asset sensitive. And that's just a term for the fact that their assets reprice faster than their liabilities, and they thus benefit from higher interest rates. But at this point, they can be diminishing, and I think it's really starting to result in some anemic loan growth. You still have some continued higher deposit costs, and that's kind of will remain a headwind. So I think lower rates, or at least flat rates from here, would be much better than higher rates for the regional banks at large. It also helps lower rates with their securities portfolios, which have been underwater, so move down in rates there. And it also helps, on the margin, folks pay their bills a little bit better if rates aren't as high, or they can refinance to a lower rate. So that would actually help credit quality. So I think we're rooting really for lower rates for banks right now.
How do you think through Goldman's asset and wealth strategy here? On one hand, they beat on their core businesses. They did pretty well at the asset manager, too. It's looking like it could become a $3 trillion asset manager at some point pretty soon. Do you think that could help Goldman kind of command here that Morgan Stanley premium?
Yeah, I think they've been trying to move in that direction. Certainly, just broader diversification away from the capital market sensitive business lines. They try to foray into the consumer credit side, and that was a little bit ill-fated and resulted in quite a bit of losses. So I think that return to focus on the wealth management and moving more along towards the Morgan Stanley side to get that more recurring revenues. You don't have the associated credit risk on that side. It's still a cutthroat business. There's a lot of competition in the high net worth space to attract all those assets. But they do have, what it takes, I think, and if the focus is right, they can start to increase at least the percentage of revenues that come from wealth and get a little bit less completely susceptible to those capital market lines.
Argus Research Director Stephen Bigger, thank you for your time. It's still a busy earnings season for you up ahead. Now, coming up, former President Trump is inside a Manhattan courthouse right now, where his first criminal trial is set to get underway. We're going to go there live next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg. Live from the Donald Trump trial ahead of the election. Oh, we'll get that. And then Corinne at 10:30. My goodness. I don't know if Biden's... I had quotes earlier, but I couldn't find anything of him. Urgent warning, hit the like button, lurkers. Josh goes up and beyond the call of duty to bring you quality information to help you out. Well, God bless you, man. I appreciate all the lurkers too, baby. God bless. And we got our 1,000 likes too. So, hey, man, everything else, that's just the toast, baby. Horn up. Good morning. With the long term, you got 3K. Remember, little by little. No matter what. And then again, value. Think the names that are high quality and will be here in 10 years and are not trading at too much of a premium. It sucks. Nike was just in that buy zone and then popped up recently. But I think that kind of has some of the criteria there. They moved the like button? I didn't know that. Any flips? No. I did Goldman Sachs. That was my only trade. Yeah, the Geo. We had a little gains for one day, and then it flipped. I tell you, they called me back on Friday. I never gave them my phone number, but they called me back on Friday and left me a message.
Yeah, it's Stephen Moda from Globe Life, just returning your phone call. If you have any questions, please feel free to give me a call at 214.
They called me back. He just left me. He's like, hey, with Globe Life, if you got any questions. Remember, because we called in and we were like, yo, what's going on? What's going on? Mm-hmm. Any REITs? I mean, MPW, believe it or not. So that's the one, I mean, with a story. And then gold is ripping now. So literally, I'm back down to $2,000 on that. And I was up $600 on it this morning. My goodness. But yeah, gold's back to green on the futures now. But yeah, MPW. That's the one. It sucks that it's up right now, but I do want to watch here. I think their earnings will be key. But also, too, I mean, one more property sale, I think it's over. But even now, I mean, I'm actually very surprised. Again, SL, 20% still a lot, and MPW is struggling. But, like, when SLG did anything like that, I mean, it went crazy. If you paid off your house, would you rent it out? Of course. Of course. Or I'd live in it. You could live in it and have no cost except property taxes. But, I mean, a paid-off house that's rented out, that's pure cash flow. One circuit breaker? Oh, I don't know, man. It's been months since you've had a 2% down day, so you're looking for a lot, man. You're looking for a lot. Yeah, a couple MP. You did get some. I was going to do it, but I was just like, I don't know. I feel like it seemed too good to be true. That's why I was like, I don't know. And then I got clapped on the gold and then came back up. And I was like, you know what? We'll see where it's at. But I'm glad it seems. And then they confirmed the dividend. But if you got shares on Friday, I think they were trading at like 430 or 419. Right? Yeah, it came down even down to 4. But yeah, it was like 425. But I just hope I hope this just changes the whole story on building new we were just talking about that earlier. Love from Chicago, TLT all day, baby. I know, and it's the death of TLT as of late. We're gonna see. We got on Friday before the news. Oh man. But it's good news. So, like I said, I mean, borderline almost too good to be true. So, I mean, we'll see, man. I really hope they clear up this whole issue and we get back to value when gold goes up. No, I used to be like back in the day, bro, when the market would drop, gold used to go up like it was the VIX. So, I mean, lately there's just been hundreds of dollars of moves and divergences all over the place. You know what I'm saying? But if anything, you know, it'll come back to normal. But it's not too uncommon.
Because usually the market would be going down with the dollar going the other way, and then vice versa. Gold would play with it. You missed it? Oh, you didn't know the news on MPW? Oh, glad you asked, baby. I fund your PHILOs anytime. Cheers from Long was here, baby, on After Hours Reddit. Oh, now we got a what After Hours Reddit, baby. Harder. I got a PHILO for you, baby. Well, yeah, we don't have any official After Hours, though, so I hope and nobody is tickling you. I hope not. I hope no one's trying to. Don't let them. You know, they get weird, or they'll be like, you got any crypto? Let me see your crypto. You got crypto? Don't show them your crypto. If they say they'll show you theirs, don't. It's just don't do it. Don't do it. But God bless you. But yeah, for MPW, yeah, here it is.
The news on MPW today was that they sold off a majority of their Utah properties and received over $1.1 billion in total cash. This is big because they have been trying to raise $2 billion to pay off debt, and now this deal puts them on track to meet that goal. They also announced ex-dividend as well, and their second biggest tenant, Centene, also got re-awarded the Florida Medicaid contract.
There you go. You sound younger? Well, thank you. Thank you. I've tried my best. Hey, hi, Josh. Always good, bro. Always good. Always good. More dramatic. He goes crazy though randomly. Like there's something this morning. I was just laughing. I just crack up. I'm unmuted and I just laugh. I remind you of Theo Vaughn. Thank you. That's a compliment, but you kind of think I'm dumb and racist too, I think. No, I'm just kidding. He's not dumb and racist. I love Theo Vaughn. I actually take that as a good compliment. I wish I could pull off a mullet. I kind of have a balding mullet right now. Oh, dude, my hair too, man. Bro, it's going. Dude, I'm telling you, every month, bro, I'm losing this hair at like a 10% rate. That's it, bro. I'm about to be bald up top, man. I'm gonna be straight up like, oh man, it's crazy. I have been believing, but like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with my belief. I'm trying. Just come to the good side. It's fun. We'll talk about it. I'll talk about it. I have something funny. I don't know. Looks risky. MPW. Under 5. They're dropping anything to survive. I mean, at this point, it's just not even. I don't see that same view. The way I look at it is it's a matter of debt, assets, and liabilities. That's all. So if they pay off this $2 billion, yeah, they're selling properties, but it's just a matter of owning. You know, I think they're still going to have $6 billion in real estate and then less than $2 billion in total debt on everything. So up until that happens, it is sketchy, and it has been sketchy. I can agree with that, but, I mean, if they pay off this debt, they are lowering and devaluing their portfolio. But this is what I said earlier. They're already trading at a discount. The price of MPW stock right now insinuates that their portfolio is only worth $2 billion, and they just sold off one small portion and got that $1 billion. Like, literally, I think MPW's market cap now, I mean, what? It's at $2.85 billion. You just got $1.1 billion in cash. So even after a 30% increase or 20%,
it's priced as if it's already BK. This thing has already been discounted. People look at the properties and they say you have 10 billion in property. They're valuing it 20 cents on the dollar, but then in the last 3 months, they are monetizing this portfolio at full valuation. So as long as they get that debt paid off, I mean, the management could be sketchy and all of that, but at to some point, this just becomes about assets and liabilities. I mean, if they own this property, they're collecting the rent. They've already written off steward. Again, I mean, that's the other part. And they just got the contract today, Centene. So CNC, this is a big healthcare company in the United States. This is their second largest tenant. They pay MPW, I want to say like 23 million or 29 million a month or more. But yeah, I hope they don't buy more property. They haven't bought any property in a year or so. So I hope they settle down, sell off, monetize the portfolio, get some money, balance everything out, bring it back up to its valuation, not that it's dying or bankrupt, and then hopefully they make good acquisitions. But I hope they don't buy anything. No, they still have dividend. They still pay. It's just they lowered the dividend, but they still pay it. And then SPY right near the low. Natural gas is moving around on the low. They have 10 billion in debt. I think it's a little lower than that. But the issue is not some of that, because some of that debt is pushed out even 10, 15 years at very low rates. The issue was 2024, 25, and 26. They had immediate, like I want to say, minimum $2 billion of maturities. So they had debt that was coming due that they needed to pay for while their biggest tenant stopped paying them. So, but the other, the other debt, it's still a decent amount, but it's borderline an asset considering it's debt at like 2 and 3%. They couldn't get that money in billions even by selling stock or anything. But where is it? Japan plans antitrust action versus Google over search ads. Oh, wow. No way. Japan and Google. Yeah, Humana dropped from Medicare or Medicaid. Just how much they just thought it was going to be a raise. They didn't get dropped from it, but they're just not getting as much contribution from insurance that they thought they would. Yeah. Yeah, they're sitting on 10.1 total. And then if you go on their website, they have the maturity chart, but the problem was out of that 10 billion, 30% of it was due in the next 24 months. So now that they just sold these properties and have the cash, we don't have to worry about that for now. I don't know, Google didn't really move off that. Baba, I'm not too sure. Honestly, China news came in weaker again, and then the currency wasn't too weak, but there's a couple of positive surprises. But generally, it's the first time in a while, almost halfway through the year, and China is not getting the beginning of the year rally. I guess it kind of did and then sold it off.
DJT going down 20. I met someone that worked for Pfizer last night. It was exciting. Why was it exciting? Because he was chasing you around with a jab. You're like, it was exciting, man. Everywhere I leave, I had to run away from him. I couldn't shake him. It was like a hide and go seek. I was asking him if I should buy or sell stock. Let me guess. He said buy it. Because half of his paycheck is in Pfizer stock. He said, yeah, I'm very confident. Feeling very confident in the future. Oh, I know. You should have fucking recorded him and sent it to James O'Keefe. Right. And if he didn't give you information, you should have started hitting on him. I mean, like, what's up, baby? He's like, what the hell are you doing? You're like, I'm trying to get more info. He's like, nah, man. Wait. He's like, come on. No, you don't want to go on a date? Okay, James, it didn't work. Tesla under 160? Isn't it like 151 or 153? And then I think 147 and then 131. I think. I'd have to look at it. Yeah, O'Keefe, that's what I'm making that joke about. O'Keefe released, they were like, we have something on the Fed, and it was just a guy that worked at the Fed, and he was just going on a date with one of these fake Tinder operatives, and they were recording him, and he was just talking about Powell. I just think he was capping to get laid, and then he's just a political, he works for the government and has his own political opinion, but it wasn't that crazy. GIS in Nomura on the high. Numra. Not that crazy unless what he said was true. Yeah, I agree. But then there's like no way, and like, I don't know. I don't work at the Fed and I don't know enough about Powell, but it didn't, like, it just seemed like that guy, that I feel like that's how he wants Powell. I feel like that's what that guy tells himself so that he keeps working at the Fed. Does that make sense? I don't know. I think that was more that guy than it was Powell, but I feel like that was just what he tells himself. But it would be crazy if there was some way to prove that was true, and Powell really had an axe to grind with Trump and all of these other things. Then it'd be pretty nuts. Is it an insider info if I'm a bartender and they're speaking their mind about the job? I ask people all the time how their business is doing. Well, listen, I mean, as long as you don't go and tell everybody, and like, even then, you're usually not at fault. So the problem isn't the people who get in trouble are the people telling you shit, first of all. So the next thing is related to whether or not it is actually public or not. So do you realize, like, you don't even need to, like, insider trade? You could literally wait till 1 second on the clock and then act on the news the minute it becomes public, and it's the same. That's the next level. It's proving that it actually was insider information. So if it wasn't public, then whoever disclosed it to you is liable. But if it is public, or you mention it or act on it within the time frame of it becoming public info, then nothing really matters. Then there's nobody's at fault.
Nancy does it all the time. You have nothing to worry about. Did you see there was like a minor league baseball player? He got clapped for insider trading. This is a couple weeks ago. It's the same story every time. There's like a minor league baseball player. I forgot what deal it was. Let me see. Yeah. An indictment unsealed charging current and former minor league baseball players Jordan Saar, Grant Witherspoon, and Austin Bernard with insider trading in Del Taco stock after they received advance notice of the acquisition by Jack in the Box in 2021. So the baseball players learned from a close friend who worked at Jack in the Box that the company was acquiring Del Taco. The friend was a senior assistant in Jack in the Box's strategic finance department who worked on the acquisition. The disclosure was a violation to Jack in the Box and the shareholders. They say that Kassar shared the information fraudulently with baseball players Witherspoon and Bernard, who were connected through minor league baseball at Pepperdine and the Tampa Bay Rays. In the following months after learning, Kassar, Witherspoon, and Bernard purchased Del Taco's stocks, discussed when and how many shares they were purchasing, and tipped each other off with inside information. According to the indictment, Del Taco stock jumped from 7 to 12 a share, a 66% increase, and earning them illegal profits of $56,000, $41,000, and $64,000. So they each made $50,000 a pop. And they're all 28 years old. And they either played minor league baseball or played for the Rays. But I told you, bro, they all inside info. If they just waited till 1 second after the deal got announced, they could have avoided that and they probably would have made more money. There's more because like they never traded options before. Then their first trade hits on a buyout. But then they only made like $50,000 each. And they knew what was going to happen. Well, that's the paradox. It happens a lot more than you think. A lot of people with inside info, they don't end up making that much money. Like maybe some of the billionaires, and then when they do make money, they end up just paying a fine. And you like that one UK guy recently. But like most people, when you get inside information and people act on it, they usually get caught and they make less than $50,000. It's actually like I want to say it's a stat. Like go look at all the SEC filings and you'll see it, man. These people, and you're like, what the fuck? And it's all the same story. So-and-so hears about this. Somebody tells them this, and then they do this, and then ta-da. Meanwhile, Nancy. The Israeli Air Force has completed preparation for imminent attack against Iran. Israel Channel 12 reports Israeli War Cabinet decided Monday to give a clear and strong response to Iran's attack in coordination with the U.S. That'd be crazy, though, man. I don't know. If Iran really hits back, I wonder if we're gonna get more support still. If that's gonna change anything. That's wild. If they attack by today or tomorrow. I thought they were just going to end it. Call it a day. Anacott Steel, do they have earnings? I didn't plan on playing them. And SPY going lower, at least bouncing at the low. I mean, LMT, RTX, until this shit dies down. It sucks because 2 days ago, you could have really got that good price. We were calling it out a couple of times on the pullbacks. The old tit for tat, right? It was supposed to be de-escalatory, but I think Israel is kind of going gung-ho about this. If Israel attacks and does it aggressively, then this shit gets weird. But if Israel attacks and it's very, very minor, then it's going to be up to Iran to be the adult and say, okay, we'll end it. But then again, that's not how it works. Tit for tat. So again, Israel starts the fight. Iran responds back. And now Israel's fighting back to the response. So then Iran's going to be like, well, they could either stop or they could be like, no, we're going to hit you back. And then not to mention, too, this is the first, you haven't really seen a direct attack on Israeli soil by Iran. We've had conflicts and proxies, but you haven't had a direct Iranian attack sent to Israel. IDF Chief of Staff Halevi says Israel will respond to Iranian missile and drone attacks.
Time, Saturday evening, Sunday morning, Israeli time, that it was something that we had not been preparing for with Israel.
Okay, I'll go
in the
bathroom,
days,
and then I'll be
leading
right
up to
back.
that attack. We had been working quite closely with them to coordinate our response.
But you
to
are
talk
getting
about
more
how
Israel
we could
headlines.
defend Israel, how we could take down those drones and missiles, and something we worked very closely on, as well as we coordinated with our diplomatic response. As you saw, the Secretary had a number of calls with foreign counterparts last week to send messages indirectly to Iran, to ask other countries to make clear to Iran that they should not escalate this conflict. We shared all of those conversations with the government of Israel, made clear to them that we were working with them not just militarily, but that we were working with them diplomatically, and that's what we are committed to continue to do to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel.
And are the Rafah meetings still going to happen this week?
I don't have any scheduling announcements to make with regards to those meetings. Go ahead. I'll come to you next.
In a similar vein, that the fact that Israel didn't take a preemptive strike and that the U.S. and others were warning that a strike from Iran, an attack from Iran would likely be coming. There was no preemptive strike, so should we read that as it's that the U.S. and allies have been successful in actually stopping Israel from doing what it might otherwise normally do? And also the Secretary spoke about this morning alongside the Iraqi PM, but he said that in the 36 hours since the attack, this diplomatic response and seeking to prevent escalation will continue from the U.S. So are we supposed to see that as primarily aimed at Israel, given that the ball is now in Israel's court?
So with respect to the first question, I'm always reluctant to kind of tell people how to read any one thing or the other. I'm just going to speak to our actions, which we have already done at length. With respect to the next 36 hours, though, to follow up on what the Secretary has said, we're making clear to everyone in the region that we don't want to see the conflict escalated. And that is a message that we have sent not just starting this weekend, not just last week, but really since October 7th. If you've paid attention to the Secretary's trips, and I know you have, and a lot of people in this room have been on these trips, one of the things we have always talked about and that we have engaged intensively in diplomacy to try to pursue is a de-escalation of the conflict and to prevent the conflict from spreading and widening. I don't know how many times you've heard the Secretary say that. I don't know how many times you've heard me say it. And of course, if you've heard us say it, you can imagine how many times our counterparts across the region and across the world have heard us say it. 'Cause it has
again, it's another round of
strategic
Israel
we have been
pretty much
pursuing,
saying
and
they're
that we
going
will
to
continue
attack back.
In the days ahead.
The weird part about today is that you just don't. 505, man. This is a new low of the week. That's it, Chad. New low of even last week. 5,100 is in play. Remember, we were asking if we were going to break that on Friday. We ended up not doing it. So 5,104 now. But again, I don't think we're getting driven by anything but war headlines. But like I was just saying here, the weird part is you don't have oil really playing along. I mean, even gold's not playing. Gold is barely moving. Oil, I mean, the bonds, maybe if they start getting a fear bid, but right now, I mean, it's just more people talking in equities. And then, I mean, earnings did come off on a better start. That's the difference. So Friday, we had war tensions, no attack, bad bank earnings. We went down. Today, you had good bank earnings, not a bad start to earnings. And then you actually had the attack, no deaths. And then now talking about another attack. And then we gapped up. And now we're selling back off, hitting a new low, lower than the last month, 2 weeks, and then now 5,100. Like we said, we're pricing in about 1.5 on this week, surprisingly, but this might be our target. Pretty much 5,000 would be next. There's a couple of spots, but 5,100, it's right there. So let's see, Chattadonia. 5,100. We're not selling off anything directly. Oh, wow. Yo, are you ready for this? Well, we're not selling off anything directly. I think war headlines are, again, Israel headlines picking up saying they're going to attack back and escalate the conflict. Bro, reverse repo, $327 billion. That has to be the lowest in a long time. Bro, the reverse repo, 62 counterparties, $327 billion. Bro, if that dropped, I think that just dropped $120 billion in reserves. No, I think the latest number was 450. No, that's drying up fast. At this pace, you could be at zero in 3 days. I mean, it's not going to happen, but you never know. No, it's easily done by June. That's it just depends. But my goodness. And then Jenks on the high. SPY's still going lower. So again, remember, bonds already led the way. Now SPY and stocks are red while the bonds are near that 4.6. So that's, as far as delay, we didn't have to wait now. Your stocks are catching up to bonds. SARK, UVXY, VIX. Don't tell me that's a new high. Oh, no, we hit 19, but still, man, VIX is going to be another high close. That was fascinating on Friday. So SPY is just absolutely dumping right now, you guys. So you went from everything green to now down 0.5% on the SPY, down 0.8 NASDAQ, down 1 on the Russell, down 0.25 on the Dow. You broke 5,100. I mean, the last time you were below here, even 20 days ago, you were above 5,100. So what? Last time you were at 5,100, legit April 5th. And then before that, you didn't even get to 5,100. Like leading into beginning of February. So 50.095, we're still dropping here. We were looking for this move on Friday. It didn't happen, but hi. There wasn't any news. I mean, right now, sadly, it's all speculation, but I'm chalking this up to Israel headlines. Israel literally committing to another retaliatory attack towards Iran. And then, I mean, bonds got destroyed. The hot retail, that's another factor you can't forget about. Bonds got murdered beginning of the day on all of this. Bonds were near 4. Bonds made a very wicked move, and that's both because of war and data. So that's the other factor. And then, but earnings, we got to a decent start with earnings. I had that thing. They said Israel was saying imminent attack. So we had the press briefing up. Won't they cut rates if war happens? It depends what kind of war. I mean, remember, bro, you love war. America, like, we've already had war. We've been in war, and we didn't. And we raised rates. U.S. will not renew license that ease sanctions on Venezuela oil and gas. Israel military chief of staff, there will be a response to Iran's launch of so many missiles and drones towards Israeli territory. What was priced in? I mean, the move on oil and gold and, like, the dollar, that was priced in. So if you thought Israel was going to get attacked over the weekend and the world was going to go crazy and that everybody would rush to insurance, that didn't really happen. Right? Even then, the market's down. I mean, we were pricing in 1.5 for this week. We have a little bit of a range, but I mean, if anything, all that there was that you had the attack, and now we're thinking about the next step. But it wasn't as if people were rushing to buy insurance off of what's going on in the Middle East. But that's why it's weird, because we're getting these headlines and the market's still kind of moving and people are getting ready. So I would say we moved off the war headline, but you could quickly brush it off. I mean, like I said, don't forget earnings. It's one part these headlines, another part general momentum, another part the dollar is on a freaking tear. The bond yields are right under 4.7 right now. The 2-year is implying one rate cut in 2 years at 5%. So
And first time breaking 5,100. And we're going lower. Donald Trump on the low. The Donald Trump jump man's not working out. No bounce. No bounce. It needs a bounce. The low taker, very, very active. I don't know. I mean, you're like hitting a low, but not, if that makes any sense. Like you're getting these candles. I can't tell if we're wicking into the low or not. It's like fighting back, but there's a lot of pressure. Even CCJ on the low. 50, 70. I mean, I don't know what the next range is. I think we got to really start pulling the chart back, but I think your next range, 50.92. There's a lot of wicks here. And then you're looking at a 50.87 and then 50.78. So 92, 87, and 78. 92, 87, and 78. And then we'll talk about it from there. So there's 92. That's gone. So now 87. Josh, should we sell everything? It's all dropping. I mean, it's up to you, but do it if you're the type. I mean, just speak now or forever hold your peace is what they say. Make up your mind and don't change it for 10 years. It's a little jump to get out before the deep dive. Well, I mean, if anything's going to kill us, it's going to be a mix of earnings or it's going to be some of this data. Or maybe we get another surprise. But again, we don't have too much data here. Or not data, even. I don't even know if the tensions, unless we fully get, I don't know. I don't know how much I believe a full-blown Iran war. I don't know. Because that would be a new war. You guys realize that, right? It would be like a 0.5 of a war. Just because Iran, it kind of funds all the other wars. But do you realize that's another conflict? So I don't know if that happens. But then again, it's election year. I don't know. So 50, 80, you're going lower. So what do we say, 87 and then 78 or something? So 92, 87, and then 72? Something like that. Gold's climbing, though, so that sucks. I should have got out to my gold earlier then. I didn't even want to buy it. Powell pumps. I think I did. We do have Powell tomorrow. So 50, 88. You're 1 point off where I was saying. But, yeah, I just don't know if the war thing. But I do think earnings and rates, though. But rates and what else? So there's 87, man. Bro, you're flushing. You guys realize 20 minutes ago you were at 51.21. Like, you are down 40 points in 20 minutes. So you're kind of selling off pretty hard, man. This is big. Again, we're pricing in 1.5 on this week. Yeah, I'm putting out a stream alert. Just big, man. That's a decent ass move. It sucks because it's just Monday and we have a lot more, but you even have a lot more time right now. But you like flushed right there. That was a 20-minute, 40-point drop. This was its own little day. It is buttering. I mean, you did break the level there, 5,100. Like I said, 87. The next level is what, 72? I thought we were gonna have like an hour to hit those levels. You just hit 2 of 3 levels I just named you. So next one's 72. That's it, I think. But remember, you're at the levels right now. So we go to 50.72, and then if you break 50.72, you're going to be looking at like 50.68 and then 50.55. But I doubt we get there that fast. That would be another 30 points, but you never know, homie. A roller coaster. Well, I mean, again, bonds led the way. I just thought this was going to happen tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? Notice bonds didn't do shit on all of this. So I thought this would just happen tomorrow. Stocks could ignore it. Then the yields come down tomorrow, and then the market drops. But now, low key, they're all matching up. SPY is still down more, but NASDAQ might catch up to the sell-off on the bonds, especially if they get a bid. Well, 506. Remember what did I tell you guys? 503 was the range. We calculated 1.5 was the whole entire week of pricing
We're at 0.8 right now. Bro, you're going again. So 72, 50.72 is the next level. You're at 50.77. I mean, we were at 51.22 when this all happened. No headlines. Again, sadly, the only thing we could attribute this to is the Israel saying they're going to attack and respond imminently, but it's not like anything changed. You had hot data in the morning, hot retail sales, bond yields died. Bonds led all of this. So 50.75, all right, wait till 50.72. Dollars starting to pop now. Your high ticker is nothing but volatility indexes. Again, even Google's down. Bro, you're down 1% almost. NASDAQ down 1.5%. 50.74. All right, I think we'll bounce at 50.72. I don't think we're going to flush it. I just gave you all of these levels right now. So 50.72, next one's what? 50.68? So maybe you could overshoot a little bit. 50.68 and then 50.58. Oh, my goodness. I don't know, man. I don't know. These guys crazy. 50.68. Yeah. All right, there you go. You're already up 4 points off of it. That's the level, man. Right on the damn dot. Elon on Bagliano's departure. After taking a well-deserved break, Drew will no doubt go on to do great things. I look forward to following what he does next. We died too. Oh, dude, like a head of 420, dude. That's like bad vibes, dude. You know, dude, they gotta be like election day, dude. Oh, dude, what if they had like a weed party at the White House, dude? You know how they like to do parties at the White House, dude? What if they had like a weed party, dude? And they're like, oh, dude, reefer party for the White House, dude. Oh, dude, and then like, oh, like in the MSOS, or like we're legalization, dude. Or like we're legalizing, dude. Boom, dude. But yeah, like if it goes lower, though, I'd be done by dip, dude. Like 8:30, dude, on MSOS, dude. It's not a Fibonacci, dude, but like it's dope, dude. Support level, dude. Oh, dude, you're coming back down again to the red, dude. Are you united on the high, dude? Oh, no, that's something else, dude. All right, 50.72. There's like, you could, I think you could undershoot it a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to go to those next levels. But, dude, that's a wicked move, man. That's 50 points in like 30 minutes. What's on sale? I mean, I could get you the biggest lows right now. So right now on the Dow Jones, the worst name is Salesforce. I mean, that's a pretty good discount. I wanted that. The biggest gainer on the Dow is the Goldman Sachs. NASDAQ 100, Team, Atlassian, and Trade Desk. Those are down the most. And then Intel is the best on the NASDAQ. And then S&P 500. Looks like Salesforce and Globe Life and Molina. Molina lost that contract for the Medicaid with Florida. All right, SPY's holding that 50.72. Brought to you by Support Levels. My Tesla puts. Man, that was a big move. So again, it's a weird mix of war hitting everything but the war stocks. I mean, gold kind of rocketed up. It's kind of weird to think about. Gold is moving all over the damn place. But then oil popped up on those headlines too. So as we did drop, they got a bid, but they're just still subdued. You went negative year to date, long term in 2 days? No. You're scaring me. I didn't think it was that bad. This is the day that the Lord has changed. That the Lord has changed. Okay, we got different things. You scared me. No, I pretty much lost all of. I'm back to March. So long term, I am back to where we were at in March. So right now, 169. Yeah, I fell below 170. So yeah, I gave up all of March's gains on the long term. I think it's the same for the Schwab and Cold Sister. Let's take a look. I will rejoice. I will rejoice because the law. No, you guys, it's bad time.
Yeah, year to date, small long term. Yeah, we gave up February as well. What are we at now? 18.7. Last time you were at 18.7 was February 29th. So we gave up about a month of gains, I think, on all of them. And then Colt Sister. $9,857. Same thing. All February. They're all matched. All a month of gains. So in what? In 15 days of April, we've given up 1 month. Not bad, though. 2 weeks of trading. But then some of y'all saying it's a little more violent. All right, oil's starting to break out now. So oil's bounced about 1%. And then gold is getting kind of aggressive here, too. Sell everything and roll into altcoins? Nah. Well, all I know is that this is either going to be a blip or it's going to be a turning point. But, like, either way, I encourage you to have a long-term plan and just know what you'll do today in any environment. And, like, you know, if you are the type, I feel grateful by all of it. I'm blessed, you know, and I think all of you are too, and I love all this. You know, the long term needs to come down a little bit. We've had it's been an amazing year. So you just got to let it pull back, let it relax. And I really think if you are going to get stressed and your plans with it are going to be finicky and if you can't have a plan where you can make that plan today and it could be helpful for you in any environment, then you might as well sell out or do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Like at that point, you are my brother. You are wind. I can't see you. You're shifting and changing. You're just gonna go wherever the wind goes. So at that point, I mean, I would just say have your plan. But I think it's good we have a pullback in the long term. And I said you guys don't get too used to the unnatural moves up. And at the same time now, I mean, this is where you could really lock down plans. And when the market does go down, though, I mean, every time, just like on the way up, a lot of, I'm going to sell. But listen, in a couple months, maybe a year, who knows? If you ever come to me, though, I'm going to bring up this conversation. This is the one I'm talking about. This is the day that the Lord has made. I'm going to sing that song when you're like, oh, should I sell out? Because I'll be like, you should have just made your effing plan, or like in the past now, so that you have a plan for all this. So if you are going to cry and be sensitive to big swings, get out now, you big baby. You know what I'm saying? If you don't care, or if you have a bigger plan and it's bigger than swings, and you know what I'm saying, we don't look at the plane's going to have turbulence, doesn't mean it's going to crash, you know what I'm saying? Then you make your plan today, but otherwise, a couple months from now, you're going to just get emotional and be asking about the market. Should I sell? Should I buy? And it's either going to be substantially higher or lower. And the point is, if you already just had a plan that you stuck to, we're going to avoid all of this. And realistically, if it does go down, you've seen what we've done over the years. We should walk away with something that is a very good W. Otherwise, you know, like I'm saying too, just make your mind up though, because I've also seen people they use those opportunities to get out and then confuse themselves and then get back in higher, or just stay in and throw a hissy fit all the while, and then only to have it come back up and say, okay, I get it now. Raul might spin back. No. Raul turned the corner. After driving down 50 points in one block, the automobile turned around and he proceeded to go back towards his enemies. Raul was not finished just yet. Okay, this is for the Rakers. This is for any fucking Fed chair that looked at me wrong, man. Okay, you want to make fun of a bear? Okay. Sorry. Been holding that one in. But yeah, man, new low. Reloaded. He is reloaded. Raul is back. 50-72. So I think 50-68. Otherwise, it's like 50-60, the like 50-65, and then 50-55. But that's it. 50-71. You may get a little bit of an undershoot, but bro, I was gonna do PHILO. I'm not gonna lie to you. I planned on doing PHILO here. I was like, it'll drop a little bit, and then 50 points later. So you guys gotta wait a little bit for that PHILO bounce. Maybe it's back in play. I mean, shit, the velocity is big. We're pricing in a lot. Gold on the high. Oil on the high, too. Oil's starting to get back up there, like we said. So now the war plays are starting to play along. Bonds aren't, though. Remember, bonds led the way down. SPY still holding on. Overshot a little bit at that level. No, you did not get blocked, man. Yeah, we need to listen to Kirby. Unfortunately, he's very important today. This is the day.
Partners, the United States enabled
That's
Israel
an interesting
to
tie. Green on top with a gray and a
Despite
dark
launching
blue.
more than those 300 weapons from
That is
Iran in
quite
the
the
region,
color
Israel and
profile,
coalition
Mr.
partners were
Kirby.
able to defeat 99% of the attacks.
Know what I'm saying?
There was virtually no infrastructure damage to Israel. But their attack requires an unequivocal condemnation from the international community. And so, as Karine said, the president convened the G7 yesterday, and they have forcefully condemned that attack and urged for calm and de-escalation. And I'd like to take just a few minutes to correct the record on a few points that have come out in the last several hours. I've seen reporting that the Iranians meant to fail, that this spectacular and embarrassing failure was all by design. I've also seen Iran say that they provided early warning to help Israel prepare its defenses and limit any potential damage. All of this is categorically false. To coin the phrase from the president, or steal a phrase from the president, it's malarkey. This attack failed because it was defeated by Israel, by the United States, and by a coalition of other partners committed to Israel's defense. So let's be straight. Given the scale of this attack, Iran's intent was clearly to cause significant destruction and casualties. Iranian leaders launched so many missiles and other munitions because they knew that many were going to be defeated. But the aim was to get as many of them through Israel's defenses as possible. Now, I've also seen this speculation about messages passed forth and warnings. We did receive messages from Iran, and they received messages from us too. But there was never any message to us or to anyone else on the time frame, the targets, or the type of response. In fact, before yesterday, it was presumed that 100 ballistic missiles might overwhelm even the best defensive systems. That was Iran's intent, and as you all saw for yourself, it didn't work. This attack was defeated thanks to our preparations, to a coalition of committed partners, and to Israel's remarkable defensive systems. And I want to focus on that last point for just a moment. Israel today is in a far stronger strategic position than it was only a few days ago. Iran's vaunted missile program, something it has used to threaten Israel in the region, proved to be far less effective. Israel's defenses, on the other hand, proved even better than many had long assumed. Israel's defense was strengthened by a coalition of countries led by the United States and working together. The United States has never before so extensively and so directly defended Israel from attack. To ensure that that continues to be the case, the House of Representatives must urgently pass the National Security Supplemental, which has already passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. That supplemental includes funding that the President requested for the Iron Dome and David Sling systems, systems that saved countless lives this weekend and have saved many lives from Hamas and from Hezbollah rockets over the past 6 months. Passing that bill is the fastest and surest way to get Israel the aid it needs. And we must act urgently to replenish Israel's air defenses, just as Congress must act urgently to replenish Ukraine's air defenses, which also continue to be attacked every single day with the same Iranian-made drones. And finally, much of the world today is standing with Israel. When the president spoke to the G7 leaders yesterday, they were unified in their condemnation of Iran and their determination to hold Iran accountable. At the president's direction, Our teams are now following up with G7 capitals on new multilateral sanctions to target Iran's missile and other nefarious programs. G7 countries that had yet to designate the IRGC a terrorist organization are now considering doing so. And going forward, we will be working to further isolate Iran internationally and increase economic and other forms of pressure. So that's the upshot here. A stronger Israel, a weaker Iran, a more unified alliance of partners. That was not Iran's intent when it launched this attack on Saturday night, not even close. And again, they failed. They failed utterly. Now, as you also know, President Biden is welcoming both the Iraqi Prime Minister and the Prime Minister Peter Fiala of the Czech Republic to the White House. President and Prime Minister al-Sudani from Iraq will discuss the U.S. and Iraq's shared vision for our broad, multifaceted relationship. During the meeting, these leaders will reaffirm their commitment to advancing regional stability, to expanding opportunities for Iraq's people, and reinforcing Iraq's sovereignty, security, and stability. The Iraqi Prime Minister will be here for almost a week. And in that time, he will meet a range of administration officials, including both Secretary Blinken at the State Department and Secretary Austin at the Defense Department. He will have opportunities to share his priorities and vision for Iraq with a variety of audiences here in Washington and in other parts of the United States. Now, of course, the President will be taking the opportunity to discuss how we will continue to work with Prime Minister Sudani to diffuse regional tensions and to prevent Iraq from being drawn into conflict. Iraq, the President firmly believes, is central to the region's stability. And then later, as Karine previewed, he'll have a chance to meet with Prime Minister Fiala to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Czech Republic as a NATO ally. Over the past 25 years, our alliance has grown stronger, and the relationship between our two countries have grown even closer as we've deepened defense cooperation, including through the Czech Republic's purchase of 24 F-35 fighters earlier this year. The President will congratulate the Prime Minister on legislation that Czechia recently passed, requiring it to spend at least 2% of its GDP on defense, which, as you know, is the NATO goal. The leaders will also discuss their strong support for Ukraine, and the President will thank the Prime Minister for leading an effort to help secure nearly 1 million rounds of ammunition for Ukraine. And one more thing, if you'll just bear with me, I'm almost done. Today marks the one-year conflict in Sudan. Since fighting erupted a year ago, civilians have been forced to bear the brunt of this senseless conflict. Thousands have been killed and wounded. Women and girls have been kidnapped and assaulted. Hundreds of thousands of families have been displaced. Communities and livelihoods have been utterly destroyed. And famine now is threatening to take hold. That's why the United States continues to commit resources to create conditions for a potential peace process, to hold accountable actors who are seeking to sow more violence, and to assure that humanitarian assistance reaches the civilians who urgently need it. We reiterate our calls for all parties in this conflict to lay down their weapons and put an end to this intolerable violence for the future of Sudan, but most of all for the future of the Sudanese people. Thank you. Appreciate your patience.
Israel's military chief just said, quote, there will be a response to the attack from Iran. So does the U.S. have any indication of what those next steps are from Israel?
We would let the Israelis speak to that.
Does the U.S. expect to be consulted in advance of them taking any next steps?
I won't get into our diplomatic conversations or expectations. The Israeli government will determine for themselves if there's going to be a response and what that response is going to look like.
And are you able to discuss the specific roles played by other members of the regional coalition from over the weekend, specifically Jordan and Saudi Arabia, whether they helped shoot down missiles or what other actions they may have done?
No, I think we'll let other members of the coalition speak for themselves.
John, Israel is reportedly looking at options that would send a message to Iran but not cause casualties.
Hey, you haven't hit a new low yet, but you're about to do it right now.
This is,
you did it like 9 minutes ago.
This is an Israeli
low ticker picking up, full RPM.
Whether and how
50-70, 102, 50-70 now. Again, you're down almost 100 points from the morning, you guys.
Are you making suggestions?
You realize that. This is that's what I'm saying. I put out a stream alert too. You're down 1%. But this is almost a 100-point drop.
And just
and there's 2.5 hours left.
Speak to Netanyahu again?
I don't have anything on the calendar to speak to, but look, I mean, they've spoken frequently over the last 6 months.
All right, 50-68. That's the other overshoot level. And then I think 50-62.
Just one day before the attack, President Biden issued a warning to Iran, don't. And now the U.S. is not
50-66, and then 50-58.
So
50-55.
does that signal to Iran that it can defy
and then you're just going to start going like 20 points at a time.
I don't know, man.
That's
if
crazy,
I'm sitting in Tehran and I'm taking a look at what just happened on Saturday night, I don't think I'd be betting that the United States is not willing to get engaged here and help defend Israel. I mean, you had American fighter pilots in the air.
Maybe it just goes 50-56 to 50-60.
Shooting down drones and
Oh
missiles.
no, it's going to get weird at this level. This is a weird level
towards
honestly.
Israel, as well as
But this is
U.S.
what we were
Navy
saying
destroyers at sea, knocking them down from there. So the message
Tesla
should be
down
very clear to
4.
anybody. When the president says we're going to take our commitments to the region seriously, when we're going to help Israel defend itself, we got skin in the game, and we proved that.
I understand what you're saying about deterrence, but what about consequences?
As I just said, and Karine also led in, he had a conversation with G7 leaders. He'll be engaging with other allies and partners. We have seen swift condemnations about what Iran did from the international community, and we're going to be working with international partners to work up options to hold Iran appropriately accountable.
And then just on the logistics of this, with roughly 300 drones and missiles shot down, can you talk about how you will assess the debris fields and the shrapnel and how much that impacted people on the ground?
We're not going to be doing any kind of an assessment of the impact on the ground. The Israeli Defense Forces and Israeli officials have already been out and about looking at the impact on the ground. There were very few missiles that got through, and the only damage that was done, it was very minor damage to one airbase in Israel that did not even put that airbase out of commission. The Israelis have already spoken to this. I believe they've already released imagery of some of the things they found on the ground. Sadly, a young girl, an innocent civilian, less than 10 years old, was severely wounded. That was the only casualty that we're aware of.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. John, a couple of questions on Iran and then on Iraq on the Prime Minister visit. You just said that the White House was not informed of the timing of the Iranian attack on Israel. But the President told us that the attack is going to be sooner than later, and almost a day after the attack happened. So just can you explain this one?
I never said we didn't have an idea. I never said we didn't have information that we could act on and speak to our Israeli counterparts about. What I said was, Iran never delivered a message giving us the time and the targets. No timing. I mean, I want to be clear. This whole narrative out there that Iran passed us a message with what they were going to do is ridiculous.
Do you believe that Iranian nuclear sites is a legitimate target?
I'm not going to get into targeting discussions here from the podium.
Let me ask you about the Prime Minister. Is the White House satisfied with the way that the Iraqi government is reining in the militias in Iraq, considering they are one of the proxies of the Iranian regime?
We're gonna have an in-depth discussion with the Prime Minister and his team about the continued activities of militia groups in Iraq, and we'll reinforce our views about how seriously we take the force protection of our troops and our facilities there, and we'll also I fully expect that we'll talk with the Prime Minister about the counter-ISIS mission in Iraq and its potential future.
And finally, just when he said in the spirit of partnership, we disagree with the United States, and he mentioned something like we need a new system for international law to respect international law, international humanitarian law, protection of civilians, and diplomatic missions. So he's hinting at the Israeli attack in Damascus. He's also hinting about not doing enough to respect international law. Is this a point of disagreement between you and the Iraqi government?
You'll have to talk to the Prime Minister about what he meant by those comments. Iraq is a key partner, one we really value. We wouldn't be having this meeting today. He wouldn't be having meetings this week if it wasn't an important relationship. As I said, the President believes that Iraq is critical to regional stability.
Thanks, Green. Thanks, Admiral. You said just now that Iran's attack was a spectacular and embarrassing failure. Does the President believe that Israel should now take this as a win and show restraint?
I know where the context of the question's coming in. During his conversation with the Prime Minister on Saturday night, first of all, he congratulated the Prime Minister for the exceptional effort by the Israeli Defense Forces and, of course, commended, as you would expect the Commander-in-Chief to do, the participation of U.S. forces in this coalition and the great work that was done. I mean, it's easy. I was looking at some of the video before I came out here that's running on some of your networks, and it's easy to look at that like it's some kind of a computer game, right? It looks so simple. Things getting knocked out of the sky. Let me tell you something, it's not simple. It's hard. And a lot of planning and preparation had to go into that, a lot of coordination. And the President talked to the Prime Minister about that. He also noted that this was an extraordinary success, a military success, and that success alone, just for itself, speaks volumes about Israel standing in the region, that they don't stand alone, that a coalition came to help them defend themselves. It also says a lot about Israel's military superiority, and it says just as much about Iran's military inferiority when it came to this particular set of attacks. And the president urged the prime minister to
that's
think
like one of
about
those energy
what
plays,
that
like
success
Indo and
says
Husa.
all by itself to the rest of the region.
In terms of thinking about, but think about restraint, about, that maybe this should not go further, that further.
All I'll say is the president, from the beginning of this conflict on October 7th, has been steadfast and consistent. We don't want to see a war with Iran. We don't want to see a broader
Steadfast
regional
and consistent
conflict.
and clear.
We will do what we have
Apple on
to
the
do
low?
to defend Israel.
Brother.
Does
Brother, you
this
did so good
administration
today.
believe Israel will indeed strike Iran? I mean, is it your assessment that is inevitable at this point?
That's going to be up to the prime minister and the war cabinet to speak to.
But your assessment or the administration?
I'm not going to provide intelligence assessments from here. So as far as I know, the war cabinet is still debating and talking about their next steps. I think I'm going to let them speak to whatever their next steps might be.
And if I may also ask one question on Gaza, what is the administration's assessment of the timeline for a Rafah invasion, given the conversations that you all have been having?
Again, you're asking me a question that really should be asked to the Israeli Defense Forces and the Prime Minister, not to the United States.
Conversations. I just want to get a sense of, are these like ongoing conversations still?
Yes, of course we're talking to the Israelis all the time. Now, obviously, in the last 48 hours, particularly, the conversation has been about what Iran did. But yes, we have continued to talk to them about what's going on down in Rafah. And we hope in coming days to be able to have yet another round of discussions with them about what their intentions are with respect to Rafah. But the focus rightly right now is on what Iran just did.
On the U.S. military, given whatever the White House and President Biden know about what's going to happen next in the Middle East, are there any fresh U.S. military preparations?
Fresh military preparations for
whatever.
Wide open. Yes, I mean, we're always looking at force protection in the region. We're always looking at our force posture. We're always evaluating it based on the threats and the challenges. You can expect that Secretary Austin and the entire team over there at the Department of Defense is going to stay vigilant to whatever the threat might be.
Thanks. You said a moment ago that it's ridiculous, this narrative that Iran provided some advance notice about specifics here, but where we're hearing that from, specifically is U.S. ally Turkey, U.S. partner Iraq. That's where that information is coming from. So what is the discrepancy exactly that's happening there?
I can't possibly answer that question, Trevor. All I'm telling you is it's nonsense. I mean, think about this for a minute.
Trevor.
Can you imagine a world in which Iran would pick up the phone and say, hey,
okay, Trevor,
we're about to try to schwack Israel with 300 cruise missiles and drones. We just wanted to let you know it's coming. And oh, by the way, here's what we're going to hit. I'm sorry, it just didn't happen. I can't account for what sources might be telling y'all about what they heard. I'm telling you what we heard. And while we did get a message from Iran,
has anybody ever
and
said
we passed
schwack?
messages to Iran as well, which I won't get into the details
show up on
of.
Urban Dictionary?
None of it was, here's the targets, here's the time frame, here's the munitions we're going to put on target.
Swag that. You said without preconditions you're willing to sit down with North Korea. Does the same apply to Iran and to reopening some diplomatic discussions with them? No. And do you want to elaborate on why that is? Okay. As far as sanctions in response to Iran, Iranian oil production is now higher than it was 2 years ago. Is there a reason that you aren't taking more steps against Iranian oil exports, and does it have to do with domestic political pressures around gas prices?
I don't have any, as you know, we don't preview sanctions, and I'm not going to start doing that today, except to note what I said in my opening statement, that part of the discussion with the G7
you think Gen Z
leaders
getting
was
drafted?
the possibility of additional sanctions on Iran.
I'll take
unilaterally.
You give me a 35-year-old millennial burnt out on life. He could take like 10 Gen Zers who grew up on an iPad.
And whether you want to stop that.
Again, I won't get ahead of economic.
They won't even draft them. They're gonna be like, y'all can just be lookout.
Gen
Z, okay? Just post. You see anything, post
The
it
U.S.
on
official
TikTok or
told
something.
CNN over the weekend that the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin asked his Israeli counterpart to notify the U.S.
Our
ahead of
army
any
will be a little
potential
older,
response to the Iran attack. Is there confidence that Israel will provide that advance notification to the U.S.?
I'll just tell you that we are and will remain in very close contact with our Israeli counterparts.
So do you expect to get an advance notification?
We will stay in close contact with our Israeli counterparts.
On the hostage talks, Hamas rejected the latest proposal. The U.S. has said that Hamas has rejected the deal. But do you think Israel needs to allow Gazans to return home unrestricted, and should the IDF pull back so they can do that?
First of all, we don't consider it a dead letter. As far as we're concerned, there's a viable proposal on the table, and Hamas ought to take it. And we're not letting up on the idea of negotiating for a hostage deal so we can get a ceasefire, so we can get more aid in. But that's still very much an active football in our heads. And as for movement,
I don't know if the dollar's back to green.
We've talked to the Israelis about is you got 1.5 million
Put 1.5 million on a people
that are seeking refuge down in Rafah. It's by far the largest concentration of Palestinians in Gaza. They need to be accounted for. Whatever kind of military operation they're thinking about doing in Rafah or anywhere else. To your point about moving north, they have to provide safe venues for them to do that. They have to provide food, water, medicine, shelter. All that has to be baked into whatever future military operations happen on the ground in Gaza.
That does sound, though, like you're saying that Israel should consider allowing Gazans to move up north, which has been a sticking point in those hostage.
We want to see them account for the future safety and security of the more than 1 million refugees that are now taking refuge down near Rafah, with whatever baked into whatever military plans they might have for operations on the ground.
On the ceasefire negotiations, a U.S. official said yesterday that the latest proposal included almost everything that Hamas had asked for. And so how is it that the negotiations aren't at a standstill at this point? Is the U.S. planning another counter proposal?
I don't know of a new proposal. There is a very good proposal on the table that CIA Director Bill Burns helped negotiate in Cairo a week or so ago that the Israelis were able to get behind. And now it's time for Hamas to step up and take that deal. It will allow for dozens of the hostages, the most at-risk pool of them, to get out, and it'll allow for about 6 weeks of a ceasefire so we can get some calm and we can increase humanitarian assistance. There's a deal on the table. That's what Hamas needs to take.
And when the president spoke yesterday to congressional leaders, did he receive any sort of a commitment from House Speaker Mike Johnson to bring the bipartisan national security supplemental bill to the House floor this week?
I'll let the Speaker speak to whatever his plans might be. Certainly, we heard from Leader McConnell and from Leader Jeffries about the importance of passing this supplemental and getting it on its way. And as I said in my opening statement, the fastest way, I mean, you've got two good friends here, Israel and Ukraine, that very different fights to be sure, but active fights for their sovereignty and for their safety and security. And time is not on anyone's side here in either case. So they need to move quickly on this. And the best way to get that aid into the hands of the IDF and into the hands of the Ukrainian soldiers is to pass that bipartisan bill that the Senate passed.
I understand that that's your preference, the bipartisan bill that the Senate passed, but is the White House opposed to an approach that takes the issues separately?
We are opposed to a standalone bill that would just work on Israel, as we've seen proposed. We would oppose a standalone bill, yes.
Admiral, I know you said it was Israel's decision, but to ask it bluntly, if Israel retaliates against Iran, will the U.S. support that?
To answer bluntly, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. We don't want to see a war with Ukraine. We don't want to see a wider conflict. As the President said to the Prime Minister on Saturday night, we will continue to do what we have to do to help Israel defend itself. But you're asking me to get ahead of, as far as I know, a decision that the War Cabinet hasn't even made.
But if it were to happen,
it's a terrific hypothetical, Gabe, that I'm just not going to entertain.
Thanks. John, has President Biden considered maybe beefing up the public Iran posture to be more than just one word?
Don't. You're referring to don't.
Don't.
Yeah.
And so let's talk
about... Fuck you, Peter.
Anyway. And let's talk about what
the fuck, your name's Peter. That's one word. What the fuck?
Let's talk about Saturday night.
Fuck him.
He made it clear that he didn't want to see escalation.
Fuck, I call you Peter when fucking word. Fucking don't. Fuck
Let me finish. He added military resources to the region. right after.
You don't know what you're talking about.
And then when we had an inkling that this kind of thing was coming, he added even more military resources to the region. More destroyers that were capable of shooting down ballistic missiles, a fighter squadron that was able to shoot down drones. And that's what we did. So you can talk about the don't word all you want, but let's talk about what did happen. And what did happen was Iran utterly failed. And if I'm sitting in Tehran right now, I'm betting that President Biden takes it pretty seriously when he says, don't escalate. He's going to act to make sure that you can't. And they didn't. Yes, they fired an unprecedented amount of munitions, but how much of a success did they have, Peter? None. Zero. Very little infrastructure. It was an embarrassing failure for the supreme leader and for the IRGC.
Now that we know that the Iranians do not listen to President Biden's public warnings, is there any regret here about unfreezing billions of dollars for Iranian leaders during the president's administration?
What unfreezing are you talking about?
He unfroze billions of dollars
for Iranian leaders?
Yeah.
Really? I don't think so.
Okay,
So
you
first
guys
of all,
say it's for humanitarian purposes, but doesn't that?
but you don't believe me.
Well, doesn't that free up money for them to spend on other stuff? Where do you get the money for an unprecedented number of munitions to fire at Israel?
So first of all, I'm betting if they're sitting in Tehran, they're taking it seriously when President Biden says he's going to defend Israel. We put skin in the game, a whole heck of a lot of it, and knocked almost everything out of the sky. So I'm betting they're taking it pretty seriously. And as for this unfreezing, none of that fund, none of those funds set up in an account, by the way, by the previous administration, goes directly to the supreme leader of the IRGC, can only be used for humanitarian purposes, and we're watching that account very, very closely to make sure that that's what happens.
And you guys often defend all the trips to Delaware by saying the president is not on vacation, he's working, he can be the president from anywhere. So why do you have to come back on Saturday?
Well, we got indications shortly after arriving. We got better, firmer intelligence and information about the specific timing of what we expected to be this Iranian attack, and the president didn't bat an eye before getting back on that helicopter and coming back. And he was here all Saturday night in the Situation Room from mid-afternoon till late at night, getting real-time updates from General Kurilla and from his defense team all throughout the night, including calling Prime Minister Netanyahu right from the Situation Room. And as Kareem mentioned, on Sunday, he was right back at it again, working the G7, calling King Abdullah. I don't know what else to tell you. He had a very busy, full weekend.
John, on Iran, what is the current thinking on whether Iran's Revolutionary Guard should be designated as a terrorist organization?
We already have.
And then, just do you have any update on getting additional humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza? You'd said last week that you had 300 trucks on Wednesday. And were the weekends events?
Forgive me, I don't know if Kareem might have already briefed this out to you guys, but over the last week or so, more than 2,000 trucks have gotten in. And even throughout the course of the weekend, as Israel was dealing with a quite daunting attack by Iran, they were still able to get some trucks into Gaza. So in these early days after the previous phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, where the president talked about the need to increase humanitarian assistance, we have seen Israel take steps to do exactly that. Now, as we've also said, it's still not enough. The need is dire. And what we're going to be doing is watching for sustained commitment to doing that over time. But thus far, there has been an increase in humanitarian assistance.
Just on the timing of any type of warning. So are you saying Iran never told a U.S. partner, Switzerland, Oman, any of them, Turkey, Iraq, never gave them any information about the attack they were preparing to launch, and that information never reached the U.S.?
The United States had no messages from Iran or from anybody else, as I said in my opening statement, that offered a specific time frame or a specific set of targets or the types of weapons that they were going to fire.
So just concretely, why would U.S. partners in Turkey, Jordan, Iraq lie about passing along Iranian messages about any forthcoming attack?
I'm not calling anybody a liar here. I'm telling you, from our perspective, what we knew and what we didn't know. And we were able to help with Israel's defenses because we had information that we had received and Israel had received through our own efforts. But it never came as some sort of message from Iran the timing and the target. It kind of boggles my mind that anybody would believe that Iran would pick up the phone and tell the United States, who they know, who they know is been very, very directly involved with helping Israel defend itself and very public about doing that and detail the times and the targets. Look, this to me seems like a lot of, Monday morning quarterbacking kind of stuff. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. And maybe they want to make it appear like, this was some sort of small pinprick of an attack that they never meant to succeed. You can't throw that much metal in the air, which they did, in the time frame in which they did it, and convince anybody realistic that you weren't trying to cause casualties and you weren't trying to cause damage. They absolutely were.
Just one more. Is the meeting with Israeli officials on Rafah is that happening this week?
I don't have a date for you. We're still trying to get that nailed down. As I said earlier, we'd like to continue those conversations.
Thank you, Karine. Hi, Admiral. House Majority Leader Scalise said on Friday that Speaker Johnson was negotiating with the White House modifications to the Ukraine aid package. What is being negotiated? And you just categorically said that the White House opposes standalone Israel bill.
That's right.
That's it, man. And you've moved 100 points in the day.
Changes
like
to
intraday,
the
top, like you
supplemental,
felt all of it.
for example,
5170 to 5066 more.
To a loan.
Jep Q.
I know it would make your jobs a lot easier if I negotiated this thing up here in public.
Getting murdered.
But I'm not going to do that. You're right. The president did have an opportunity to speak with Speaker Johnson and other congressional leaders, including
so new low on that
McConnell
candle.
and Jeffries, and
I think
he made
Max
it clear
Payne is like 50-37.
The best and the
Like, if
fastest
you're
way
really gonna,
to
like,
stand
flush.
by our allies and partners is for the House of Representatives to take
50-39.
up the bipartisan bill.
And then
that
if you
the
break
Senate
below
passed.
that, but I don't
You
know.
also
We might
oppose
save
to
that for
the
tomorrow.
modifications
But like
and
50,
changes
60, 50,
as
55,
you
and then
oppose the
50, 39.
standalone?
I've answered the question.
Thank you so much, Sean. First of all, thank you for your dedication this weekend and keeping us all informed. I think we all saw more of you than our own families, which was real cool.
You certainly saw more of me than my family did.
I got two questions. First of all, administration officials told us on Sunday that they had help from India, China, and Iraq. Can you just detail, give us some of the details on that? And does that represent
Now
a
1-1
move
on the
forward
SPY,
in
1-7 on the
US-China
NASDAQ.
relations that you were able to cooperate on in thwarting this?
Yeah, as I said earlier,
50,
I think I'll let
64.
other countries speak to their participation and cooperation and the degree that they're comfortable doing that. I can only speak for the United States and what we did.
Does this represent a step forward for the U.S.?
I think what it says is, without getting into the specific contributions of other countries, as I said in my opening statement, it shows that Israel's not standing alone. That unlike Iran, which is increasingly isolated on the world stage, Israel has friends. Israel has
Welcome home.
Great skill, great professionalism, great military capability, and that's not by accident.
2022.
All of that comes from the support
Even
that they get,
2023,
particularly from the
most of
United
the
States,
year.
but other countries as well.
Welcome home.
If the U.S. can and allies can help shoot down Iranian drones over Israel, why can't they do the same over Ukraine?
Yeah, I knew this question was coming too. Look, different conflicts, different airspace, different threat picture. The president has been clear since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine. The United States is not going to be involved in that conflict in a combat role, and we haven't. We have been providing Ukraine the tools that they need to help defend their airspace, and unfortunately, we can't do that right now because we don't have that national security supplemental funding that they so desperately need.
The Syrian Christians are the indigenous people of Iraq, and before liberation, they had about 2.5 million, and they're down to nearly 200,000. And just last month, the Iraqi Supreme Court removed all of their, we had 5 seats in the Kurdish parliament for many decades, and those were removed. Has that come up in any of the discussions?
I'll take the question.
Thank you, Corinne, and thank you, John, for all you did over the weekend. I have 2 questions. First, you mentioned the shipping of aid to Gaza from Israel. Do we have a U.S. consular official at the border who is confirming that the aid actually gets there?
I'm not aware of a consular presence at the border, but we're in, as I said, constant touch with our Israeli counterparts. We also have David Satterfield, who is the president's special envoy, for that exact purpose. And I mean, he's like Waldo. I mean, he's all over the place, constantly up and down. I mean, making sure that that stuff is getting in and keeping the president and the whole team fully informed.
My other question is that given the recent developments with Iran, is the U.S. going to step up its contacts with the opposition to the current regime in Tehran? And I mean specifically exile groups in the United States, plus on the ground, the Baluchi, Azeri, the Kurds, and the Sunni, who are in opposition to the regime.
I don't know of any such efforts in the wake of the attacks.
All right, couple more, way in the back.
Thank you, John. Why is the U.S. not going to participate in a counteroffensive?
Again, I think I've answered this question. The president had a good chat with the prime minister. We talked about the incredible success that we and they achieved on Saturday night, and the message that success sends not only to the region but also to Iran as well. And as I've also said, and as the president has certainly said, we're not looking for a war with Iran. We're not looking to broaden and deepen this conflict in the region.
How exactly is he trying to de-escalate this situation?
Everything the president's been doing since the 7th of October has been designed to try to de-escalate and to try to keep the conflict from widening and deepening. And that includes the moves that he made in the last 10, 12 days to add resources to the region so that we could help Israel better defend itself. And my goodness, it all paid off. I mean, instead of having 100 ballistic missiles land inside of Israel and cause untold damage to infrastructure and to human lives, none of that occurred. And the reason none of it occurred was because the president was ahead of the problem set.
Right.
Thanks, Corinne. John, just a couple of follow-ups. The coalition that put together limiting Iran's development of nuclear weapons, is that still solid in face of what's going on?
As the president has said, we'd love nothing better than to be able to solve Iranian nuclear weapons progress through diplomacy. Unfortunately, that's not an option right now, because the Iranians, well before any of this, just weren't negotiating in good faith. None of the diplomatic efforts were paying off. And so that effort kind of fell moribund as we look for other ways to increase pressure on Iran. The president has also said that while he would prefer to deal with this threat diplomatically, he also will make sure that he's got options and choices available to him to ensure that Iran never achieves a nuclear weapons capability.
But the countries that were backing that coalition still a member? They're all China, Russia?
I mean, you're talking about a process that's just moribund right now, Brian. I mean,
So the other follow-up, the container ship. There have been rumors. Is there the container ship that was seized by Iran, was there anything of a sensitive nature on it? Do we know what was on it?
I think I'd refer you to the Pentagon on that. I don't have an update on the cargo.
I want to thank you for using the word schwack and of course, where's Waldo?
I'm going to hear about that one from my wife.
But at the end, you understand the reason why the question about advanced knowledge, because the president did come back early, and I think you spoke to it.
I didn't say, I never said we didn't have an advanced sense of what I said was, we didn't get that sense from the Iranians sending us a telegram.
Right. But as Peter asked, I believe, we were told, not specifics, but that something was going to occur.
No. It's not about being told. I think you all understand. We have lots of tools and vehicles through intelligence and other information methods to glean a picture of what an adversary may or may not do. Now, sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's not 100% right. We had a good sense of what Iran was planning to do, and we achieved that level of situational awareness on our own and working with our Israeli counterparts. The notion, the idea that Iran sent us an email or picked up the phone and told us what they were planning to do is just ludicrous. It didn't happen. I don't know how else to be more clear about it.
Thank you, John, and happy tax day. 240 here. There's been reporting that...
She's right.
Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So there's been reporting that the president suggested to the prime minister that Israel take the win and not go further with an offensive response. I have colleagues who are reporting that Israel is very much in the process of planning an offensive response to this weekend's attacks. Given the political situation in Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition, some of which is a bit extreme, and his own situation, does the president have faith that
crazy right now?
The prime minister will not escalate the situation out of his own political interests as opposed to genuine Israeli security interests? And then I have an unrelated one.
I'm not going to be able to get into Prime Minister Netanyahu's psychology or his political calculations or what going into his decision-making process. What I would tell you is that the president and the prime minister speak frequently, certainly as appropriate, and the president has been consistent publicly and privately that he doesn't want to see the war between Israel and Hamas escalate any more than it already has, and he doesn't want to see a broader regional conflict, and he's certainly not looking for a war with Iran, and I am confident that the prime minister is aware of the president's concerns.
Okay. And on Gaza, this morning you said that Israel has been doing the things the president asked them to do, but we really need to see it sustained over time.
And you want to know how long is that time?
No, sir.
Okay.
That would imply that you didn't want to call it an ultimatum, but the conditions that the president laid out in his prior phone call with the prime minister that about the aid workers, the conditions on the ground for humanitarian workers and aid getting into Gaza, that needed to change, or there could be changes in U.S. policy towards Gaza. Can you just lay out here whether the president is considering that that set of circumstances and Israel's defense against future attacks from nation states such as Iran to be separate things, that when you say we need to see it sustained over time, that the possibility of policy changes is still a reality separate and apart from the president's, as he calls it, ironclad commitment to Israeli security?
I've said many times that both things are and can be true. You can be a staunch defender of Israel's defense, and we are, and I think he proved that to a fairly well Saturday night, and still be able to have some tough, candid conversations with the way in which they are fighting Hamas inside Gaza. And those conversations are continuing. And as I said, hopefully we'll get to be able to sit down again with our Israeli counterparts about whatever their thinking are, whatever the thinking is about Rafah. So both things are true, both things can be true, and those are the discussions that we're having.
Bro,
you can be a good friend of Israel. In fact, I would argue that only a good friend
can
do
even
what we
the
did Saturday
messages
night
that we're
and
getting
still
from
be
this,
willing to
I
have
mean,
tough conversations with the Israeli government about
it's not really addressing Israel's attack stuff again, but I mean, this is all just tensions, and now you do have oil and everything else popping back up.
Thank you. No worries.
Oh, you're done?
Sure.
Good. All right, we'll give Corinne one question. She gets one.
Oh, I don't know. Sung, I feel like you guys got all the news of the day. Happy Tax Day. I did take care of my taxes.
Happy Tax Day.
I don't have a wife to take care of my taxes.
Oh. Was that a sad divorce joke?
Can you, just on the other sort of big news of the day, is the president going to be paying any sort of attention, or will be briefed on the criminal proceedings of former President Trump in New York?
Well, as you know, the president is pretty busy today. He has two bilats, as you know, as you just saw with the Iraqi prime minister, and one with the Czech Republic. So it's a busy day, focusing on obviously our national security priorities and continuing these strong alliances that we have with these two leaders, obviously two separate meetings, and continuing to continue to deliver for the American people. I'm sure he'll get an update at some point today, but his focus right now are the meetings that he has and what he continues to do every day.
Right. And setting aside the fact that the former president is the current president's general election candidate or challenger for this year.
Right.
What is
All right, Chad. I think we're gonna try to stop it. Not just Corinne, but I think we're gonna stop the red. I don't know. You've hit the levels. It keeps going. It's a wild day today, man. We were pricing in 1.5 on the week. We're already down by 1.1. We still got earnings, and the earnings didn't do bad this morning. At least with Goldman, we actually got some good news here. But again, the war drama. Iran's missile systems are on 100% readiness. Persian media. But now... Oh, I said, man, we'll see if the market, baby. We'll see if the market's up for PHILO right now, but we'll see if it stops. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is that time for PHILO. Yes, happy Monday. I hope we could start off the week good, but before I get into anything, any deep discussions before we could today. I like today's PHILO a lot. There's a lot of things I do have to say, man. If y'all have been involved in PHILO, if y'all have been taking personal responsibility, if y'all have seeking to improve yourself and have made a real effort, man, if y'all have been feeding yourself and not, starving the bad and feeding the good things in life, man, good job. Okay? Good job. I'm proud of you, man. So honestly, it's been a joy to be able to share these PHILOs. So shout out to the Chad, baby. I hope y'all could get something out of these every day. But at the very least, man, just being able to talk about some of this stuff, I mean, it's an honor. And I'm glad we got our moment, baby. So today, where do I start? Man, I could start this in so many ways. I have background with this one. What do you think when I say, maybe I'll give you I'll give you one of the lines. Surely I am not leaving you. Surely I am not leaving you. I don't know what you think that means. Maybe you could think about it, and I'm sure it brings a lot of thoughts. We'll talk about it here in a second, but I was talking with my mom the other day, and we were talking about, about books, man, and I was just, and this is what I'm going to share with you today. I don't know. I really think you guys, it's always a good story to read, and this story, man, it's been growing on me as like one of my favorite stories. It really has been. It's just one that I don't know. I've shared it with you guys, and I've read it a couple of times, but every time it always gets me. And it's 2 Kings, and it is the story of Elijah. And I was just talking with my mom about this, and I was rereading it, and we were just talking about how kind of like entertaining some of the stories are and how good it is to get just like lost up in it, even if you've already read it before. And like, oh my goodness, I've read this so many times, and I want to share a part of this, and something stuck out to me. And actually, me and my mom, we were laughing about this. We were making a joke about this, and we were talking about it. You guys are, I was making fun of my own hairline. We were talking about the hair. You know what happens in the book of Kings? Do you know what Elijah and Elisha, I think it was Elijah who did this. Do you know what he did, man? When they made fun of his hairline? I don't know if this is how I should start PHILO. It's in the Bible, man. The bears, bro. Yeah, me and my mom, we were joking about this. Because we were talking about the hairlines, and I said, I don't know, it's kind of biblical. Because I was like, even in reading that, I chuckled, man. It's a good story. I got lost up in the story again. I was just sitting there reading all the chapters, man. Yeah, they called him Baldy, and he killed him. He didn't kill him, but he cursed him, and then the bears killed him. It's Old Testament, you know what I'm saying? Like, Old Testament goes way different. But they were clowning on Elijah, and they said, Baldy, and they got clapped. I don't know. That's an interesting story in the Bible, but this is part of what I was reading. But now here's the main thing, man. I'm not, all jokes aside, there's a lot of different stories. The whole like Elijah's story and Elisha, pretty much Elisha is Elijah's like servant, and then Elijah gets taken, and then Elisha like carries on the torch and does what Elijah does. And like
I noticed a theme in reading it, and I've read it before, and like this is the part that stuck out to me, and I wanted to share it with you guys today. Not the hairline not the hairline jokes, but in the beginning of it, it's like Elijah is about to get taken. He's about to get taken up by God. He's the man of God. Like Elijah, you ain't got on Elijah. You know what I'm saying? Like he's special. He is rare in the book. But essentially, freaking confidence to the widow's peak. I said, God bless you, bro. But he's about to get taken up. And then before he gets taken up, he goes and he says, he's like, yo, I got to go to, I think it was like Jericho or Bethel or somewhere like that. He had to go, I think it was Bethel. He was like, I'm going to Bethel. Elijah said that to Elisha. And Elisha's like, nah, like, he said, surely I am not leaving you. He said, if you're going, I'm going with you. And then he's like, okay, I got to go to Jericho. He said, you stay here. But then Elisha's like, nah, surely I am not leaving you. You guys thought like Shirley Temple. Nah. And I don't know, when I say I'm not leaving you, you may have thought that was another promise in the book, but nah. This is what stood out to me. Because that's what happens with Elijah and Elisha. And then there's another story of Elisha. Even after that, down the line, there's another story, and he's helping out this lady. And this lady comes to see him. And he tells her, go do this. And then you know what he tells her? Or you know what she tells him after he tells her all that? She's like, surely I'm not leaving you. You come with me. I'm not. You could tell me what to do. I'm not leaving you. It's funny because, like, this is the part that stood out to me. Because in all of these stories, whether it was with Elijah or Elisha or somebody else, and you should read it. It's a very entertaining. 2 Kings, it reads like a book. Like, it's a story. I don't know. I got caught up in it again. It was a lot of fun. But in all of these, like, one person's talking to the other person, and they're like, go do this. But then the other person's like, no, I'm not leaving. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You always say that again. So many times, bro. Every single time. They're like, go do this, go here, or don't come here, don't follow me, don't do this, don't do that. And it's weird because you would think they would listen. But every single time they're like, no, I'm not leaving you. I'm not leaving. No, if anything, you're coming with me. If you're saying this is going to happen, but then, believe it or not, there is actually one part where it deviates from this. And I don't know, you tell me if you relate to it. It's funny. Because there is one story, one guy, like again, everybody would come out to see Elisha. He would do all this crazy stuff. He was like, dude, he was the man of God. He was the plug, bro. You have no idea. It's entertaining. You should read it. But like there was one person, they heard about Elisha, and they're like, all right, he had leprosy. And he was like, I need to go see Elisha. Maybe I'll get, everyone was like, yeah, go see this guy. Go see this guy. Go see this guy. Trust me. If you see this guy, he's gonna cure you with everything. And he had leprosy. So the king, he's a king too. He's like, fine. I will go see him. Yeah, some of you know this story. And then he goes and sees Elisha, and then Elisha is like, all right, word. He was hesitant at first. The king was. It was a lot of drama. That's what I'm saying. You got to read it. There's a lot of tension. 2 Kings. Just start from 2 Kings 1. There's a lot of tension. But he gives him an answer, and he tells him, all right, fine. He said, go into the Jordan and dip 7 times. Go and clean yourself 7 times in the river. So just like all the other stories, something happens, instructions are given, and every other story, they're all like, nah, you're coming with me. I'm not leaving. No, I'm not doing, no, I'm following. You're doing this with me. And then the king, he gets told to dip 7 times. But what do you think he said? Do you think he had the same reaction? Maybe I'm giving it away with how I'm leading into it. Because he didn't. I'm reading 2 Kings. This is like 2 Kings, like 1 through 6, I think. The first 6 chapters. 7, I think. So out of all the people, the king is like, nah. The king got mad. He wasn't like, nah, you come with me. Nah, he got angry. He was like, man, everybody says you're like this dude and you do all this, and you're just telling me to go into a river, and you didn't even pick the cleanest river out of all of them. You literally picked the dirtiest one. That's crazy. So, Chad, that one stood out to me. Yeah, the king, salty. We were just talking about the arrogance. Why 7 times? I don't know. I don't even think it matters. There's just a difference, man. Like in all those different stories, there was the lady and her child who died. Elisha wanted to be Elijah, and like these people wanted something. And it's funny because the king was really sick. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Like, you know what I'm saying? In all of these stories, everybody like really wanted something. It's like, but I think the king had other things. Because even if he was really sick, his view towards everything was different. Every other person was like, no. Even if the man of God himself told them to do something, their response was like, no, I'm not leaving you. You mean to tell me there's an opportunity here? There's this. They stuck with it. They stayed in their spot, or they at least pursued it. They said, if you're going, I'm going. So, Chad, this one stood out to me. There's also one other part of the story, and honestly, I think it does tie into all of this. Because honestly, I think some of y'all, you would not leave, or you would pursue way, way harder if only you really saw, bro. Oh, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. And then Lockheed Martin wins $17 billion next generation contract from U.S. Guard for ICBM attack missiles. LMT. Yeah, they got to pop off that. You know why I say that? Because there's one more story. There's one more story in Elisha. And like they're like surrounded by a bunch of people. And like the Elisha's servant goes to wake him up, and he's terrified. Because he's like, bro, you are literally surrounded right now. You are about to get schwacked, as Kirby would say. And then Elisha's like, man, Elisha prays to God. And he's like, man, let my servant see. Let my servant see what I see. And he did, and it was he saw a different view, angels, and he said the hills were on fire. It was different. It's honestly, I mean, again, what made me even want to read this, I was hearing people talk about like apocalyptic books and referencing even the Bible and how there's spiritual elements, and obvious, like, and this story was very, that had that element, very apocalyptic and spiritual. He saw a different thing, and that alludes to seeing the spiritual world and seeing stuff that you don't really see. Yeah, LMT, I got that in the bottom right, but I do think the metaphor as well. If only you really saw, man. That's word to thank you, God, for all the things you did that I didn't see. But that's what I'm saying. I prayed. I'll pray for some of y'all. If only you really saw. Maybe you would stay in the spot. Maybe you would pursue it different. I think all the other stories where the people said, surely I'm not leaving you, I think they already saw something, or they saw it differently. They did that then rather than the king. I think he heard, but he didn't see it. But at the same time, man, I'm telling you, my question to you at the end of this, are you going to act like a king? Are you going to act like the king and have everything given? and get mad at instruction, or are you going to pursue it? And even if it's not instruction, bro, all opportunity, are you pursuing and are you staying in your spot? Like, for real, man, this story got me thinking. I know it's not going to happen, and maybe, Lord, forgive me if I'm cursing myself. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I don't want to curse and be like, because I wish, man, I wish that somebody, you see, that was the sound of my thing messing up before I clapped you. But, sometimes, like, I feel like it's not going to happen where I'm going to engage with somebody and they're going to tell me what to do and be like, do this, do that, do this, do that, and you'll get what you want. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Forgive my doubt, okay? But at the end of the day, for the opportunities that you do have and that you do see right in front of you, are you actually pursuing them? Or is opportunity coming your way and you're like, okay, the opportunity tells you do this and this, and you're like, word, I'll follow up with that, great. Or are you like, nah, show me. No, I'm not leaving you. I don't think y'all feel me. I know, it's a Bible story. I know, I've said a lot of Bible things. But if you don't understand this, man, on a non-biblical, like practical level for life and business, oh, you're not feeling me then. But that's what I'm saying. Like, practically speaking, everything you're coming across right now, if it was, okay, I need to do this, you're like, okay, I'll follow. Oh, yeah, I'll do it later. Yeah, sure. That's a different attitude. That is a different attitude versus someone who's like, no, I like, show me. I'm not going to leave you till this is done. So, Chad, maybe if some of y'all only saw the opportunity, maybe, and that's why you do live in the most affluent time of history. But that's another topic, and we've already had that talk. But for real, man, pursue and stay in your spot. And I don't know why, man. I feel like the attitude of the king is the attitude of arrogance. Sometimes we don't want to pursue, or maybe we just get busy and we just don't think it's important. But whatever it may be, man, you got to be hungry. So to kick off the middle of April and to start off this week, man, I really do hope this PHILO inspires some of that hunger. And I hope some of y'all, whatever it is, you stay in your spot or you pursue. And whatever it is you want, you have an attitude and mentality of I am not leaving you. But on that note, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link, Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate Costs. Are you telling me weed and Corinne? Scheduling review of marijuana now at the Department of Justice? Oh, that is it, man. That's for PHILO. We did get a pop off that. Uh-huh. Wow.
letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
I kind of want to give you one more real quick. I went to the bathroom. I went to get a water. And then I found a Belgian waffle in my fridge. So now I'm eating it. So I don't know how we're going to do this. But you are going lower. PHILO did give you a little bit. But the market's coming back down. That one's called Paul Freestyle by Uncle Answers. I'll give you the new one for a little. This one comes out very soon. You know that? You guys will be surprised.
It's a cult, baby.
Weed, Corinne said something about the reclassification
Alright guys,
being with the
listen to
DOJ.
Blues Riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call I had to put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on styles, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan, Timarag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's on side.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved.
That's it. Down the waffle. The PHILO has been posted. Post PHILO, baby. The market, though, man. He ain't been the same since March, man. I don't know. Even March was good. He ain't been the same since April. He ain't been the same since April, but we back, baby. And yo, Asset, God bless you, baby. Through our eyes, we perceive the world's beauty and complexity. Yet true sight goes beyond the physical, baby. Amen. God bless you, bro. Showing mad love, man. You didn't have to. I appreciate you. Oh, Arnold. Let's go, baby. I appreciate you. Love find the channel. Send love from SA. Is that South America, South Africa, or San Antonio? Either way, I'm down, man. Either way, all around the globe. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up, then it's finger to the sky. San Antonio. Oh, Santa Ana. Damn, I didn't even throw that on the list. Man, gold is hitting a high. That's insanity. Well, should have closed it. What song? You'll get it. You'll get it this week, actually. I believe so. If all is well. If all is well. The wheat stocks, man, all over the place. That's in the top right. SPY back near the lows. Bonds haven't gone low. But my goodness. And dollar's still up. Low ticker is picking up. XLV, man, healthcare, they are going negative. They were leading here earlier today. CLF, I meant XLF. Banks went red. Goldman even. Again, Goldman earnings was actually good. Any news? No, just Israel headlines. Israel's low-key swearing by an imminent attack. They said they're going to attack Iran. And then the White House didn't really, again, Kirby was just talking about the attack being a failure and just kind of talking about what happened. But Israel, and a lot of headlines there. But for the most part, I mean, nothing really happened. And then now gold's climbing back up, and then oil. And then new low. And then I think even momentum-wise, we flushed through a big level of support. That's a new low, man. So get ready, 50-60, but then it's 50-55. And that's not, someone asked me earlier, they're like, what's max pain? Believe it or not, like 50-50 is not max pain. So like 50-57, 50-56, that's going to be the next level. But I do think like 50-38 is max pain. You'll even get a little bit of resistance at like 50-46. And then really bad is 4,982 to fill the gap. What is that on the SPY? On the SPY, I believe it is about like 4 or 50, like right there, 503 pretty much on the SPY. That's max pain. 503 flat practically. So you can kind of see the same setup there. Well, we're going lower again. VWAP's going down with it. Remember, volume was active in the morning. It's still active now. 61 million. What time is it? Power hour. It's high. I mean, it's compared to some of the other days there. It's not the highest, but damn, Friday was 92. It's still big volume, so it's not like this is doing it off of a small move. We didn't go over J&J. Actually, we do have some earnings in the morning. Yeah, you have Bank of America, UNH, J&J, Morgan Stanley, BNY Mellon, PNC, Ericsson, and then Commerce Bank. So, we'll see. I'm contemplating the previews still. I want to do them, but I kind of don't want to do them. You know, I kind of want to leave some up to you guys. Bitcoin flush. I mean, remember, Bitcoin on the attack, it died like 6, 7, or 9%, I think. I mean, Bitcoin back to levels and kind of looks like the SPY. You're just going back to the March levels. No, Bitcoin was actually a little bit higher. But yeah, looks cross asset sell off today. Again, even the bonds, I mean, if we keep selling off here, NASDAQ, the 10-year or the 20-year plus and the NASDAQ have met up. Is this the black swan? No. I don't think this is the black swan, but I think we're slowly, I wouldn't call it just yet, but we're like on the cusp of morphing into last October pretty much. Last August through October, we're doing the same thing again. Does that make any sense? Because same thing, inflation was coming down then, and we were a little worried, but now you have bond yields making this climb up here, and the markets are kind of
again, reacting the same way, more or less. We're just starting to get pressure on the markets and then inflation. So, again, like last August, it was kind of like that. You hit the high, you started melting down, you would go up, and then the rates would climb up. And then we kind of just because it's already been half a month, but we'll see here. Maybe after tax day if we get the seasonal bounce or not. And then SPY still going lower. I mean, you just hit a new low. Bitcoin's down 5 again. It was down a little bit more. SPX 5061. So 50, 56, 50, 55. That's the next level. And then gold breaking out now. Gold's about to do 2,400 on the futures. No, I don't have any YCL shares. Just futures on the yen. They're getting murdered, though. Intel did good because they got murdered on Friday, and I think there was some news about like some AI chip. Yeah, silver did good all day, actually. So even when gold went red, silver, I'm pretty sure, was green. Intel got another price target cut, though, by Citi. So remember, Friday had 2 downgrades and price cuts. But then again, I mean, if Intel could hold up after all these cuts, I think it's just going to get sandbagged leading into earnings. I hope. Already oversold. I mean, it's pretty aggressive. We did the pricing earlier. It was 1.5 for the beginning of the week. I mean, you're still pricing in 1.5, but now you've already moved 1%. But it's a pretty sizable move. I'd say it's one of our biggest moves here. I mean, that beginning of April, we had a big sell-off, but even on the daily, this is it's quite the candle if we close down here. We still got, what, 4 minutes till power, hour and 4? I didn't sell my gold shorts. I was positive on it this morning, and then now it's rocketed up another 50. But, I mean, I would argue this is the normal trading range at this fucking point. It's very, very wild. Yeah, silver, where is SLV? I don't know if silver really sells off. I remember I said, I was like, I'd be down to go long on silver and then short on gold even too for them to catch up. But silver has quite the gap on it too. The gold short. I don't want to hear it about it. That's why. Okay, so I'm not going to do earnings previews today. That's it. Y'all stressed me out on Friday with the gold shit, and that put me in a bad mood for that's why I was just like, you know what? We'll calm down, but I think that'll do it. You have physical silver at 22. I mean, if I do make any earnings plays, I will. I guess I'll let you know. But you guys could price them. But yeah, it'll give. Even then, it's early on earnings, and I need to get you guys the video of what happened on last earnings too before we do any. But we got a decent amount of names tomorrow morning. And green. I mean, you're 1.1 from going green on the SPY. It's crazy. We were up 0.5%. Today was a gap up. Again, the earnings were good. TTD on the low. I think TTD and Team, they were the worst on the NASDAQ.
Why did they drop like this? Yeah, these guys got murdered. Where was it? Team. How was all? Atlassian maintained that buy. Target adjusted 240. There's no way that's it. And then substantial insider sales on Friday. That's crazy. Well, yeah, they're outperforming. That little bounce, not doing good. Bonds have kind of held up here. NASDAQ 1.6. So it's not too bad. That was all. Florida managed. Oh, is UNH part of the Florida thing? So Florida released intent to award Medicaid contracts to Benign October 24 through 2030. They noticed Humana and CNC were re-awarded similar contracts, while incumbent ELV also winning statewide contract. Under regional structure, the incumbents were left out. UNH, CVS, and Molina. Stevens called outcome a best-case scenario for CNC, while Truist highlighted CNC as the key award winner. Ratings and targets remain unchanged. Northrop is still dropping. Again, team, I had that up. I was like, is NOC still dying? Trump enters courthouse, denouncing case as witch hunt trial, focuses on accusation of falsifying records to conceal hush money payments with potential impact on his political future. Pre-earnings early. I mean, you could go for some. I'm going to look at a couple right now. I mean, if I make a play, I'll tell you which ones I do. And then, I mean, if it's 2 standard deviations, I will, I'm going to assume that you have been prepared to figure it out. Oh, very expensive. Oh, UNH is still kind of expensive, though. Even then, those options are quite pricey. Baidu has an AI event tomorrow, apparently. We're going to see how that plays out. House Republican Mike Johnson under pressure to schedule a vote on $95 billion foreign aid package. SPY going lower, low ticker picking up. So again, I mean, you are approaching not really the danger level, but kind of close, man. 50-50, and you have dropped over 100 points on the day right now. You're down 1.2. So literally that 1.5, you're still pricing in 1.5, I assume. So now maybe it's going to be a 3% week. That is the irony of the pricing. Intel's still holding up, and then VIX going up here. I don't know. If we see a 20 on the VIX, that'll get interesting. The bounce is not materializing, brother. You are not seeing any of that today. Again, we started with a bounce. I mean, the first part of the morning was all about relief, but that faded there. And again, all of the war headlines, I mean, they did not digest well throughout the day. Yeah, honestly, it's good though, man. Some of these names for earnings like J&J, this one might hit, but they don't. Like J&J doesn't move a lot. UNH, those are expensive on the chain. Bank of America is a good cheap bank, but still, banks don't really move a lot. So we're not missing out too many on these earnings. And then tomorrow we'll have United and Interactive Brokers and JB Hunt. SPY is tanking. I mean, see if we hit 20 on the VIX. Was it 21 or 22 is the fear level? But even 20 in general. I'm kind of blown away by that. That was tripping me out on Friday when it was going up, but it's doing the exact same thing. Again, the dollar's up too, but not by much, but it's still holding those recent gains. And then NASDAQ and bonds are matched up right now. Oh, where's Morgan Stanley? Biogen, Little Chicle, UVXY. Biogen. $147. SPY's still going lower? Oh, that's still far. All right, I'm going to do one. I did one earnings play. I made a play on it. Moody's upgrades Live Nation. What price did I get? 20. All right. Well, I did Johnson & Johnson. I did 2 standard deviations. I did just the call side. I grabbed 2 of the calls, and I spent about like $40. So I'm going to do $40 only one way on J&J to the call side, and that's it. I think that'll be the only one.
April 26th. So I did the, not a recommendation, I just did the same exact thing for all the earnings. So that's what I'm saying. I want you guys to explore a little bit. And then that way, too, take some pressure. I don't want to hear about all the plays as much in that same way. I don't want to get harassed on your guys' earnings decisions. So, quite frankly, if you were here last quarter and watched the tutorials, you'll figure them out. But same exact thing. I did next week, two standard deviation. Same exact strategy, but only to the call side. Loki thinking about double depositing. Honestly, I haven't done a double deposit in a while. Why 2 standard deviation? Just for the unexpected events, and then like some names, they move down a lot, or like they've had big moves and the market's kind of in a crazy environment, you know? It's like if you're already doing really good and then you do even better, you're gonna move, pretty much outsized what people are expecting, and then vice versa. You know, if you're doing bad or surprised to the downside, and the stock's already moved 20-30% on the quarter, there's a lot of good movements there. So that's why I'm excited about some of them. Last earnings we hit a lot, but this time around, I mean, some of them there's still like big gaps. They'll trade a lot like last quarter, depending on the names, and so far, we haven't had a big mover, but big movements have already occurred in the last 3 months. So, like, I like J&J. This is the one I just made, but, like, they're down 17% on the quarter. So, I mean, my play right now is 2 standard deviations is about 5% move. So, J&J is pricing in about, like, 2.5%. So, you double that up, go to 5%. I mean, stock's down 17 on the quarter. It gives it some room. You know what I'm saying? It gives you some decent. Honestly, I mean, it's really not that bad. Well, I mean, even the last earnings season was pretty. Wow, there was a lot of plays last earnings season that were both like hits, but you didn't really get to monetize them. Or again, they like whipsawed, would go up and then shoot back down over the next couple days, or go down and then shoot back up. Yeah, all earnings is a wild ride. Yeah, J&J down 17. Well, J&J is pretty like stable. I'm pretty shocked when I see that number. Like down 17 it's surprising. Could be a good long-term pickup too. Shit. What's the yield on Jane? Is probably like 2. Actually, maybe 4. No, 3.2. So, and that's after dropping 17%. And J&J is a very stable, but then it's not supposed to move. So even my earnings play, again, not a recommendation. Remember all these earnings plays. I mean, J&J does not move. I don't like, even when you look at the chart, you don't really even see like fat earnings candles. But, like, even when you pull it out, I mean, this is a 3-year chart. It looks like it's been dribbling down, but, like, this is a COVID level, but then they barely were up from COVID. I don't know. It's a weird stock. Stable, not weird, but stable. And then bonds still, dude, bonds were another just murder on the day. And then gold is running up. Gold's about to hit 2,400 on futures. I think that's 2,360 on spot. And then is oil back? So the war trades opened down and then they came up, kind of. I guess oil's topped out here, but still barely red. Oil's break even, and then gold is up 1. Stable is weird. Kind of is.
Yeah, Intel and MP Dub and Silver. Silva. Oh. Where are the coins? No one. I tricked some of y'all the other day. Silva Vasco. No relief bounce. Not if now. I mean, we have what? Only 45 minutes left? So we'll see. We will see. The first one was Silver. MP Deb, Pentagon spokesperson. U.S. does not seek conflict with Iran. Load up on calls. I mean, there's tomorrow morning. I mean, you might get it if J&J and some of those others wait, and UNH does good. I like UNH too. I like UNH, but UNH is expensive. You can't play like UNH 2 standard deviations. Still going to be $60, but like UNH, this is another one. I mean, they're down considerably on the quarter. No. No, UNH is the one down 17. Excuse me. J&J is down 2 on the quarter. Oh, shit. UNH was the one down 17. Yeah. That's weird. That's from November, though. But then they're down. J&J is down 10% from January. Yeah. Just under 10%. But from last November, they were low. So that's the paradox. And then SPY going lower, man. Even Tesla on the low. Everything 50-55. Chad, I don't know, man. Okay, so 50-50, maybe 50-47 if the market really wants to get support. But, like, low-key, this is kind of the danger zone, bro. That's it, homie. Like, so 50-47, otherwise 50-37, and then that's it. All bets are off. I mean, you're going to have a pretty high gap zone. Like, I mean, again, the gap down risk for tomorrow and the range will be very, very wide. Breaking NBC reports Israeli response to attack may be imminent. We've been literally every single one of these drops. There was some headline of imminent Israeli attack against Iran. But Power Hour is not disappointing, man. You are still selling off. Another new low. It is kind of picking up. I mean, we only made one earnings play there with J&J, but as of right now into the close, man, all it is the low ticker. It's like the dollar isn't going crazy. This is more so just like U.S. equities. So I would want to say there's some earnings element to this. But then again, even the ones that reported, I think they're going down as well. I did 2 standard deviations on J&J. And then where's the other one? Wire. UNH still dropping, J&J, Citi even. So again, you got Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, And Wells Fargo, or not Wells Fargo, one more tomorrow. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and why am I blanking? There's one more bigger bank tomorrow. Tesla, well, Tesla has a couple more ranges. Remember, Tesla, it's actually held pretty good here, but anything below here, again, there's still like the 130 range and all that. Even then, you get those like 150, then 140, but then 130s open up the door to 100. But surprisingly, I mean, 160's done good. Is it almost at 20? VIX 1945. So new high intraday. Even then, new high of the year on the VIX. Or not in the last 12 months, but year to date. And then now you're getting back again. Last time around end of same time rates, we did the same thing actually. VIX last time rates were going right under 4.7. End of September leading into October. VIX was at the same spot. Interesting. Little green shoot. See how long that lasts. But again, you only have like 20 minutes left in the day. Or 30 minutes. UVXY it splits when the stock stays below a certain price. I think like 11 or 10. Maybe is 6. What point does soft landing no longer play out? I mean, I may not even be as much about the charts. That's kind of what we were talking about today. We're just kind of doing our own thing, following a general idea. I think soft landing will determine on earnings, economic data, and the Fed. If all of those things, if the stars align, if profits don't recede too much, if the profits don't recede as much as my hairline, if Powell is accommodative on rates and does so not too much, not too little, just at the right time, and all these factors work out, I mean, then there you go. I bought J&J and Goldman today, 2 options. I think I spent 15 on one and then 20 on the other, but the other one I bought 2 of them. Can we still throw tea in the harbor to protest taxes? I'm down. We don't import tea. Like, what do we import? Guns, gold new high. That one was a fun ride for the day again. And then bonds though too, dude. TLT's down 1.7. That one's kind of more hideous. I mean, maybe cocoa. Cocoa's expensive though. I ain't gonna throw that away. Is this the start of the bear rally? I mean, we talked about this a couple times. If anything, and I see it, but I don't know if it'll keep staying like this. But this is just what's happened anytime we've approached these levels with rates. So I don't know. I think we have an opportunity to fall into the same setup of like August to October last year, where we like slowly sell off and get like a little bit of volatility. But it just kind of depends here on, again, I think earnings and the rest of the data and where it takes us from here. But, I mean, last time we got up here, I mean, the markets, they were down for 2 weeks already. They would sell off real slow, sell off a decent amount, pop up, then sell off. All the while, markets were doing stuff. The rates were climbing. And then as it didn't alleviate, eventually the markets found their way, a lot lower to match up with the rates. You just got an audit letter requesting my return from 2021? So you got audited? No way. That's crazy. What did you try to buy in 21? Or what did you try to write off? I don't know. I submitted it. It was the last time I did my own taxes. It was all legit, so I hope not. Took the standard deduction. That's weird. That's crazy. What time is it? 3:25. 5 more minutes till 3:30. We'll see if you can put some lipstick on today. But NASDAQ bonds, they got slaughtered. Everything else, kind of wild. Oh, yeah, DJT got killed. I mean, even healthcare names, if they were losers on that contract stuff, they got murdered. I mean, MPW, that literally shows up on my scanners as, like, the number one of the day. Even, like, news, it's, like, one of the most top-read stories. So that's good for them. I'm proud of them. Not really, but, yeah, you get the idea. I'm still holding them, yeah. Fortunately, unfortunately. You know, good for today's news, not good for everything else. Doge up 4, I have no idea. Especially because crypto did not do, it was crazy when the attacks happened. Crypto really, like, got killed. But then it came back up. I mean, so did all the others. Again, gold did the same thing, then oil. Even then the dollar, too. The dollar was suspiciously calm. With everything going on, I was actually just a little bit surprised by that. GLD still going. JRVR2, we got out of that. What was the other one? Nordy, 1780. Is there anything on that? What happened with that deal? Retail sales were bad. Department store sales were down 1.1 and 2.5 compared to a year earlier. We sold the nugget in the random on Friday. I sold it when gold was at 24.68. I top ticked the sell on the random play. So that was good. I don't think it's up as much even now. But then again, gold, I mean, last time it got back up to 2,400, it was above like 24.20 or 24.48 is where we sold out. Thoughts on tomorrow? I mean, you're going to have way more earnings to chew on. It'll depend on the headline. Because, again, if Israel, too, you might spend this whole week of Israel just talking and then they don't do anything. I think that could change some of the dynamic. There's going to be a little bit more data and Fed speakers. I think we might get Powell. But other than that, I think it's really going to depend here with the bonds. I mean, I thought we were going to hold up a little better today and then it would be delayed. But for now, I mean, I think we could kind of see where the other factors go. But I think earnings will give you your first wind. Whether you fade it or not, that's going to be another question. Today is tax day indeed. The Israel, wow, it's huge, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. That's the funny part. Like, you know, we've seen these skirmishes before. I don't know if anybody wants to drag another party into this, but then again, like I'm saying, I think we'll get movement depending on when actions happen.
whether there's for now we're waiting, does Israel attack or not? And like I'm saying, you might spend up until Friday. We might get till Friday, and Israel is still talking about responding to what happened yesterday. A guy works at the local dump just called me and said they're destroying all the chickens at the egg producer who supplies McDonald's. Tell him to send you pictures. Let's see, that sounds interesting. He did in Syria today? I mean, I think they're going to do another attack. But I don't think that was their quote-unquote retaliation to the retaliation. Oh, yeah, there is the bird flu. I forgot about that. General Mills on the high? They're actually killing it, 1.8? Habibi. Because people are eating cereal for dinner now. I saw that. They really are. They were pushing that marketing. They've been doing that for like a year, though. They've really been like loving it. It's crazy. What was it? General Mills target 71 from 69. Consumer Edge. Wheaties pushes the limit of breakfast with high protein offering. They put out a press release for a new high protein cereal. What? That's actually kind of crazy. They got a 20 gram of protein per serving Wheaties. They put out a press release this morning. Wow. Yeah, bro, Wheaties protein. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're up on, they got a price target raise. Yeah, bro, 20 grams is a lot. Yeah, 6 hours ago, bro. This is breaking news. This is today, bro. Look at that. Wheaties protein. 22 grams of, dude, that's a lot. 6 grams of sugar, I think. I can't see. Wow. Sawyer case. I don't have these answers, y'all. Shit, man. Y'all asking me. I'm not the general of Mills. I'm not a general in any capacity, but, you know. I don't know. It could be. That sounds pretty dope. Protein cereal? Maybe they are going up off a new product. Honey pecan, maple almond. It looks good. I might grab. Are they in? When do they ship? Like, are these sold out? Is there a supply chain or what? Don't do it. It's a trap. Not buy the stock. I want to go buy the actual thing. Oh, you mean it's bugs? You said don't do it. Do you know all protein is made from bugs? Like a lot of it? Yeah, isn't protein from cicadas? It's actually sad. I've seen how they make protein, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm down. Yeah, like as long as it really got protein and it gives me what I need. You know, throw a little vanilla flavoring in there. Fuck it. Have you seen it? Have you guys seen the video? I'll show you the like how it's like a how it works video, and they show you how they make protein, and it's bugs. It's just like dried bugs. It's just dried. It's literally not all of them. It's like not all of them. It's like a certain type of protein, but so not all of the protein you consume, but like there is protein out there that is just bugs.
Yeah.
Things humans we're never.
Yeah, is this you like take it? Yeah, I think are these the cicadas? This is only one type. I had to confirm this because I was freaked out one day. So yeah, not all protein is made like this, but some of it. I forgot what type it is. If you Google it, you'll get to the bottom of this. I think it's mealworm. I'm scaring you? No, it's okay. Why not? And look, you taking the bag. It's good. It's protein, dog. I don't give a shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just protein. You know how much I poop anyways? And then you just take the protein from it. And then you get swole. And then boom. See, look at it. You can't even, look at it. Don't look like any worms no more. Boom. Powder it out. Chop it up. Flip it. Whip it. That's all, you know? See, now it's powder. That's it. Boom. Boom. But again, it's a special type of protein. It's a different. What kind of dystopian crap are you talking about? You're looking at them make dog food and extrapolating into human food. Well, I mean sir, that's quite the assumption. You know, this is that's an old video. I don't know if you could tell by the content. That's like from the 2000s, I even think. But they've been doing this for a while. This isn't even like it's I forgot what it is. Like I said, if you Google it, it's a certain type of protein. It's either soy or the other one, but it's not really too popularized, I guess. But I mean, this isn't like a new technology that is being extrapolating into this. They might be, but not in this case. They have cricket powder and protein on Amazon. I think I've ate a cricket. That was like a field trip. They had those like cricket bugs that you could eat. You get crickets. You give mealworms to your chickens. You have chickens too? Man, we got a lot of chickens in here. Oh, that reminded me. I don't know if you guys want to do it. I don't know. Chad sent me something. He sent me this like property. He sent me this account that like it was pretty cool. It was like goes over like just random like commercial real estate deals, and I kind of thought about it. It just depends on what price it goes for. But there's a building in Baltimore. It's a 22-story like skyscraper. And it starts at $1.5 million. Chad, I don't know. I don't know what price it'll go for, but we could put in the offer. I'd be down to bid a little bit. But like, y'all damn, we could like crowdfund it. Someone would just have to buy a floor or two. It just depends on how much. That's just the starting bid. And then, yeah, the only other problem is like if an air condition unit breaks, that's like $250,000. You know that? You realize in that building, it would be $250,000 just to replace like the AC. Only $600 million in deferred maintenance. Well, it's occupied 30%, so we would take the other 70%. But I'd say, I don't know, we make it the Chad Center. We could call it the Chad Center. If anybody, I'll sell you guys a floor. If there's any companies want to get involved, you could buy a floor. You know, we could work it out later. Buy now, pay later. I'll let you buy it with Klarna or a firm. How does that sound? It's in Baltimore, downtown Baltimore. But I don't think that's the only, y'all didn't add, y'all asked a lot of other questions except for the fact it's damn Baltimore. Y'all did not just, y'all overlooked that part for a little bit. Baltimore, for that, I'm out. EMBC. Baltimore. You live in Baltimore? Is downtown nice? I've actually never been to Baltimore. Morning, Baltimore. I like the Ravens. Big fan of the Ravens. It's close to D.C. What's the zip code? 21201. So here's the property. Starts at 1.5. This is it. We could just put Colt on top of it. I just want the top like 2 floors. You give me the top 2 floors. We'll have a trading floor for you guys. And then we just need to sell the other like 10 floors. You know what I'm saying? If anybody want to invest in one. I don't think we're legally allowed to have a turret. Can you live there? If I could get it zoned, if I could talk to the city. Oh shit, that'd be crazy actually. Low key. Fuck, the auction's in a day though. If we could get approval to turn the like first 10 floors into residential, then this thing becomes crazy. Yeah, but otherwise you couldn't live in it. I mean, if it's cheap enough, we could just buy it, dude. This isn't, I don't know. There's been some crazy one, like, dude, there's been like $200 million properties that have sold very, very cheap. But again, you take on, like, again, the deferred maintenance is no joke. Like I'm saying, air conditioner in this thing is $250,000 minimum. Like, minimum. Like, there's no, if anything goes wrong, like plumbing, fucking anything, HVAC, like you have no idea. Sometimes they have reserves. I don't know. I think it'll say if it did. What's the bid increment by? I had 23 floors. It's not bad. I wish, man. The scrap value, maybe. Like we bought it to gut it for copper. We are crackheads. $23 like Jod. Say, I don't know. You let me know. I'll see. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I'll get registered to bid. And then if it doesn't, if nobody puts an offer, maybe there's no reserve. I don't know. On UMC lawsuit? Which one? Was that the one that we talked about the other day? I told you guys some of the tinfoil. Other than that, I don't know about it. Is it the one, was it the one related to, like, they gave a bunch of bad loans? Or not like bad loans, but like they, like collusion and like they pretty much made fraudulent loans because they weren't the cheapest. Hunterbrook, I see something on Hunterbrook. They say that the dividend just isn't sustainable. Let me see.
Was a hit piece. Well, I don't. It doesn't like. I see a response, but I don't see the Hunter Brook thing. I just see a little bit on it. Like there's just the main headline. It says their dividend is not sustainable. Nah, Christian, you the go, baby. Let's go. You grinding out here, making some calls. Call real estate, baby. Hey man, and long term. Tesla, unfortunately, your delivery numbers weren't good. I mean, they have earnings. I thought it was this week. I guess it's going to be next week. But, I mean, they already reported. I mean, pretty much. They've been dropping since those numbers came out. They're back to the low. They'll have a little bit more. But, unfortunately, I think you either need good news to bring it back up to the higher 180s to kind of break out of this little lull you're in. Otherwise, 150s are kind of knocking, maybe even as low as 130. But I don't think their earnings, I don't know, I don't think their earnings will say. Earnings just, if anything, it'll be probably bad news than not, unless these, like, what's it called, were good. Unless these, like, selling, or firing everybody saved them money. Northrop, I think it's because LMT got the government contract. Expectations low for Tesla. Earnings will be okay. Yeah, I guess low expectations will help it out, but I just don't think their earnings is going to be a catalyst. I just think the delivery numbers were their earnings. Tesla bonds kind of been popping. I mean, low tickers picking back up again. Celsius, Cigna, Tisha, PBF, biotech, even some energy, man, or materials. Very weird mix, but the low ticker is picking up. High ticker not doing much. Again, we're talking Tesla. I got two of them. Apple, great day. Oh, wow. We only have 13 minutes left. How do you guys feel about this? Powell, I don't think not much from Powell. I mean, when was the last time Powell switched up the script? You know what I'm saying? If anything, like I've been saying here, the other Fed speakers, they've probably said more to you than not. A big loss, hopefully tomorrow. Today was a wild one, though. I mean, it's huge. I mean, NASDAQ almost 2. Once again, the SPY, you're not going to get close to 2 on that, but it's still pretty big. I think NASDAQ very large, but the fact that you had good earnings, I think, gives you a little bit more to push back on. But once again, I mean, these rates in the market being sensitive with where rates are at, fortunately, that's just the environment we're in. And then the war stuff. I mean, that was a lot of drama since Friday. $2% top to bottom on the SPY.
Was it? I thought we were only up by 0.5 in the morning. I think it'd be like 1.6. NASDAQ, I think NASDAQ's almost 3% top to bottom. Saudi Arabia earlier today acknowledged its role of Saturday night's defense of Israel against Iranian attack. I mean, the oil stuff is fear. I mean, oil didn't go up till later, but yeah. I mean, oil's just kind of been the lingering concern. Oil's partly the elephant in the room because we all know it's been up and it's going up and it's not going down, and then you have all this other stuff. All right, 10-minute rig, my guy. Mine. Coming home again. Oil, no, I think oil's gonna be, it's like a weirder gold, but it's like it could either go a lot higher or a lot lower. Novartis buys 2 million Morphus shares, 5 million stake, or 5.3% stake. Oh, it looks like they already got bought out. Yeah, where the market on close boys at? Market on close, boys, assemble. $696 million to the sell side. Not bad. Light work, but the volume today was big. I mean, it's almost as much as Friday. I guess 20 million shot, but you still have 10 more minutes. And the after-hour session. So very good volume. And then, I mean, you're just approaching almost the lows since last week of February. So you've given up a lot. But then again, you still have so much room. In a Monday phone call, the Emir of Qatar emphasized Iran's president the importance of preventing any escalation of tension and further expansion of conflict into the region. Sources. And VO. I mean, we'll see. Maybe this earnings, if Airbnb does good, and then Novo. At least Novo did come back from that earnings. You get a little bit. Sell some covered calls, and, you know. Have I talked about MPW? Nah. Do you want to know what happened? The news on MPW today was that they sold off a majority of their Utah properties and received over $1.1 billion in total cash. This is big because they have been trying to raise $2 billion to pay off debt, and now this deal puts them on track to meet that goal. They also announced ex-dividend as well, and their second biggest tenant, Centene, also got re-awarded the Florida Medicaid contract. There you go. There you go. It's time to land. I don't want to land. No! Oh, I don't want to go. No! I mean, no! Okay. That is what happened to MPW. We do have to land, yeah. It's pay the plug type of day. Javier. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. God bless you. News from the news dropped on Friday at the bell after hours. They just did it with weird timing. With very, very weird timing. So 30 seconds left till the final 5. And then get ready. Bonds came up a little bit off the bottom, but Matasirot. And then the market down, and then the NASDAQ down almost 2. Coinbase flushing right now. You're out as soon as I hear earmuffs. It's okay, man. Enjoy. That's why earmuffs is there for you. Enjoy your day, my brother. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. He's like, I'm taking my jersey off. I'm walking off the court. CDC warning. the Chad Department of Chad Health Services, Chadadonia. I love you. Happy Monday. I can't believe the day is over. I don't want to go. I don't want to wait for the earmuff warning. The day has gone by, and now your ears will get blown out. So here's the deal. It's about to get really loud in here. When I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers so you could protect yourself. In the years of streaming, it wasn't until recently that I learned how damaging loud noises can be, to just all based on Chad feedback. I have learned that loud noises, when not announced prior, have the ability to ruin one's life socially, sexually, physically, mentally. It has caused a weird set of bodily reactions, allergic reactions, has developed diseases, eating disorders, and a lot of complications. Not to mention just bleeding eardrums. So I learned all of this from the chat. It's like I've heard, man. They've just said these are all what they say the loud noises do. So I don't want any of that to happen to you. I don't want none of those things to happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any of that. So I take it upon myself to warn you when I say earmuffs. That means you should mute your speakers, because you never know. 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 That's why you'd rather be safe than sorry and protect others. You know. Protect 6 feet. You could do just in case if it really gets loud. Stay 6 feet from your speakers. All right, you ready? Okay, this is not a drill. This one is not a drill. Earmuffs. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off tomorrow, Tuesday morning, 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 62 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day, unless you bought a call. If you bought a call, then unfortunately, or a bond, or if you didn't close your gold short, Josh, I was looking at you. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and cows, I can't believe Monday is already over. Is Tessie flushing? Even Apple, man, the bond's coming up. Oh, why, dude? No relief at all, bro. You know, ain't no love in the heart of the market. Ain't no love in the heart of power. Wow. Like, wild day, bro. Why? Why do we? I mean, Israel headlines would be the only thing you could chalk it up to. The earnings were in Israel or bonds. I mean, you pick one. It's not like the earnings were that bad. But, Chad, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Wrap it up. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. What are you going to do? You have earnings in the morning to start off the theme. You're going to hear data all over. You're going to get IMF, I think, a couple of others. I think we get Powell, some Fed speakers, all of that. You got to wrap it up. You have less than 10 seconds to finalize those plays. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG. Let's go. Don't matter if you made money or lost one. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, plays, news, info, vibes, personalities in the game and in ball, baby. Way to be there. Way to show some love and good game. Listen, without a GG, it just means you don't have good sportsmanship. It just means you're a baby. Good game. Good game. Good game. I'm just saying, you define who you are in this life. A GG goes a long way, baby. Drop it. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Way to hold it down, baby. And thank you for showing love. Y'all throwing donations today, even after showing love, baby. God bless you. You didn't have to in Twitch. I know you're here in spirit, baby. Good game. I know some of y'all, you have to get up on your OG YouTube account just to drop a GG. I love y'all, baby. Don't worry. I think it's our final week. You'll be back soon. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. Watch this. That's it. That's it. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. GG, bro. GG. Good game. Good game. GG. I need me that rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Ooh. Oh, I can vibe with this. I like this song. I like this song. Chatadonia, I love you. That's it. Earning season, baby. I can't believe that was Monday. It went. I
don't want to rap that.
God bless you. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you on the watch list. God bless you, Chatadonia. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for positivating the video. You know what I'm saying? Being positive while you were on the video. Stop it. God bless you. Happy Monday.
I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, yeah, I need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter, yeah, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and running for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Wow. Chatadonia. That's it, baby. That's it, man. I can't believe it's Monday. I'm in the mood. I want to do a live watch list. That's how hyped I am, man. I can't believe it. It's going to be an exciting week, bro. The day is done. Today was absolutely wild. We're pricing in a lot for this week. We got a lot more, but that is the day, my friends. Thank you again for being here. Shout out to all of y'all. Y'all gave me the opportunity, man. So if you were loving and positive and you made the most of it and we're serious and mate, I love you. God bless you. And if you didn't, it's okay. You probably got banned. You can make a new account. We still love you. And God bless you and get a long term. And that's all you could do in life, baby. You know what I'm saying? All you could do it. That's all you could do. That's all you can really do. But Chad, that is our 7 hours. And for now, we must depart. So in the meantime, check out the description to make sure you're up to date. First link has a stream alert, a long-term alert. You got some cool real estate. You have everything you need to be flying these streets. The second link has the watch list. If you miss it, you are by definition a watch hole. If you're there, then you're in the game, baby. And I'm going to have something there for you. I don't know if it'll be live today. We'll see. Shout out to members. Check out the merch. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Check out. Oh, I need to add another link. I need to add that one, and I need to add the tutorial because we got some option tutorials. Someone remind me. I need to do this. I need to get this in. I need to get the tutorial for the long term in there. I'm gonna get it done, baby. But check out all those. It's all great. And finally, the prayer request wall, baby. Listen, me and my mom and the rest of the chat, we pray for each other. It's something we do. So just fill it out. Even if you don't fill it out, you don't have to. You're not obliged. I'm still going to pray for you. All I ask, though, is you just pray for me. Pray for your brothers and sisters. You ever want to do anything for me, it go a long way. And if you have prayed for me, thank you, baby. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me, bro. Yeah, pray for your boy though. Nah, for real, man. I could always use a good prayer, man. You know, a genuine prayer. You know, I don't know if I got anybody genuine out there, man. Just give me one genuine prayer, man. Thank you. That's all that. You know what I'm saying? For real. I could use one of them. Man. God bless you, baby. God bless you, baby. Amen, amen. So, Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. That is the day. That is all I have for you, man. That's all I have. Happy tax day, yeah. So go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and the strangest sacred in the world. And Chad, don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why we stay in place and go for it. Why we not leaving, baby? Why we not leaving and going after it, baby? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonia, amen. And for the first time in 5 months, the S&P 500 closes below its 50-day moving average. Wow. On that note, Chattadonia, enjoy your evening. I love you all. God bless you. I will see you on the watch list. And peace out. Hey, what about me? Huh? Come on. Hey, what about the S&P? Who cares? Look at your 400 and 1,000. It's still good. It's okay. We'll keep it quiet until November, and then we'll just turn up for the election. Y'all really want to, y'all want to overthrow democracy? That's what's going to happen if you don't vote for me, you democracy overthrower. What's wrong with you, huh? Come on, if you don't vote for me, you're not human. Yeah, what's wrong with you? You're not even a real person at that point. You don't even give a fuck. You're deplorable. You're a fucking Satan. Come on. It's simple. Come on, I'll see you in a month. 10 months. Fuck with everything. Exactly. Now, Joshua, can you explain to me why we're about to have another war? I did not know World War III meant 3 different wars, Joshua. Exactly. Is that what you meant? That World War III meant you start 3 different wars, and then we get America involved, and then we say how much money we could raise? I mean, is it a telethon for how many? It's like if Nicolas Cage was in a war movie, it'd be gone in 60 seconds. War edition. That's what it feels like. It feels like every 3 months we're in a new conflict globally. Is that a good use of our time? Would you say so? Would you agree with that comment? Oh, you don't give a shit because you don't feel it. Exactly. You keep eating your spicy McNuggets. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.